Fernandez, Fermin Aldeguer, Bezzecchi and Agura, who have gone out for the first laps of this afternoon session on the medium rear tyre. Everyone else is currently on the soft.
Momentum, confidence are brilliant things to have in your arsenal, aren't they? When you're a MotoGP rider, and in both cases, Fabio Di Giannantonio is blessed with both. And at the moment, he just looks like the only rider potentially, maybe, throughout the course of this season that can really give the Aprilia a headache. We haven't seen Marcmarquez yet race this year, have we? At full fitness, at the peak of his powers in terms of physique. Let's see what Mark can do when he is fully fit and fully confident on the Ducati GP26. We follow the riders through this wonderful final sector here. Biondetti one there's the left-hander, then they're hard right through Biondetti 2. Big squirt of acceleration, then out of that Biondetti 2 into this final corner, which just seems to go on forever and ever and ever. And then all about your drive grip. Look how low that Aprilia sits with the rear ride-out device engaged. Look to pick up max power, max acceleration, then down this start-finish straight. Second longest on the Grand Prix calendar. It's Pecco Bagnaia, who occupied P1 for much of FP1 this morning, before he had the slowest crash of his Grand Prix career in San Donato. He's back in P1 once again this afternoon.
From Alex Ring.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks as always.
We always say, if Agura can be back on a Friday morning, then he's competitive with the team next year. How
this wouldn't be the one, but
3-lap Brembo sensation.
Brand new soft rear tyres. Of course, we've often seen practice sessions in the latter stages disrupted by traffic, disrupted by yellow flags. So potentially Agura trying to get himself ahead of the game here and get a lap time on the board. And if he's not delayed by Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha in the final corner, he might get a little bit of a slipstream from it.
This went back for pretty ready for Quartararo, but amazingly, his factory Yamaha is at 16 k's down on Andrea Bastianini's fastest recorded speed so far today. I mean, it's not even a fair fight, is it? It's no contest. There's Agura which blitzes by Fabio Quartararo. Like taking candy off a baby, wasn't it? Agura then now is fastest, a 1:45.667. Agura's having a fantastic Friday, isn't he? Normally so slow out the gate, third quickest this morning, and now in P1.
He won't be there for long though, because look at this from Marco Bezzecchi as the World Championship leader is about to stamp his authority on this Italian Grand Prix. He's got the KTM Maverick Vinales punching a lovely hole in the air for him, and Bezzecchi down to a 45.024. He suddenly put 6/10 into the opposition.
Just looking at the top speeds, Joge Moreira, he would not have even come anywhere near 355 kilometers an hour in his Grand Prix career. Maybe last time out in Barcelona, but a very rare experience. But he's been touching those kind of speeds for Joge Moreira. We've got to be so brave, so committed on the brakes into that San Donato corner. Commitment not lacking there for Agura as he had the big head shake as he threw that track house to put it onto his right-hand side going through Arabiata 2. That was just absolutely spectacular watch from the outside for Agura. I'm not sure what it was like to be on top of well, he's going all in here, isn't he, Agura? This is, I mean, he's been out of shape at Arabiata 2, he's been out of shape now at Corantaio. It's a scrappy lap, it's a messy one, but it's fast again.
Yeah, once again, a left elbow almost on the ground there as he tips it into Biondetti. And how much time has he lost? Quite a bit as it happens. He's lost 0.3 of a second through that third sector. Most of it will have been lost at Corantaio. As you mentioned, it's a committed lap, but at the moment it's not as quick as the World Championship leader who's 6/10 up the road.
He has been loose. He's been very loose on that lap, hasn't he? Agura. Well, at the moment, all is going very swimmingly as far as the Championship Challenge concerns. Our most recent Grand Prix was in Catalonia. Of course, we're talking about Pratama Enduro VR46 Racing. Fabio Di Giannantonio looking strong once again here in front of his home crowd. Can they go back-to-back in 2026? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto with Jack.
Yeah, that's the big question we've been saying all year. Is one of the men of the moment is Fabio Di Giannantonio, and it really rolled through in that Barcelona Grand Prix. It's the question all the people are asking at the moment. Have you got yourselves a genuine title contender in Fabio Di Giannantonio, Pablo?
It's a very good question, but I think the strategy that we have to be is race by race. This is just the beginner. You never know what happened here in MotoGP. It's very difficult, but also it's true that we are working in a very good way.
We'll come back to you, Pablo. We just had a big crash out there for Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, we've got a red flag here, Jack's really sorry for cutting into Pablo Nieto. We'll pick it up as soon as we possibly can. With Fabio Quartararo's crashed back to the Yamaha right on the racing line, race direction, having no choice whatsoever to throw the red flag. You can see there Quartararo kicking gravel. He was frustrated as he walked away from the scene of the crime.
As he lost the front there through the left, and the bikes then tumbled through the gravel trap and has ultimately come to a rest on the racing line. See gravel everywhere across the entire width of the racetrack. We'll hopefully get a replay shortly. Quartararo was okay. You saw him walking away and rather angrily kicking the gravel trap as he trudged away from the scene there down at the Materazzi corner, favouring his left arm. Of course, he had a famous crash here last year where his shoulder came out. Is he going to lose the front? He is. Immediately parts company with the bike, which is then going to cartwheel its way back onto the racetrack and shedding some rear aero with it.
Yeah, gave a bit of a kiss there on the helmet for Fabio as well. Yeah, certainly looks like he's going to have some abrasion, some bumps. Remember last year he dislocated his shoulder, had to get the marshals to push it back in, didn't he? Okay then, so red flag, the Quartararo incident, that turn for clean-up operation required. So first of all, apologies and thanks as always to his patience. Let's pick it up once again with Jack and Pablo Nieto.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Thanks for your patience, Pablo. I think the guys in the commentary did you guys a favour then. They just let Fabio go. So a bit of unwanted cardio for the mechanics there in this heat. As you were saying, what a moment that Fabio is in, but you want to try and keep everybody's feet on the ground.
Yeah, it's very important, no? Because this is very long. Of course, we have to think that we are in a very good moment, and we have to try to keep working like this, because in the end of the season, it's going to be really important. Try to be constant, and then we will see what happens, no? Because in the end, only wins one, so we have to try to make our best.
Where do you think this spark has come from so far this year? It's obvious the talent has always been there, but in previous years has maybe been struggled to find that consistency. So what has been the key to that spark and that consistency this year?
Yeah, I think the main point was last year in the winter test. We have the injury with him. He broke the collarbone, and we couldn't make the winter test, no? And we start just a little bit late from the other riders. So this year we make a very good winter test. We was working really good, and it's really important to try to keep the best setup in that period. And in the end we found it. We didn't change a lot of things, and this is very important, because also the most important thing I think in MotoGP for the riders is try to be in the same bike, no? Sometimes happen that every time that the rider is going out from the track, different setup, different bike, so he must think about the bike, about the setup, and he's not thinking about the riding style, and we are very focused on that.
We saw a video after the victory where Valentino put his arm around Fabio and said, "Are you sure you want to leave?" But what did he mean by that?
I don't know what he mean about that. Of course we wanted to keep it. It's going to be difficult, because also we have to understand that the goal for a rider is try to be a factory rider, and at the moment he's a factory rider, but he's not in a factory team. So, but I think we are better.
Yeah, Valentino told us in Barcelona that you've got 4 riders as candidates: Frankie Morbidelli, Luca Marini, Celestino Vietti and Nicolo Bulega. Are they all still in contention? Have you managed to shorten that list down?
Yeah, they are very interesting for us, no? Of course, at the moment we have to be calm to try to make a decision, because already we know that all the riders are very fast, but we have to think about our project, about Ducati, about everything, but still everything open. So at the moment we have to check everything, and we have to check how to win the races.
Thanks, Pablo. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks once again to the R46 Ducati boss, Pablo Nieto. Yes, as Valentino did in that great interview with Jack Kaplinsko in Barcelona, confirming it will be one of 4 Italians that will be joining those ranks next year. I think Nicolo Bulega, who has been fielding constant questions about his future over in the Aragon World Superbike round this weekend, said basically it's going to be down to what Valentino decides in terms of his future. Of course, they are pretty close. He was a former VR46 Academy member back in the day, wasn't he, Nicola? Pit lane reopens then in just under 50 seconds time, so thankfully a short interruption after the quick clean-up operation, just to clear away and sweep away some of the gravel after Fabio Quartararo's turn 4 crash. That's what you can see there on the right-hand side of your pictures. 30 seconds away from the resumption to complete the final 30 minutes or so of this practice session. That was before, unfortunately, Fabio Quartararo was chewing a bit of gravel at turn 4 rather reluctantly.
Taking a Yamaha around the side of the face as well. Fortunately, as mentioned, he walked away. Partly you might be thinking, just leave that Yamaha there, quite frankly. The way it's currently running for him at the moment. We have got Alex Rins still up there in 4th place, because we did see him getting towed around at the very start of the session. Quartararo's 17th, Miller 19th, and Toprak Razgatlioglu currently in 20th, and as we've already touched upon, Quartararo is perhaps the most extreme example of the 4 Yamahas that are seriously lacking straight line speed.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Rins with that toe behind Bagnaia, sort of putting a bit of gloss on what's a gloomy picture right now of Yamaha. You go down to their other eyes, Fabio Quartararo 1.5 seconds off bezzecchi early on in that session, Miller 1.8 seconds back, Toprak Razgatlioglu, well, his rather nightmarish rookie season in MotoGP continues. He's just over 2 seconds off of the best pace. No doubt a bit of medical check-up and a wardrobe change possibly for Fabio Quartararo after his spell at turn 4. Let's get an update on the Frenchman. And from Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, the good news is, as you guys saw, what
Eventually, the tyre is wasted for the factory Ducatis for everyone who went out on the racetrack. And to underline the point you made about 5 minutes ago, once again, that decision of bezzecchi to go early on a soft rear tyre is looking even better, isn't it? With yet another stoppage to the session, and that's Dario Tardozzi's reaction when he sees the red flag come up on his screens. And that Brett Binder did all he could, pulled off the racetrack as soon as he could, but of course you're not going to send marshals out there when the riders are going about 10-20 feet to their left at 350 kilometres an hour.
And Dario Tardozzi knew that his riders were sailing at that stage into Q2. And Marcmarquez at that stage, well, where he still is, was 13th with a best of a 146.263. So the 93 will ruin that red flag. Binder's crew get his second bike fired into life. It's going to once again be a very short intervention, thankfully, as the marshals, great work as always, the volunteers quickly on scene to retrieve Brad Binder's KTM. So Bagnaia didn't need that last lap as much as what Marc Marquez did, because Pecco, as you can see on the timing tower, is already safely inside that top 10 as it stands at the moment. 4th quickest with a 45.697. But clearly he was trying to offer a bit of a helping hand to Marc Marquez, who unfortunately with the red flag stuck outside of that top 10 right now.
They'll at least be able to wheel that bike. If it's a quick diagnosis for KTM, then potentially they could still get that bike out there. Of course, the stoppage for the session does at least play into their hands, with Brad Binder, of course, on foot, making his way back to the KTM. Well, Binder down in 16th place at the moment, and that is his one remaining fully functioning KTM. I certainly hope it is. That's about to leave pit lane at the resumption. Will that have cost, though, a bunch of riders in this field one of the brand new soft rear tyres that they would have had earmarked for this session?
Jack, let's go quickly back down to you, pit lane.
Yeah, just on what Lewis was saying, it will have cost every single one of them that soft rear tyre. I imagine we're going to see in these final 12 minutes now just one covered it with a brand new rear tyre at the back of it. It's going to make it fascinating watching, because those outside of the top 10 cannot afford to make a mistake.
Thanks very much, Jack. So in the hottest conditions of the weekend so far, it's time for some hot laps here in Mugello. Buys are down. We head down very, very shortly at about 360 kilometers an hour for Jorge Martin. The Martin 8 is 7th. He certainly won't be able to relax with a 45.769. He'll feel like he needs plenty more to secure his place in Q2. He's got about 3/10 of a second or so to play with. It's super tight actually from Antonio, Martin, Fernandez and Bastianini are covered by 500ths of a second. That quartet 6 down to 9. Bit of a gap, just over a quarter of a second back to Moreira in 10th place. It's all eyes on Marc Marquez 13th. Pedro Acosta, of course, our most recent pole starter in Catalonia. Acosta's got some work to do. He's 15th, and at this stage of the weekend has not really been anywhere near threatening a 45.
Here he is. We saw him almost putting his fist through his KTM earlier on today during FP1 when he was getting a little bit irritated with the way his RC16 was behaving. So crucial 10 minutes here in this session. Potentially a slightly used rear tyre available for this first run, and then the one remaining soft rear that they would have had planned for this session will then go in for the final run. 10 minutes remaining in this session. Marc Marquez sitting and waiting. So clearly he's not going to go back out on the tyres that he had already run, certainly not at this moment. Potentially with that one further soft rear tyre, just saving it for one final attack.
It's funny how things change. Remember back in the day when Marc Marquez was the enemy of Ducati at Repsol Honda, and he used to sort of sit behind Ducatis at Mugello to try and find a hot lap time, much to the ire of Bologna management and for some of their riders at the time as well. Well, now of course, very much within the Ducati family, very much in the Ducati camp, and needing a little bit of help, which we don't say too often, is Marc Marquez. This is a beautiful shot, look at that. Jorge Martin braking from 358 kilometers an hour down to 89 kilometers an hour. One of the hardest braking zones, longest braking zones on the Grand Prix calendar. Just about the biggest upper body workout you'll get on the MotoGP bike. And when you're doing that 34 times a weekend in Mugello, certainly full speed racing laps, one of the toughest mental and physical challenges of the campaign. And there's Marc Marquez, as you can see, he's in excess of 350 clicks when he's coming out for the front brake as well. So we will never know if that lap that Marquez was on was going to be putting in the Q2. It certainly looked like he was. He just set the best second sector of the session before the red flag, so probably halted his progress.
Yeah, didn't see Bagnaia in the picture there with Marc. So yeah, Marc's left the pit lane. Bagnaia is still in the pit. So Marc, at least on this run, is going to have to do it all on his own.
Jorge Martin immediately in the groove. He's quickly found his rhythm. Very impressive this by the Martinator on his first flying lap. You can see he's potentially going to knock Bezzecchi out of P1. There is Jorge, just might be getting a little bit balked here by Razgatlioglu's Pramac Yamaha. You can just see there, Jorge felt like he might have just had to have made a move on Toprak going down the hill into Korentai. Wasn't close enough, but that might have cost him that small advantage he had through the set. Yeah, he has. He's lost him a whole chunk of time. So Toprak traffic really impeding Martin at the worst possible moment there.
Yeah, Toprak was on his own lap just trying to push. He wasn't going slowly in terms of trying to hold someone up. He was pushing, but of course got caught in the wrong time of the race. Toprak he still went fifth on a 45.6 without all that. Martin's got a lost time too in the last stage of the lap, so he didn't improve stage 9. Miller on the Pramac Yamaha, clearly with some added slipstream. He's got up into the top 3.
Can be done. We saw Alex Rins on a Yamaha occupy what, 4th as highest in the session earlier on. He was inside the top 3, wasn't he? Now Miller's gone there, so if you can get a slipstream, it's really the only prayer that Yamaha have got, isn't it, in this Italian Grand Prix. So Miller finds a 45.617. Chapeau to the Australian. He's been on the floor himself with Standard Arto, turn 1 already early on in this session. So we're just 1M1 at his disposal. That is some lap, that by Miller. And we're desperately hoping that he can stay there as Marc Marquez just has a look over his left shoulder. Just behind him on circuit, he'll find Fabio Di Gianantonio. So this is Martin now, just building up some temperature in those tyres. Briefness now as he went through that seamless shift gearbox to around 350 kilometres an hour. Jorge Martin now his second lap on that soft rear tyre. He's trying to make it work. He needs the time as well, because Martin. He's been pushed back down to 9th place after the big jumps forward by Miller and Acosta.
Yeah, so Ralph Fernandez is now the rider at risk. He's 10th. We've got none of the Hondas at the moment up inside the top 10, because Marini briefly went 10th and was then bumped out. Marc Marquez straight away through the first sector. Doesn't need anyone ahead of him. You don't win 7 world championships at MotoGP level if you can only follow people.
Just a test session, this. Yeah. It's just a test weekend for Mike. Of course it is. Of course it is. Look at this by the reigning world champion, down through Casanova and Savelli, through the long right hand of the high-speed Arabi Hata 1 and now 2. He's absolutely blitzed the second sector. So too too has Morbidelli, so too has Pecco Bagnaia, who's on a real hot lap. We might have all three of those Ducatis occupying place inside the top 10 very, very shortly.
Martin went third, as you saw bottom of the screens, at 1:45.389, so he's nudged ahead of Miller. As Moreira's also threatening. He's right up behind Pecco Bagnaia on the racetrack. Once again, the Brazilian might have got his tactics spot on.
Superb, this by Moreira. These are some impressive times coming in from Marcmarquez, Morbidelli and Bagnaia. We're going to be in the 44s very, very soon, aren't we, here in Mugello. Through Biondetti 1 and 2 goes Marcmarquez. This is just typical of the 33-year-old, isn't it? Back from surgery, back from injury once again, and looking so got the cowl. Aggressive he is with that factory Ducati. Out of the final corner he goes. Lots of bit of time in that third split over the line, and Marcmarquez is fastest. A 1:45.010. We have got our first 1:44 though, and it's right just at the back of your screens. Frankie Morbidelli on the front row in Catalunya. He might be going into Q2 here. Bagnaia, brilliant, 44.808. And where did Moreira end up? 7th with a 1:45.1. Brilliant lap by Moreira.
And Gian Antonio now beats Bagnaia and Morbidelli on a 44.8, so it's Ducati 1, 2, 3, 4, VR46 from factory team, then VR46 from factory 3rd and 4th. Gian Antonio, Bagnaia, Morbidelli and Marcmarquez. Bezzecchi now down to 5th. Rins has gone back into the top 7 as Aldeguer now takes 4th. So it's now an all Ducati top 5, and Miller, from looking very good a moment ago in 3rd, he's now shuffled all the way down to the edge in 10th.
What was it, a minute ago Miller was 3rd. He's now been pushed back to 7th place and clinging on to a place in Q2. Fabio Quartararo, what can he do on the factory Yamaha? We do have 2 Yamahas as it stands right now into Q2. Rins 7th, Miller 10th. And Agura, I was just about to say Agura needs a big lap. He's outside of that all important top 10 and I'm only 11th, but Agura has flown through sector 1. He's up by over a 10th of a second. There were good first sectors from Vinales and Bastianini on the Tech 3 KTMs. What about Quartararo? 18th at the moment. He's going to power the Yamaha to the finish line. And there goes up into 7th. Quartararo up to 15th. Still not able to do anything better than 1:45.6.
So the rider who might be a little nervous now, sat in the pits, is Jorge Martin. He's now back to 10th place. Remember, he was in Q1 in Barcelona. Agura's rolled out of this particular lap. He's made a mistake somewhere in the second section, which has spared Martin for the moment. Surely he'll be back out of the pits very soon, because he's now having to defend that place in Q2. By the time he leaves the pits, he might be out of the top 10.
Factory KTM's nightmare. Binder 19th, Acosta 16th. Acosta was on pole position a couple of weeks ago in Barcelona. You can see there on the graphic, rider at risk is Jorge Martin. Bezzecchi flying, so too is Bastianini, who just leapt up into 7th place with a 1:45.052. The beast building up towards his first 1:44 of the weekend so far, potentially P1.
Bezzecchi's towing Bastianini round, and if there's one bike on this grid that doesn't need a tow, it's the factory KTM. Fernandez into the final corner. This is going to be nip and tuck this with Martin. We're estimating 10th place. Jorge Martin has now left the pits. He's on an outlap, and he might be about to see himself dumped out of the top 10 by the rider that he tangled with in Barcelona. Fernandez does take his 10th place away.
What about Bez and the Beast? Aprilia versus KTM for top spot potentially here. 1:44.808 is the best time of the day so far. Nothing going as far on the last time as far as Acosta is concerned. Just give me a close eye on the KTM star. He has just done his personal best first sector, so Acosta 17, but needs a big lap. What about Bezzecchi and Bastianini? Lost time in the 3rd sector. There's up to 4th. Better for the Beast up into P3. Surely those two are locked and loaded for Q2.
Yeah, top 5 all in the 1:44s. Then Acosta's not giving up on this just yet, and the KTM can clearly do it. But Bastianini has proven, can Pedro Acosta down in 17th place rescue his Friday in the final couple of minutes?
He needs a mistake-free lap and needs no yellow flags, doesn't he, Acosta? Here he goes and over the crest into Correntino, then now downhill, turn 12, build up momentum, then through Biondetti 1 and 2. All about rapid change of direction in this brilliant 4th sector. Further up the road we can pick up Martin and Ring just moving out of his shot, going through the final corner. Sideways goes Agura. He needs a strong final lap. He's going to get one more crack at it. Agura down in P15. Miller, who was 3rd about 5 minutes ago, has now been punted back to 14th place.
Gura then over the line. He's quicker than Acosta, but he's going to stay there. Gura goes 10th. Acosta over the line, then we're waiting for him. He's surely not going to make it. Only 12th for Pedro Acosta. This is his final shot at it.
Martin then down in 13th place. He has not been the brilliant rebound from the double DNF in Barcelona we were all anticipating. He needs something special on his final lap. Aldeguer, 5th place at the moment, which is some achievement by Aldeguer. Still fighting his way back to full fitness. He's best at 1:45.004. Here is Jorge Martin. He's done a real strong first sector, as it's just popped up on your screens. This is really, really strong by Martin. Through Casanova and Sibeli. Has to keep this lap going. So too does Acosta. Two big name Spaniards at the moment, fighting for a place in Q2.
Yeah, we've also got Brad Binder with a fairly strong first sector, who's also trying to lift himself up the order from P18, of course, after his mechanical problems. Got real pressure here on Jorge Martin. Of course, we knew how his weekend ultimately panned out after his Q1 appearance in Barcelona. He dare not allow a repeat of that. This is a crucial second half of the lap coming up for the 2024 World Champion.
It's all on the 89. No traffic ahead of him. Nobody impeding him. A little bit out of shape. Look how hard he was pushing on Acosta. It's over. It's over for Acosta. From pole position in Barcelona to Q1 then here in Mugello. Acosta is going to end that session at best in 12th place. We've got Bastianini who's taking the checkered flag. He's safely through. He's third quickest. What about Martin then? Martin. Just look how hard he was aggressive down the hill into 12, aggressive now into 15, power sliding the rear tyre of that factory Aprilia at the final corner. Martin then 13th as it stands right now. He goes through the gearbox on the RSGB. Over he goes, he's done it. Is that good enough? Is a 1:45.132 going to see Jorge Martin in Q2?
At the expense of Trackhouse, it's Agura relegated out. He's in an 11th place. We've only got Brad Binder to come over the line. He's not going to get himself into the top 10. So it will be a double for Di Gianantonio on day one here at the Italian Grand Prix. We've got Italians rocking out the top 4 on this Friday afternoon. Have to say though, shout out to the riders 9th and 10th. Rins gets the Yamaha through in P9 and a first Q2 appearance for the rookie Diogo Moreira in P10.
Miserable day for KTM. Aside from Bastianini's brilliance, who's in P3, the only rider on a KTM that got anywhere near a 44, and that was a scary moment. That was how hard Acosta was pushing through turn 9, Arabiata 2, third gear to there, about 160 kilometres an hour when he ran off into the gravel. That was a hair-raising moment for the number 7, who's going to end the day in 13th place. But there is Fabio Di Gianantonio. Well, he is fast, and at the moment he's pretty phenomenal, isn't he? What a day. What a way to kick off his home round here in the Grand Prix of Italy. Di Gianantonio, fastest this morning in FP1, and he's top dog. He's the top rider in this afternoon session, a 1:44.808. Just 900s clear Pecco Bagnaia. Both factory Ducatis are safely through. Some job that by Marcmarquez to getting through in 6th place. It's Di Gianantonio, Bagnaia, Bastianini, Morbidelli, Aldeguer, Marcmarquez, Bezzecchi, Martin, Rins and Moreira. Those 10 safely through then into our second qualifying session tomorrow morning. Acosta, his best, a 1:45.294. Only 3/10 behind Bastianini, not a massive margin, but those 3/10, the difference between, well, 10 places splitting those two KTMs. There is Moreira, who's pulling up alongside the beast. Well, it's been a tough couple of weeks to say the least for LCR Honda. Of course, they're going to be missing long-term Johan Zarco, their star rider. Diogo Moreira into Q2 for the first time. What a ride from a great rider. Let's get the thoughts from the boss, Lucio. Take it over, Jack.
Yeah, as you can see there on screen, first Q2 appearance for the rookie Lucio. He's been so close on a number of occasions, but what a performance that is. You must be delighted for you and all the team.
I'm really, really pleased. We knew that after Barcelona test, we finished Barcelona test, we have found a little improvement, you know, and he was much more confident on the bike. He said that he definitely felt that we have made a step forward, and this was the confirmation, so very happy.
And the rest of the team are as well. He gets swamped as he comes into the box, and quite rightly as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Brilliant scenes then down at LCR Honda. What a lap this was. What a lap this was. Look at that, all action. leaving it all on the line, wasn't he, Jorge Martin? Power sliding the factory of Aprilia through turn 15. And when he needed a big lap, he delivered a big lap. That was the end of Jorge Martin's 1:45.132. Better late than never. His best time on lap 25 of 25. That's put a smile on the face of MotoGP legend, 4x 250cc world champion Max Biaggi, of course, Aprilia ambassador. So the top two rise in the World Championship, the two factory Aprilias into Q2, Bez 7th, Martin 8th. It's Fabio Di Giannantonio that is the reference rider. P1 on Sunday in Barcelona and P1 in both sessions on Friday here in Mugello. Digia just 26 points behind Bez in the World Championship. Fabio Di Giannantonio, well, he's never had back-to-back wins in his Grand Prix career at any level, but at the moment he's looking the favourite to potentially pull off a dream double in Barcelona and here in Mugello. Bezzecchi with the practice start. That's an absolute massive view from Veda. He'll be loving that one. Pecco Bagnaia second quickest, tight at the top, not even a tenth, splitting him and Digia. And perhaps more importantly and more significantly, what a boost this is for the Ducati and for the reigning world champion Marcmarquez, courtesy of a 1:45.010. He is through to Q2 as well in P6.
Yeah, the Aprilias, the factory Aprilias are through 7th and 8th, but potentially some food for thought for them, because it's been a bit of a show of strength from the Bologna Bullets. We're just an hour or so away from Bologna and Ducati's headquarters in Borgo Panigale, and they were 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th today. The Ducatis that have gone automatically through into qualifying 2. Of course, we've got Pirro on Alex Marquez's Gresini bike, so no realistic expectations of him going through. But as far as the rest of the Bologna Bullets are concerned, they've made a bit of a statement today.
You can see where Martin needs to find time. He's getting destroyed in that third sector. That is where he's losing the majority of his lap time. Of course, it's a very, very physically demanding 5.245 kilometre layout, this Mugello circuit. And in that sector 3, you've got to be throwing that motorcycle from side to side quite a lot of fast change direction, which will be certainly taxing on the upper body, the recovering upper body, particularly on the right side for Marc Marquez. So the fact that he's in the game 6 is a brilliant performance, that by Marc. Just there, stretching out the shoulders, stretching out the right arm. Nothing's come easy in 2026 so far for the 33-year-old, but he has a tendency to do things the hard way, doesn't he, Marc Marquez? But he's through it, and his main goal, his main ambition on day 1 here in Mugello would have been to make sure that by hook or by crook he's in Q2. Last thing he really needed was an extra 15 minutes on track in Q1, and it is job done as far as Marc Marquez is concerned. Job done though once again by Digia and VR46 Racing. Valentino Rossi used to win for fun as a rider around his home circuit here in Mugello. We have that extra special feeling as well of being a winning team owner, because Fabio Di Giannantonio has set his stall out in superb style already on day 1. P1 in both sessions. Digia dominant once again.
Digia does the double on Friday at his home Grand Prix. And for Ducati, they had 5 of the top 6 today. Di Giannantonio from Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini. Frankie Morbidelli 4th. Of course, he went through Q1 to the front row last time out in Barcelona. He's into Q2 this time. Out to get fit from Marc Marquez. Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin 7th and 8th for Aprilia. Rins gets a Yamaha through in 9th. And Moreira ensures that all 5 manufacturers are represented in Q2 as he puts his LCR Honda 10th. Neither of the Trackhouse riders are through, nor Pedro Acosta 4th in the World Championship. He was only 13th today.
Further down, Jack Miller at one stage was inside the top 3 later in that practice session. He was only 16th fastest ahead of Fabio Quartararo. Brad Binder had more technical issues on the factory KTM. He was 18. Fabio Di Giannantonio's early work done on a new medium front, soft rear tyre. He was doing high 146 towards the end of that third run. Look at that, a 144.808. We went on fresh soft rubber at the end of the session. Digia in P1.
Bagnaia in P2 and looking like he might well challenge for a 4th Italian Grand Prix victory. Just 900ths of a second in the end between himself and his fellow Italian Gian Antonio.
The beast, loving life in front of his home crowd. He knows what it takes to run a MotoGP podium around this Mugello circuit. Top KTM by some distance. The only KTM rider in the 44s on day one here. Andrea Bastianini once again back inside the top three on home turf.
And completing an all-Italian top four is Frankie Morbidelli, who did have some lap times deleted partway through the session, and of course a run curtailed by the red flag for Brad Binder's incident. He did eventually though get down into those crucial 144s to secure fourth place.
What about the sector times? Who's hot and who's not? Pecco Bagnaia leading the way on that run down to San Donato ahead of Bastianini and Iagura in third.
Sector 2 dominated by at least Ralph Fernandez. Wasn't enough to book him a place in Q2 though.
Sector 3, the Gian Antonio Supreme. Once again, nowhere near the 10th of the Italian in the third split.
Sector 3 was clearly weak for Marc Marquez. Not Sector 4 though, as he was fastest from Bezzecchi through there.
So in the Grand Prix of Italy, are the Italians doing a job on the rest of the MotoGP field as Fabio Di Gianantonio, Pecco Bagnaia, Andrea Bastianini and Frankie Morbidelli lock out the top four? But Digia done good once again. What a Friday to open his account here on home soil. The Catalan Grand Prix winner in P1 once again here on day one in Mugello. He's having a fantastic Friday, isn't he? Normally so slow out the gate. Third quickest this morning and now in P1.
He won't be there for long though, because look at this from Marco Bezzecchi as the World Championship leader is about to stamp his authority on this Italian Grand Prix. He's got the KTM Maverick Vinales punching a lovely hair in all of the air for him. And Bezzecchi down to a 45.024. He suddenly put 6/10 into the opposition.
Just looking at the top speeds, Joge Moreira, he would not have even come anywhere near 355 kilometres an hour in his Grand Prix career. Maybe last time out in Barcelona, but a very rare experience. But he's been touching those kind of speeds for Diogo Moreira. We've got to be so brave, so committed on the brakes into that San Donato corner. Commitment not lacking there for Agura as he had the big head shake as he threw that track house to put it onto his right-hand side going through Arabiata 2. That was just absolutely...
Round there as he tips it into Biondetti, and how much time has he lost? Quite a bit as it happens. He's lost 0.3 of a second through that third sector. Most of it will have been lost at Corantayo. As you mentioned, it's a committed lap, but at the moment it's not as quick as the World Championship leader who's 6/10 up the road.
He has been loose. He's been very loose on that lap, hasn't he? Hayagura. Well, at the moment, all is going very swimmingly as far as the Championship Challenge concerns. Our most recent Grand Prix was in Catalonia. course, we're talking about Pratama Enduro VR Points Racing. Fabio Di Giannantonio looking strong once again here in front of his home crowd. Can they go back-to-back in 2026? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto with Jack.
Yeah, that's the big question we've been saying all year is one of the men of the moment is Fabio Di Giannantonio, and it really rolled through in that Barcelona Grand Prix. It's the question all the people are asking at the moment. Have you got yourselves a genuine title contender in Fabio Di Giannantonio, Pablo?
It's a very good question, but I think the strategy that we have to be is race by race. This is just the beginner. You never know what happened here in MotoGP. It's very difficult, but also it's true that we are working in a very good way.
We'll come back to you, Pablo. We just had a big crash out there for Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, we've got a red flag here, Jack's really sorry for cutting into Pablo Nieto. We'll pick it up as soon as we possibly can. With Fabio Quartararo's crashed factory Yamaha right on the racing line, race direction, having no choice whatsoever to throw the red flag. You could see there Quartararo kicking gravel. He was frustrated as he walked away from the scene of the crime.
As he lost the front there through the left, and the bike's then tumbled through the gravel trap and has obviously come to a rest on the racing line. He gravel everywhere across the entire width of the racetrack. We'll hopefully get a replay shortly. Quartararo was okay. You saw him walking away and rather angrily kicking the gravel trap as he trudged away from the scene there down at the Materazzi corner, favouring his left arm. Of course, he had a famous crash here last year where his shoulder came out. Is he going to lose the front? He is. Immediately parts company with a bike which is then going to cartwheel its way back onto the racetrack and shedding some rear aero with it.
Yeah, gave a bit of a kiss there on the helmet for Fabio as well. Yeah, it certainly looks like he's going to have some abrasions, some bumps to bridge. Remember last year he dislocated his shoulder after getting the marshals to push him back in, didn't he? Okay, then so red flag, the Quartararo incident at turn 4, clean-up operation required. So first of all, apologies and thanks as always to his patience. Let's pick it up once again with Jack and Pablo Nieto.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Thanks for your patience, Pablo. I think the guys in the commentary did you guys a favour then. They just let Fabio go. So a bit of unwanted cardio for the mechanics there in this heat. As you were saying, what a moment that Fabio is in, but you want to try and keep everybody's feet on the ground.
Yeah, it's very important, no? Because this is very long. Of course, we have to think that we are in a very good moment, and we have to try to keep working like this, because in the end of the season it's going to be really important. Try to be constant, and then we will see what happens, no? Because in the end only wins one, so we have to try to make our best.
Where do you think this spark has come from so far this year? It's obvious the talent has always been there, but in previous years there's maybe been struggled to find that consistency. So what has been the key to that spark and that consistency this year?
Yeah, I think the main point was last year in the winter test. We have the injury with him. He broke the collarbone, so and we couldn't make the winter test, no, and we start just a little bit late from the other riders. So this year we make a very good winter test. We was working really good, and it's really important to try to keep the best setup in that period. And in the end we found it. We didn't change a lot of things, and this is very important, because also the most important thing I think in MotoGP for the riders is try to be in the same bike, no? Sometimes happen that every time that the rider is going out from the track, different setup, different bike, so he must think about the bike, about the setup, and he's not thinking about the rider style, and we are very focused on that.
We saw a video after the victory where Valentino put his arm around Fabio and said, "Are you sure you want to leave?" What did he mean by that?
I don't know what he mean about that. Of course we wanted to keep it. It's going to be difficult, because also we have to understand that the goal for a rider is try to be a factory rider, and at the moment he's a factory rider, but he's not in a factory team. So, but I think we are better.
Yeah, Valentino told us in Barcelona that you've got 4 riders as candidates: Frankie Morbidelli, Luca Marini, Celestino Vietti and Nicolo Bulega. Are they all still in contention? Have you managed to shorten that list down?
Yeah, they are very interesting for us, no? Of course, at the moment we have to be calm to try to make a decision, because already we know that all the riders are very fast, very fast, but we have to think about our project, about Ducati, about everything. but still everything open. So at the moment, we have to take everything and we have to take how it's going the races.
Thanks, Pablo. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks once again to the R46 Ducati boss, Pablo Nieto. Yes, as Valentino did in that great interview with Jacopo Capuccio in Barcelona, confirming it will be one of 4 Italians that will be joining those ranks. Next, I think Nicolo Bulliger, who has been fielding constant questions about his future over in the Aragon World Superbike round this weekend, said basically it's going to be down to what Valentino decides in terms of his future. Of course, they are turn 4 crash. That's what you can see there on the right hand side of your pictures. 30 seconds away from the resumption to complete the final 30 minutes or so of this practice session. That was before, unfortunately, Fabio Quartararo was chewing a bit of gravel at turn 4 rather reluctantly.
Taking a Yamaha around the side of the face as well. Fortunately, as mentioned, he walked away. Partly you might be thinking, just leave that Yamaha there, quite frankly, the way it's currently running for him at the moment. We have got Alex Rins still up there in 4th place, of course. We did see him getting towed around at the very start of the session. Quartararo's 17th, Miller 19th, and Toprak Razgatlioglu currently in 20th. And as we've already touched upon, Quartararo is perhaps the most extreme example of the 4 Yamahas that are seriously lacking straight line speed.
Yeah, with Alex Rins with that toe behind Bagnaia, sort of putting a bit of gloss on what's a gloomy picture right now of the Yamaha. When you go down to their other eyes, Fabio Quartararo 1.5 seconds off Bezzecchi early on in that session, Miller 1.8 seconds back, and Toprak Razgatlioglu, well, his rather nightmarish rookie season in MotoGP continues. He's just over 2 seconds off for the best place. No doubt a bit of medical check-up and a wardrobe change possibly for Fabio Quartararo after his spill at turn 4. Let's get an update on the Frenchman. Back from Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, the good news is, as you guys saw walking away, his close friend and manager Tom Mobon just giving me the indication there that he is absolutely okay. Just a little bit of pain in that right arm. He has gone to the medical centre, I think, just to get it checked over. But the plan is that we will see Fabio back out in this session pretty swiftly. The good news, all okay for the Frenchman.
Good stuff, thanks as always, Jack. Thanks to Tom Mobon, Fabio Quartararo's factory Yamaha, his personal manager, of course. This is what happens when you're so down on top speed, when you're getting absolutely killed on the 1.141 kilometre Mugello straight. You have to take risks in the braking zones, you have to take risks in the corner to try and find any kind of time, try and make up the deficit, and sometimes you just do push over that limit, as Fabio Quartararo found out to his cost at turn 4 on an occasion.
The Toprak here is right up behind Marco Bezzecchi. That's Fabio Quartararo, who'll be making his way into the Yamaha box any moment now, so clearly has been given the thumbs up at the medical centre and will be, albeit only with 1 bike now available at his disposal, set to rejoin this practice session. Of course, Quartararo very recently, back-to-back Q2 appearances, even if one of those back at the French Grand Prix, of course, at home, did come via Q1. It does feel as if he's got a bit of an uphill climb to make that 3 in a row.
Yeah, amazingly going for 3 top 6 finishes in a row in MotoGP for the first time in 4 years, as he starts the inquest here with this crew chief. Out your picture, Diego Givellini, a few Yamaha engineers hanging on every word of Fabio Quartararo. Quite understandably so. I mean, it's mission impossible, isn't it? Mission impossible. You're giving up so much time on this start-finish straight, as the Yamahas are. As Alex Rins has proven, you can do a time with the slipstream, but you can't keep doing that for, what, 11 laps in the sprint, 23 laps in the Grand Prix. You're just going to get picked off and picked off. Yellow flags out in turn 1, San Donato, and it's Jack Miller. So more Yamaha misery. Unfortunately, we've had Quartararo down at turn 4, and now with a rather frustrating trudge away from his crash, it's Pramac Yamaha's Jack Miller who's on the floor at turn 1.
Going to come through the picture already on his side there into turn number 1. Once again, further graphic proof of just how hard these Yamaha riders are having to push at the moment.
That went early, didn't it? That went really early. Okay then, KTM had a pretty tough Saturday and Sunday, didn't they, over in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. Are they on course maybe to break their own top of speed record here in Mugello this weekend? Let's get some thoughts from KTM Motorsport Director Pit Byra, who joins Jack.
Yeah, an emotional weekend for everybody in Barcelona, but I imagine none more so than for you, Pit, when the emotions, the adrenaline started to sap away on Sunday evening into Monday morning and you started to take account of what happened. Did you really start to appreciate what a missed opportunity it was in Barcelona?
Well, honestly, I'm really super thankful that we didn't have any heavy injuries. There are some really serious injuries out there, but so I think first of all we have to be thankful for that. Then you need to look, of course, and analyze what happened result-wise for us, and yeah, that was pretty tough. To swallow a leg where we could finish Friday in first position, make it home. Yeah, just almost win that sprint race on Saturday, and then yeah, lead 3 restarts and until the very end, and then it's like for Pedro with empty hands. So it was really a tough weekend, and then even Monday morning again for a test, everything was fine again from the speed. So general performance was there, outcome was really terrible. So yeah, I think like everybody expected, it was a tough KTM week right after Barcelona.
How do you go about picking everybody up within the team and making sure that that energy is still there coming into this weekend?
Why, I'm just so happy for the team we have. I mean, it's like this team just worked all Sunday to Monday, night through to have a great test on Monday, and then Pedro could perform, felt good on the track, and we made a step with Maverick, who went even faster on Monday than in qualifying. So yeah, we just keep working, and honestly, I don't need to motivate that team. The team is just motivating me and whole KTM for all the effort they're putting in.
Just finally, I saw a familiar face in the box this morning, Mr. Kurt Tree, who has been so important to the engine design and the engine performance here at KTM. It seems as though his holiday to Japan was quite short-lived.
Yes, that's true. I mean, it was never a secret that I was really sad when he left, but I was also underlining all the time that we stayed friends every single moment, even during the split. And that was a really good base to talk to him very early and ask him if he's happy in Japan. And yeah, obviously he was not. So we could bring him back, and I'm just happy. I think Kurt is one of us. He belongs to us, and now he's back home. And I think also just exactly the right moment within this transition from 1000 to 850. We have a fantastic team at home, but just to have his supervision somewhere there, sitting, giving us the right advice in the right moment, I just feel better, more secure and more safe. And his ideas are just always amazing, so it's good to have him back.
Seems like good timing to have him back in the box this weekend, because there's a lot of chat that we might see a new MotoGP top speed records this weekend. Is it possible?
We really didn't focus on that because you need the lap time and we need to perform, and we had all these records we wanted. We need to fight for the podium. That's most important to keep Pedro also in the points hunt, and so we really have different targets this weekend. Whoever takes a top speed record, it's fine. We wanna fight for the podium.
Be nice if it remained in orange, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course, it's nice when you look at this picture and you see our boys there with his top speed record. It's a nice one, and if it's not broken this year, I think it can last for a while. So, but like I said, we have a different focus this weekend.
Thanks, mate. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to KTM boss Pit Byra. Kurt Tree quickly back in the Matty Hopper ranks, and he did, as Jack mentioned, engineered and produced and designed the fastest engine in Grand Prix racing history. 366.1 kilometres an hour, the RC16 blasted down the start-finish straight here for both Brad Binder and for Pala Spargaro. Will that be being here this weekend? We're going to be giving a close eye in the sprint of the Grand Prix when the slipstream comes into effect as well, and in qualifying potentially. Yeah, it was a very short-lived affair, wasn't it, Kurt Tree's adventure over a Honda? Clearly that didn't work out at all, but Kurt Torrey welcomed back with open arms into KTM, as you would expect he would be.
And of course, with a change of engine capacity for next year with the 850s, KTM and all the manufacturers looking for as strong a particular engine department as they can find to make sure they all roll out in the early part of next year, February, March next year, with the very best 850cc MotoGP bike that anyone can get their hands on. Of course, having retained the collaboration with Tech 3, having been some talk that they might have also gone to Honda for next season. Gunther Steiner and the Tech 3 squad confirming last time out in Barcelona that they would be staying with KTM to ensure that there are a quartet of RC16s on the grid next year.
HRC have been open to some European influence, haven't they, on the technical side the last couple of years, because they head on to Romano Alberciano away from Aprilia a couple of years ago after he'd been the tech guru for the Nuali factory for a good decade or so. But yeah, clearly, just not a match made in heaven, as both parties I'm sure would have hoped for, but I guess Honda's loss is KTM's gain, as Fabio Quartararo looks to gain some lap time around this Mugello circuit, and he's going to need to find at least half a second to have any hope of troubling the Q2 place or the automatic Q2 places. He has got himself a nice new shiny set of Alpine Stars Yamaha leathers. If anybody is going to be able to block out adversity and find a special lap around Mugello, because that's what he's built his career on, will be Fabio Quartararo.
KTMs, who we were discussing a moment ago, though, they also do need to find some pace in the final 21 minutes. We've got Bastianini in 8th at the moment, but the other trio, KTM, Vinales down in 12th. Binder and Acosta are, well, Acosta's just ahead of Binder, 15th and 16th respectively. They are the best part of a second and a half off the pace, respectively. So also the RC16's in need of some improvements. At the moment we've got Aprilia first and second. We've got a Ducati third, Yamaha fourth, Ducati fifth, Aprilia 6th and 7th, KTM 8th. Ducati out again, 9th, and as it stands, the one Honda heading through to Q2, you put the flag out now, would be the rookie at LCR, Diogo Moreira. Yeah,
Bezzecchi's decision to go early on a soft rear tyre has already paid off big style, hasn't he? He got a 45.024 in as a nice marker, a nice reference. Catch him if you can was the message from the factory Aprilia camp. So Bezzecchi already threatening 44s, and that was on his opening time attack. Michele Pirro. Standing in this weekend in Mugello, at least, for the absent Alex Marquez. And once again, we send our best wishes for a speedy recovery to Alex. We know he's not here this weekend in Mugello after that nasty incident with Pedro Acosta in Barcelona. He's definitely ruled out of next weekend's Grand Prix of Hungary as well. And at the moment, all the Gresini Ducati have told us, and they've told the world, is that Pirro's in for Alex this weekend. It's not been announced who will be on that usually a stick of 73 Gresini Ducati in Balaton. I'm told that they're waiting for Nicolo Bulliger to be available. Would Bulliger have been the preferred pick this weekend had he not had World Superbike obligations over at Motorland Aragon? Well, it's not in doubt though, as Michele Pirro is the occupier of that Gresini Ducati here this weekend, and he's just put in his best time, a 1:47.555.
Yeah, that compares to
Andrian Fernandez, not a happy camper at Mugello. I think the only unhappy camper here this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. So far, absolutely, Andrian Fernandez not having the FP2 session he nor the team would have wanted. Heavily disrupted, unfortunately, for Fernandez, who, as I mentioned, was one of the quickest riders yesterday, finished inside the top 3 and was looking really strong on the pace as well. Another rider who was looking really strong yesterday was Marco Morelli, and he's looking good here as well on the number 97. Latidalone, of course, as well. We're getting a real feel for who's looking quick here. Ruche Mouli, shout out to the young South African. He was happy with his feeling yesterday, just missed out on a top 14 as well, did Moodley. So we'll get Marco Morelli around the final corner, turn 15 at Buccini, and then it's all about firing it towards the checkered flag come the end of the race, of course, the end of qualifying, and just trying to nail the exit, especially when you've not got slipstream. Is this going to take Morelli up to P2, slotted in behind his teammate? It does not, but he still improved. So this is another strong showing for Marco Morelli, who just needs to
fine-tune a few details, he said, and just work out how to be a bit more aggressive and be a bit better on the opening few laps to get himself into a better position to use his pace that he knows he's got to be able to fight for more podiums and victories.
I'll tell you what, that was a graphic illustration as well, that he was just under a tenth under over what Quiles has done, what his teammates been able to do, and then no slipstream on the run to the line. He ends up 2.5 tenths, a quarter of a second away. So that's 2 tenths on the run to the line out Buccini up to the finish line there. Obviously it's a bit more across the entire length of the straight. That's going to be what we're focusing on in qualifying. But as far as drag racing to the line is concerned, we see it every year here at Mugello. I think I said it yesterday, since 2012 when the inception of Moto3, it's only been one finish that's been more than a tenth of a second, and even that was a tenth and a half. Everything else has been a finish settled by less than a tenth of a second here in Moto3 at Mugello, and that's why it's a small uphill bit as well, so slipstream vital there, but really you can really do with a big draft, not only in qualifying but also to propel you up there as well into winning ways. Carpe again loses 2 tenths there. Let's see what Esteban does. See, he doesn't lose any time because he's got his teammate up ahead of him, Matteo Bertolli. So that's what I'm talking about there. That little bit of slipstream just helps you maintain whatever margin you've got over or under the pole lap time. And 2 tenths, it's a free 2 tenths when the bike in front of you is punching a massive hole in the air. It's 2 tenths to find that you don't need to because it's there right in front of you.
Yeah, and that's why we saw yesterday, we see it all the time in Moto3, don't we? Catalonia, for example, was a chronological front straight as well. But we always see in Moto3 riders trying to get a bit of slipstream, but here it's probably the most important on the calendar in terms of trying to get someone in front of you to punch a hole in the air. Intrigued to see how the tactics play out in qualifying later on. Will the Leopard Honda duo be flying formation in Q2? Then I've got to hope Pini enters the Q2 fray from Q1, of course, as Fernandez again re-enters the circuit, and fingers crossed for the number 31. This is going to be a final 10 minutes of not being able to pit and just get a few laps on the board.
And just to finish off with the slipstream effect as well, when you multiply that by 2 or 3 bikes you've got ahead of you, that's a massive hole, massive draft that you're able to take advantage of. So 1 bike's good, and if you find yourself behind 2 or 3, then you're really in the box seat. They always say you don't really want to lead out the last corner here at Mugello. It has worked a few times, but more often than not you are caught out.
Including last year, Quiles did lead out the final corner. Of course, came very close. Alvaro Carpe was the rider to push him close. But if you can get a good run out of the final corner, it is possible, despite having about 10 riders behind you, to win the race to the line. However, yes, we do normally see riders sometimes try not to lead out of that final corner. But if you make a move, as Quiles did a year ago, make a good one stick and then get a good run out of the final corner, you can, of course, reach the checker flag.
The other thing as well that some of the riders, particularly in Moto3, have spoken about is that you are at times too close to actually benefit from any slipstream. You're that close to the rider in front of you that the air is still channeling around you, so it doesn't actually bring you in at all. You just kind of sat there, and I think that was a bit of the situation for Carpe last year. It was just all a little bit too close. You need that tenth or so to build up and really drag you along up and past the rider up ahead of you. This is Cormac McCann. They're all ready to go out now. There's a few riders out on track, but all of the other riders in pit lane. We're looking to go out for the final 9 minutes or so, get a few laps in, and maybe even like for the likes of Pini, Uriarte, Buchanan, O'Gorman, who find themselves down in Q1 later, good opportunity to go out and do a time attack session. This is one rider as well who is going to need that. Hakim Danish goes out with just over 8.5 minutes on the clock, and he's latched on to David Munoz. So if there's anyone to try and follow and pursue and to try and set a fast lap time, a time attack lap time, then David Munoz is perhaps not the worst idea. These two are going to have to get a hurry up now, because look at Andrian Fernandez straight into San Donato, and taking problems this time round. So this is an important 8 minutes for Fernandez on as well, because by the time he's going out in Q2, that'll be the next time we see Fernandez on track. He's going to want to make sure that Leopard Honda is working absolutely perfectly by the time he's ready to bite the screen and go for rope later on.
Yeah, 100%. Another reason why riders might be going for a mini time attack here at the qualifying is because they've got some tyres in hand after a wet FP1 session as well, so they don't really have to worry about using up some sets of tyres. Of course, saving at least 2 for qualifying. If you're going into Q1 and then into Q2 later on, ideally you'd have 3, maybe 4. Obviously obviously that's very difficult when it's a fully dry weekend, but they've got some tyres in hand. A little moment there, wasn't it, for Andrian Fernandez going through Arabiata 1, and then you power it up the hill. Fast right-hander into Arabiata, phenomenal piece of circuit on what is basically a phenomenal ribbon of tarmac here, nestled into the Tuscan Hills. But Fernandez, thankfully for him and the team, looking strong here. I'd like to see the rest of the lap.
Yes, exactly, and we pick it up now out of Pelagio and up over the top of the hill and down the other side into Correntine. Fernandez, you said he had a couple of moments down at Arabiata 1, he's had a few moments all the way around for the bits of the lap we've seen. I've got to say he was a little bit sideways on into turn 1, he was sideways on into Casanova and Savelli. He's through Biondetti without dramas, doesn't exceed track limits. Now on the burst down to Puccini, this is another area where you can get a bit of slipstream. There's not really a back straight on this track, but those little inclinations up hills and down the other sides, they can provide a bit of slipstream too, as well as down in towards that final corner. So slipstream pivotal here in some areas of the track where you might not think it. Fernandez coming to the line, 3/10 off after 3 sectors. Where does this put him up into 74.5 tenths off the top time set by Quiles earlier on in this session? So Fernandez's gremlins from earlier in this session have gone away. Needs to be able to get his head down now as Munoz and Denise behind him try and latch on, and probably a really good reference to that with Munoz as well, who's second in this session. But we'll be able to study Andrian Fernandez. We know these two are not the best of friends from various incidents in the past, but for sure we'll be able to be talking about that more as qualifying and the races get underway. We pick up the 18-year-old Guido Pini, who's just come by his village, because that's the side of the circuit where Scarperia is, and now he loops back round. This is where he crashed out last year, a little bit of contact, I think it was with Joel Kelso, and then down he went just here. He was very, very lucky to not be collected, but Guido Pini at the moment in 12th place, looking to try and get in the top 10 on Saturday morning, and hopefully that'll be a springboard for something a little bit special later on, even if it is via Q1.
Yeah, 100%. Always nice to see the home heroes doing well. Of course, if you're Italian, you'll look to see Guido Pini doing well, but it's always special to see riders at the home Grand Prix, especially in Moto3 and Moto2, when you sort of not the star of the show in MotoGP. Plenty of Italians, of course, in MotoGP for the home support to cheer on. But Guido Pini does not get more local to Mugello than where Guido Pini is from. You could pretty much throw a stone over Arabiata 2 or Scarperia and it would reach the village of Scarperia, as we get Guido Pini on the 94 and Jesus Rios on the 54 rising over the crest before hard on the anchors into San Donato.
I don't know what you do in your village, mate, but I certainly don't start throwing stones all over the gap. So let's just call for calm, please, in the Moto3 commentary box. Moto3 FP2, and yes, that is coming from a Millwall fan. I know where you're thinking that. We haven't had an Italian winner here in Moto3 in Mugello since Dennis Foggia back in 2021. That was on Honda machinery though. That was Honda's last win round here as well. There's a massive, great big 94. The fans have seen themselves on the screen, and there you go, Potty, as we pick up Guido Pini here, working his way through Arabiata 1 and 2. Before that, we've had Tony Arbolino, Andrea Migno, of course, that classic from 2017, Romano Fenati back in 2014. And as far as Moto3 is concerned, that is all. But going back, we want to bias, obviously, some early Corsi, Mattia Passini, Roberto Locatelli, Lucio Cecchinello. The LCR Honda team put out a brilliant video of Lucio Cecchinello himself taking victory in the lightweight class here back in 2003. Do go and check out then. Obviously Roberto Locatelli and some fella called Valentino Rossi was the first ever 125cc winner since Mugello was the full home of MotoGP since 1994. He went on to do some pretty decent things, I'm told. One here in 250s in 99 and then 7 on the spin 2002 until 2008. So Valentino Rossi, magic most places, but Mugello really, really special. But it's a massive event for the Italian riders, and I think when you're so close, as you say, Al, a stone's throw from Guido Pini from the village where he is to the track where he is now, yeah, it means a bit more to Guido Pini than most other Italians, I think.
Yeah, 100%. When you're that close and see, is it 7 metre tall?
7 metre tall,
7 metre tall,
yeah.
94 when you're coming into the circuit, of course. Friends and family here as well. A really special event, and it was great that when we were driving into the Mugello area on Wednesday, the first MotoGP bit of merchandise, banner, whatever you want to call it, we saw was a big orange I Drive Pines movement 4, which is very, very good indeed.
And I've got to say, Al, the other thing is, like, it is the Italian GP, but there isn't that kind of, you know, when we go to Misano, there's the Rossi merch, there's the Ducati merch, there's all the merch around Misano is from the riders from that area, and that's right as well, and that's fair enough, and da-da-da-da-da. But you'd think of the Italian GP, there's even more Ducati, Rossi, da-da-da-da-da. But there isn't. It is all Guido Pini, and the surrounding villages, we're staying just up the road in Vicchio, and even there, and on the road into Borgo San Lorenzo, the big town, and then Scarperia, the little village where we went and played football on Thursday, it's all Guido Pini. It's absolutely brilliant. I've never seen such support for a rider further down the classes. But he is a local lad, and he would have grown up. He's only 18 years of age, so I reckon if he was born in 2008, he might have only just been born in time for Valentino Rossi's last win round here. So very, very special for Guido Pini, not only to be racing here in the World Championship, but likewise to have such support. And it really is all Guido Pini in this part of Italy. Let's get back then to the final 2 minutes of this Moto3 MV2 session. The time at the top is 1:55.277. That hasn't changed, or at least for the moment it hasn't changed, because Alvaro Carpe is leading around this little train of riders, and at the moment he's looking to go into P1. But I've got to say, Ruche Moodley is in the box seat here to get a bit of slipstream. He's using that slipstream to good effect to get past Uriarte. Carpe goes P1, Moodley P2. So great job from the South African. Fantastic, up into second. That'll put a smile on Jose Boe's face.
Certainly will. That's what Moodley was saying yesterday, as I mentioned earlier. Was feeling good, and he was in Q2 for quite a while in the practice session before being booked out in the latter stages. Carpe, another rider, he goes directly into Q2, but he said yesterday that the position he 5.2 2.71 without any slipstream as well, similar to Carpe, a couple of attempts slower than his fellow Spaniard, but yeah, the sort of cream of Moto3 rising to the top here, late in F2. Carpe top, obviously Maxquiles has been shuffled down to P4, but was leading for most of the session, and Munoz rising to P3 as well.
Yeah, Carpe looked really, really good, of course. He was on pole for the first time here last year, of course. He did start from pole over in Silverstone, but that was for a penalty for his teammate last year, Jose Antonio Rada. What we're having a look at here is this just Alvaro Carpe's exit as he gets on the power. This is Ruche Moodley coming underneath Ryan Uriarte, and he's going to get by him by the line. But a nice slow-mo there of the final corner with 30 seconds on the clock. I think we've got 5 seconds left on the clock now before the checkered flag comes out. A couple of changes up inside the top 5. Scott Ogden has just moved up into the top 5 as well, so the fastest from Friday is 5th on Saturday morning. Great job by Doncaster's finest. Guido Pini from Scarperia as he's scarpering up into the top 10. Oh, he goes better than that, goes up into the top 6, and that is a really good, solid start to Saturday morning for Guido Pini. That is more like, I've got to say, comes across the line in the end in 7th, because moving up there, Jesus Rios has found more good pace, so good to see Jesus Rios coming of age, it seems, in Moto3 over the last couple of weeks or so since he went to his much-loved Montmello. Alvaro Carpe at the moment has all done and dusted. I'm not seeing any red helmets. Well, Rico Salmella was up through the first sector, so let's just wait and see what Salmella can do, who is down at the moment in 21st place, but it looks like it is more or less all done and dusted. Alvaro Carpe and Ruche Moodley, well, I'll tell you what, Al, that's Ruche Moodley's best session of the year. He's not been higher than 14th in any session. That was when he qualified in the middle of that 5th row over in Jerez at the end of April, so a month later, and Moodley is second only to Alvaro Carpe, last year's pole sitter here on Saturday morning in FP2. Great job by the South African.
Yeah, absolutely, and as I mentioned, great to hear Moodley feeling good yesterday and sort of singing from a positive, didn't she? He was here last year where he picked up quite a nasty injury in the race, multiple fractures to his right arm, so we've got a few demons to banish around Mugello. There's Moodley, and he's doing exactly that. A top weekend so far, has to go through Q1, but missed out by a very slender margin, and Cormac Buchanan as well, just outside the top 10 in P11. He had a good day yesterday as well. He said that's the best he's felt since his massive Brazil crash, of course, a couple of months ago now, I think it was. We were in Brazil as it gets a bit busy towards the end of the session here in this Gagler ride.
Yeah, that was Eddie O'Shea just getting out the seat there ahead of his fellow countryman Scott Ogden. So the Brits in formation flying to the line. Rico Salmani, I was going to say that's going to bump him right up, got a load of slipstream there. So up into P3, just by Rouchet Moodley, who I've got to say is going to be properly in the Moodley to have a great qualifying one session, hopefully get himself up into Q2. But I've got to say, Al, with the exception of Veda Pratama, who is in pit lane, everyone has taken a checkered flag. That is all she wrote. And right on cue, Rico Salmella moving up into P3. Great job by the young Finn in his rookie season. And he'll be looking to try and replicate that later on in qualifying, but he's got to go through Q1. He's one of the big dangers who a little bit of work to do, number 27.
Yeah, good 8 lap from Sal Mello. Got a bit of help from slipstream, of course, but had to hook up the rest of the lap. And yeah, nice to see the Finn back inside that top 3 for the first time in a while. Not sure why Veda Pratama is in the pits. I'm not sure he completed the session, so something not quite right there with the Indonesian. No such worries for Q1 though. He's going straight into Q2 after a late lap yesterday. Did say that he needs to work on his race consistency, his rhythm in this FP2 session as Veda Pratama. So fingers crossed that's not a massive problem, and he'll be all good to head out and qualifying later on. I'm sure he will be. Just yeah, maybe just missed a few laps. I mean, absolutely, he completed 15 overall, so on par with the most of anybody. So maybe just called it quits a little bit earlier than usual.
There you can see fastest on Saturday morning. I mentioned that lap record earlier on from David Alonso was still just over a second away from that, so don't worry too much about that. Expect qualifying will be well into the 54s. Maybe Sport, that lap record as impressive as it was from Colombian David Alonso. But that is all on Moto3's morning here on Saturday. It is Alvaro Carpe who leads the way at 55.0 ahead of Rouchet Moodley and Rico Salmana. David Munoz there in 4th place out of Maxquiles. Jesus Rios, top Honda honours to him in 6th place, and number 54 going great as well out of Scott Ogden. Guido Pini, your home hero, Brian Ariarte, who's in Q1 later on, and Marco Morelli. All the way down the order, you can see David Alman's down there in 14th, just ahead of Eddie O'Shea, Joel Esteban, Hakim Danish, Valentin Peroni, that'll be away for him, 18th in the morning, all the way down to Leo Ramastorfa in 26th place, just behind your Japanese duo Ryusei Yamanaka and Zen Matani. But FP2 comes to a close. That means that I'm out of here. Lewis Sotheby is moving in. Moto2 is up next. FP2 for those guys. Enjoy.
It is a very good morning to you once again from Mugello. This is the Mugello we were promised. Beautiful, blazing sunshine, which we're expecting for the rest of this weekend. The slightly iffy start to proceedings yesterday, where we began this Italian Grand Prix on a wet track. Fortunately, that's the last we're going to see of that. This is one of the motorcycle racing circuits where you get to see MotoGP in the raw. You get to see it at its quickest, at its least restricted, and at its most exciting. So with perfect conditions predicted for this Sprint Saturday and for our Grand Prix Sunday action tomorrow, with all 3 races of course to come tomorrow. We're set fair for a cracking weekend. Already in Moto3, it's looking close and competitive. And Moto2 promises plenty already after the action of yesterday, even if they did have just the one fully dry session in the intermediate class yesterday. The top 3 in the World Championship all raising their hand and trying to stake a claim to be the genuine favourite for this weekend's Italian Grand Prix. And it was an Italian who did end the opening day on top. Celestino Vietti, who topped both Friday sessions back in Barcelona. Fastest yesterday afternoon, but there was so little to choose between the top 3, the title frontrunners, with Ethan Guevara second in the points, and the overall leader, Manu Gonzales, right behind Vietti, just a tenth of a second, covering the top three. And are we set for a genuine early title showdown between those three riders this weekend? 31.5 points covers them, with Sena Agius 8 points further back in fourth. He was completing the top 10 yesterday, so don't rule him out of getting involved in the action either. But certainly it would appear that the top three in the points as we stand are the three likely favourites for Italian Grand Prix glory. And of course you'd imagine that the fans here in Mugello will have their eyes on one of those in particular. That is this young man, Celestino Vietti, who of course has already tasted victory on 8 previous occasions in Moto2, including a couple at Misano, but he has not yet won at Mugello. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York are with you for this Moto2 FP2 session, and many, of course, in this part of the world who have an affinity with Valentino Rossi and therefore his academy graduates. I'm sure they will be lending their support to Celestino Vietti this weekend.
Yeah, good morning, mate. Hello to everyone tuning in for Moto2, and look at the hillsides here at Mugello, filling up very nicely. The weather is playing ball, and the fans, I'm sure, will make a racket this afternoon, this morning as well. They already are revving the engines here in Mugello, and as Lewis mentions, they'll be revving them in this session and, of course, in qualifying later on for Celestino Vietti. A brilliant start to the weekend for Vietti, who I feel can really announce himself. He might have done that already, to be fair to Celestino, but I think if a victory here, or at least a real victory push, which looks very, very likely heading into tomorrow, can really announce himself as a proper title contender, and of course knock on the doctor's door and say, Valentino, look at me, I'm ready to make the jump into MotoGP. Of course, we know there's a vacancy available in the VR46 racing team. A few candidates, of course, but Celestino Vietti, as we understand, is one of those. So there's no real better place to really announce yourself as a genuine title contender, a genuine rider to move up to MotoGP next year, and just in general to try and clinch victory. A dream for anyone to win at the home Grand Prix, but especially for the Italians here at Mugello. And Vietti looking really good and just continuing that great momentum that he's found in 2026 so far, with obviously second in the United States, a couple of top sixes in between that, between Jerez and in France as well, and then backed it up with a very close P2 to the rider we just saw on our screens, Manu Gonzales, the World Championship leader, who, as we know, was inside the top three and looking really good again yesterday.
And it took the best ride, the best victory of Manu Gonzales' life to beat Celestino Vietti in Barcelona. And Chile was saying yesterday that it really was tough to lose in those circumstances in Barcelona, to lose at such a late stage, having done so much of the running, so much of the heavy lifting in that race. Of course, it's not just about the top three in the championship here this weekend, and of course we'll see in this session perhaps a more clearer picture on who we should be looking out for in tomorrow's Grand Prix. But right behind the top three yesterday was Philip Salach, who you just saw there on screen down at American Racing. He was within about a tenth and a half of Vietti's overall pace, the only rider who could really lay a glove on the top three in yesterday's practice session. Once again, a slightly disrupted FP1 for Salach, where he only put in 3 laps. Fortunately for him, though, the conditions weren't wholly representative, and we saw much more like the Philip Salach we were coming to expect in the afternoon when he took 4th place. Smile on the face, when isn't there, of young David Alonso. I guess another mixed story as far as the Aspar team are concerned. Yesterday, Alonso comfortably enough through to Q2 in 8th. His teammate, though, Dani Holgado, found himself on the outside looking in as he tries to rebuild confidence after a poor early spring run.
Yeah, 2 different stories emerging from the Aspar team yesterday in terms of David Alonso, how he was feeling, and Dani Holgado. Yeah, surprised to see Holgado missing out. We thought it sort of turned a corner, both at Le Mans. Of course, we know how that race ended, disqualification at the end of it, a big crash before the red flag too as well, but then backed it up with a really solid result, and from what Holgado was saying, he'd sort of regained that sort of confidence that just gone astray slightly in the middle part of these opening 6 races of the campaign, but just said yesterday he was not comfortable, tried to change his riding style around some parts of this Mugello circuit, but just didn't work. So maybe Holgado will switch back to what he knows this morning, and so obviously we're going to see in the upcoming 30-minute session how Holgado is feeling, but on the other side of the box, Alonso was very happy with how he was feeling yesterday. No issues with the shoulder, which he was saying at the end of the Catalan Grand Prix, and now obviously a week and a bit more of training, recuperation, rehab. Alonso is feeling really good, absolutely zero issues with that shoulder. He said it feels great, happy with the overall feeling, just needs to make a couple more steps on the overall pace. And we know in time attack mode Alonso is where he's struggled most. That's his Achilles heel in Moto2 so far in the last season, and a little bit more, of course, including last season and this season. Alonso, if he can qualify on the top 2 rows, Alonso is going to be a real threat come Sunday. We're going to see obviously the pace in FP2 coming up in the 30 minutes, but Holgado has got more work to do than Alonso at this stage of the weekend.
Yeah, Alonso was pretty consistent on his run at the start of FP of practice yesterday. He was doing laps very comfortably in the low 151s. Holgado was around about half a second a lap slower than Alonso at the same time in this session, so a clear step needing to be made for Holgado. In terms of championship position, he is the biggest name going through qualifying 1 later on today. Holgado, he is 7th in the World Championship. We'll be seeing him in qualifying 1 later on today. The next highest rider in the World Championship who is going to be in that Q1 session is Tony Arbolino, who is 12th in the World Championship. He was down in 23rd at the end of practice yesterday. Here is Colin Vyatt, who kept up his 100% automatic Q2 record yesterday. 7 out of 7 for him, but there's another rider who was targeting a step forward today. He was the thick end of a second adrift of Vietti and Guevara at the sharp end yesterday.
Yeah, the Dutchman said yesterday at the beginning of practice, the first few laps encountered a couple of struggles, a couple of problems, but managed to iron those out. And yeah, he said overall he was quite happy yesterday, but as you rightly mentioned, Lewis, steps need to be made if he wants to bridge the gap to sort of top 4, top 5 riders that we saw yesterday in the session. Vietti, Gonzales, Guevara, Salax were all split by a 10.5. A bit of a gap then to Alonso Lopez in P5, but the sort of top 3, top 4 were the standouts yesterday. So Via and a few more riders, Alonso have mentioned as well, just need to make a bit more of a step forwards in race rhythm terms, and on 1 lap pace of course coming into qualifying, but we know Via doesn't really struggle with that this year, does he? Was a pole position in Jerez, and yeah, claimed a front row start over in Barcelona as well. But yeah, just for Via and a few others, just need to improve little areas, as we so often see in motorcycle racing ahead of Saturday morning's FP2 session. And then qualifying is all about sort of not taking the brain fully out, but just doing what you need to do, doing what you know how to do on a motorcycle, and just going all out for a qualifying time attack mode. But this session isn't about that, it's all about getting dialed in for the race. And Manu Gonzales said yesterday that it's really important to see how the tyre life lasts. Obviously not as critical or as weird, let's call it, over in Barcelona. Barcelona is quite a unique circuit for that, but still, as everywhere we go, tyre life and managing the rear tyre especially is absolutely crucial around here.
We just saw Chevy Zurutuza there, reminder he's in for Jorge Navarro. We've also of course got the injury replacement for Ankle Piqueras Unai Aradre down at MSI, and Mario Aggi, if you were with us yesterday, he's undergone recent surgery. We won't be seeing him this weekend, nor we suspect next weekend in Hungary. Key session, it feels like this course doesn't count towards overall qualifying. Q2 places, or at least 14 of them, decided yesterday. We're on board with Ethan Guevara, who secured one of them. Of course, qualifying 1 to come later on this afternoon. But I guess given that the Moto2 field only have 1 fully dry session, only representative running to their name so far, and you look at what kind of lappage they were doing yesterday. Vietti did 16 laps, Guevara did 14 yesterday. The race distance here in Mugello Moto2 tomorrow is 19 laps, so no one has put anything close to race distance on either of the super soft compounds of rear tyre. The front tyre also is often very critical around this circuit because of the long fast corners we have here at Mugello. So we said at the start of practice yesterday, didn't we, that the teams and the riders are trying to condense sort of 3 sessions worth of practice running into 2, and no one wants to make a mistake in this FP2 session, because you'll be going into tomorrow's Grand Prix pretty much in the dark.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that Veda, the reigning Moto3 world champion, of course, said yesterday, that he was really disappointed to not get FP1
in the dry conditions, we know that coming into the weekend it was going to be these sorts of conditions, no real threat of rain at all unless something drastically changes with the weather forecast. And Veda had to obviously in the practice session learn how to ride this place along with Luca Nettetai for Saito of course as well, and a few other riders who haven't been here before learn this phenomenal but demanding and tricky circuit, very technical circuit as well, in a session where the pressure is on. Of course, in the opening half of the practice session you can relax a little bit more and try and figure out the setting, but also not really relax, because you know that come the end of the session in the final 50 minutes you have to push all out to try and get in that top 14, and missing free practice one when the pressure is off, and that's where you can really try and learn the track and not worry too much about the time. That will come in the afternoon, but they lost that session yesterday, as Lewis rightly mentioned, same with the Moto3 riders as well, so that's sort of ramped up the pressure for the rookies and a few riders, including Tony Arbolino on our screens now in this session, where they lost the morning session, didn't get it right in the afternoon session yesterday afternoon, so getting laps on the board here in the 27 remaining minutes is absolutely vital.
Fifth Q1 appearance of the season coming up for Arbolino this afternoon, and the fourth in a row. He has, in two of the previous three, gone through to Q2. Didn't achieve that in Barcelona last time out, and that was where his 100% points record for 2026 came to an end when Arbolino, after a poor start to the Grand Prix, found himself ultimately only able to get as high 17th at the checkered flag. Both of the Fantic riders are in qualifying one later on today. It was a poor day yesterday for Barry Baltus, down in 19th place, 1.2 seconds off the pace. Baltus, of course, back to this time last season, was one of the former horses in Moto2, even if he didn't necessarily get a great result here after a crash in qualifying. But Baltus finds himself in qualifying one for the second Grand Prix weekend in a row. He will certainly be a name to watch closely in that Q1 session later on. Certainly amongst the names that we should be keeping an eye out for in Q1 later on. We've mentioned Holgado. The two Martin Gridis Boscoscuros certainly we need to be keeping an eye on too. Denis Unchu 16th, Aaron Canet was 18. Certainly looked better over a longer run, which didn't have the explosive pace that they needed over a time attack. And we know Aaron Canet has a pretty good record around here. He is a twice former pole sitter here at the Mugello circuit, so he is certainly another name that we'll be expecting to advance when he takes part in Q1 later on this afternoon.
Yeah, one Mark VDS rider considerably happier than the other rider, judging from yesterday. Okay, one finished P16, Denis Unchu, one was 18th. Aaron Canet both going through Q1, but Unchu was feeling much more confident. Said it was a strong Friday overall, was quite consistent and doesn't feel very far away, and was actually quite disappointed, understandably so. But in terms of how the 53 you just saw burst through the screens there was feeling, he felt he had enough to get into Q2, but that obviously wasn't the case. But Canet was saying he missed something in time attack yesterday. Sector 1 and Sector 4 was Canet really struggling yesterday. Sector 1 is turn 1, 2, 3, and just before you get to turn 4 is where Sector 1 ends, and then the final sector is of course the famous beyond Detta chicane of 13 and 14, the final corner of 15, and then as we see David Alonso running to the line, that is Sector 4. So those are the areas where Canet pinpointed yesterday where he really needs to make a step forward.
Straight away, that is David Alonso's fastest lap of the weekend here in Mugello, 1:50.046. That is 0.008 of a second only, but it is quicker than he went in any stage in practice yesterday. So some early potential signs of progress for the Colombian, who needs to try and get his World Championship challenge up and running. We still are very much considering him a title contender. We're only 6 races in, not even a third of the way through the season yet in Moto2, but Alonso at this stage is 46.5 points off the lead as we ride on board with Celestino Vietti. He's second at the moment, ahead of Alonso and Ethan Guevara. Philip Salach has now taken top spot, the first rider of the morning, into the 1:49 to 49.9 for Salach. Fastest lap of the weekend so far, for your reference, not that it will necessarily matter in this session. Vietti did a 49.4 yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, Ethan Guevara, another rider to do it, a 49.4, 11 thousandths of a second was splitting the riders second and third in the championship standings. Alison Screech, another good day yesterday. He was back up inside the top 6 after a disappointing Catalan Grand Prix. Good to see he's not feeling the effects of his big crash that ultimately led to him having to retire from the race on Sunday. So good to see the number 11 up towards the timesheets, the Ford and Clint racing team will be pleased to see their bike up there as well. But been really impressed in the last, well, 2.5 Grand Prix now with Filip Salac. Has clearly made a step forward, turned a corner after struggling a little bit in the early part of the season, but Salac now is sort of every day saying that he's got a really good feeling in the OnlyFans American racing team on board that Alex was riding the Boston last year in the Elfmark BDS team alongside Jake Dixon as well. So Salac is really starting to find his feet. Was unlucky not to be in that podium fight, just got sort of tangled up in the opening restart into the opening chicane there in Le Mans, which cost him time. He really felt a podium was on over in Le Mans and had a really solid weekend at the Catalan Grand Prix as well. Qualified 7th, finished 7th, was 8th on the Friday as well, so really consistent and obviously going really well this weekend so far after missing pretty much the entire F1 session. Completed 3 laps as Celestino Vietti moved the goalpost slightly.
I don't want to pour cold water on the Filip Salac excitement, so I totally agree. He's looking very good. What might concern him, though, in the race tomorrow, he mentioned after Barcelona that he found it really difficult to overtake because of the short gearing that they have on his American racing Kalex. And when I look at the top speed charts at the moment, we've got top speed rankings down to 24th place, so that's basically all bar 3 riders. Filip Salac's name is not in those 24 names, so he's clearly in the bottom 3 in the field in terms of top speed at the end of the main straight. Once again, you would assume it's down to the gearing setup that they have on that American racing Kalex. So clearly, around the rest of the lap through the corners, he's getting that American racing Kalex working. I do have a slight concern for him, though, that in a pack tomorrow in Moto2, which is what we're likely to see in the heat of racing, how difficult is Filip Salac going to find it to both attack and defend in the Grand Prix tomorrow?
Yeah, just got into the top speed charts. The average from yesterday, Salac, to be fair, was inside that top 5. So maybe they've changed the gear in this morning or just not hit the heights of yesterday. 295 was his average speed. But one name that really stands out to me is Sena Agius, and to be fair, Salac's teammate Joe Roberts, down there in the bottom 3 of the top speed charts. We know Agius obviously been super strong all weekend, all season long. Picked up those 2 brilliant victories, but we know Agius's weak link has been top speed. Nothing to do with Agius. He's riding the best he ever has done. He explained this really well at the Spanish Grand Prix. Got the gearing right. There's just something not quite right. Aerodynamically, he's all okay. He's the lightest he's ever been. He's getting out of the corners really well, but he is obviously a tall rider, and that matters. Joe Roberts, another tall rider, down there in the bottom 3. 289.5 was Agius's top speed average. 287 was Roberts' average. They're losing to the fastest rider, which was Ayumu Sasaki, pretty much on average every lap 10 kilometers per hour down the front straight, and that is going to, no matter how quick you are around the corners, that is going to cost you. Not sure, I've not got the maths or the statistics or the data in front of me, but that's at least 2 or 3 tenths you feel down this 1.1 kilometre long front straight.
And what it leads to, particularly if it's your gearing that's the issue, is you can get yourself into the slipstream of someone, and then as soon as you pull out of that slipstream to try and make that overtake, you're just bouncing off the rev limiter and not able to ultimately make the most of that slipstream. So it's potentially something to keep an eye on in tomorrow's Grand Prix. At the moment, over a lap of Mugello, it is not slowing Salac down at all. 5th at the moment, as Vietti's got us down now to 149.6, a scritch in 2nd ahead of Ethan Guevara, who's in 3rd. So once again, those 2 Boscoscuros that have been standing on podiums, the Boscoscuro riders at least, of Vietti and Guevara, continue to show their relative pace, and then there's a bit of a gulf between themselves and the other Boscoscuros. The other 4, in fact, are all in qualifying 1, that being Unchu, Canet, Alberto Fernandez and Luca Lanetta. Here is Guevara through the Biondetti. Almost feels disrespectful to call it a chicane because it is taken in 3rd gear at around about 170 kilometers an hour, and the slow-mo gives you a little bit of an example of the direction change and the movement that you feel on the bike through there as Agius now tackles that corner. You can see him there in 3rd, immediately shifts up to 4th on the way out of Biondetti 2, and so important, as we've been discussing all weekend, to get a good run out of this final corner at Vicini, particularly when you're Sena Agius, who does appear to be lacking that ultimate top speed. Let's hopefully see how high he gets. Well, we're not going to, unfortunately, because we cut away at the inopportune moment, and Agius trying to get himself a bit of slipstream there behind Huertas. Back on board we go. with the Australian, and he does just about hit 300 kilometres, and there you could just hear it, just underneath our control. You could just hear the reg just beginning to sort of plateau as Agius was bouncing off the limiter on that Cal-X, and ultimately couldn't make any kind of inroads, could he, on Huertas up ahead of him down that 1 kilometre straight.
Yeah, it's where Agius is really struggling, as mentioned over in Jerez when he was battling for the lead. Of course, every time he tried to overtake down that short back straight, has to be said, compared to, of course, Mugello. As soon as he pulled out the slipstream, he just was going nowhere. Basically hit 295 according to the speed charts there. So even with slipstream, Agius at best is equal P14 on the top speed charts. Alonso Lopez is top of them at the moment with 300. Luca Nanetta, another tall rider, to be fair, Nanetta has hit 300. So has Danny Holgado as well, and Celestino Vietti, of course, who are fully expecting to be well in the pole position fight and well in the victory hunt tomorrow as well. 298. So yeah, if Agius wants to get himself into that victory fight, he's got a bit of ground to make up. He was 7.5 tenths away yesterday in P10. Automatians Q2 is Australian, so that was job done in terms of Friday. But clearly, as things stand, Agius not quite got it all hooked up to be sort of in that podium hunt at the moment. A long way to go, of course. He can find some settings here in FP2, but for Agius, you do feel like he's got to have a good qualifying, got to start on those front two rows. Ethan Guevara was saying this yesterday as well, and try and get a good start. And once you feel Agius is in that group and can use some slipstream to help him stay with these riders around the rest of the circuit, Agius should be absolutely fine.
In terms of the sort of pace that we're seeing from riders at the moment, Vietti over the line does a 150.1, that followed at 50.2 on his previous lap. Ethan Guevara's most recent lap across the line was a 149.9. Liking the look of Alonso in this morning session too. He did a 50.0 and has just come over the line to do a 150.2 at the moment on his particular lap. Here is the young Colombian on the number 80 now coming through the Arabiata sequence, and we're only halfway through this FP2 session, but it certainly appears that Alonso has made the step forward he was looking for.
Yeah, Holgado on a 50.1 last time around as well. So Holgado looking decent as well, up inside that top six there, just one place ahead of Ivan Ortolo. Alonso just ahead of him as well. We're looking at Alonso now. He's looking really good, and now he's got no injury issues, hopefully, for the spectacle. We would like to see Alonso in this victory hunt on a regular basis, and I'm sure he will be. I don't think anyone has any doubts that he's going to be a title contender. Let's be honest, with the results he's had so far, for Alonso to be P5, and I know 46.5 points sounds like a lot at this stage of the season, and to be fair, it is, especially when the likes of Gonzales and Guevara and Celestino Vietti are super consistent, but particularly Gonzales and Guevara. Alonso's given himself a bit of work to do, but I think once he gets that first podium of the season, once he gets that first victory of the season, which can't be too far away, I'm sure, like London buses, more will be coming at once. So 50.385, slightly slower that time around for Alonso. What he's doing is still plenty quick enough in terms of being with the top riders. Agius last time around was a 51.2, so let's see how the riders go further on into the session. But yeah, Alonso not looking too shabby.
50.7 for Guevara on his last lap around. Vietti is approaching the line now. He's done a 50.2 once again, a 50.6 for Gonzales, and you can perhaps see why that lap was ever so slightly slower for David Alonso on that particular occasion. Still quick despite all that.
Yeah, turn 10, Scarpa rear, downhill braking zone, very tricky to get right on a regular basis. A lot of riders were saying yesterday in Moto3 and in Moto2 that finding consistency is very difficult, especially when you've not been here plenty of times before. Alonso, of course, has been here in Moto3 and in Moto2 last year, of course, but yeah, getting that lap nailed on a consistent basis is very tricky around Mugello. But yeah, Alonso just treating us to a nice little slow-mo. Great work from the camera guys and girls out there as always to get those shots, and just about saving it. Not too much of a big save, I don't think, not one of the bigger ones we'll see, but still he'd have felt that, and it was a little moment there to get round turn 10.
This is Daniel Holgado chasing Danny Munoz, a rider who he got very familiar with back in Brazil when they were fighting for victory in the latter stages of that race. Now climbing up over the crest, and you plunge downhill once again into Scarpa here, and visibly Holgado closing in on Munoz, who is down in 18th place in this session. Best he's done so far in this session is a 150.6. Munoz did a 50.3 in practice yesterday afternoon. And yeah, Aspal will be pretty pleased with what they're seeing at the moment from both of their riders. Gonzales gets well and truly out of the way on the outside of Tayo. And Holgado doing pretty consistent low 150s here, isn't he? Might lose a little bit of time here and has up behind Munoz, so this lap time will not be particularly special. Holgado, one thing he's not lacking at the moment, looking on the top speed charts, is that overall horsepower and speed down the straights. Expect him to zero in and move past Munoz here. In fact, he was almost past him by the time he got to the finish line there, and that was taking candy from a baby, wasn't it, for Danny Holgado. Still did a 150.572. Munoz is down in 19th on the top speeds. He's giving up 6 kilometres an hour to Holgado in terms of their overall best top speed of the session, and it looks it on that particular lap around.
Yeah, if you needed a reminder, not that anyone does tuning in or us watching and commentating on as well, that slipstream is very impactful here, then that was it from Danny Holgado. Just looking at Luca Nanetta and Jose Antonio Rueda, 50.4 for Nanetta, 50.5 for Rueda. Decent lap times for the two rookies. Colin Vire slightly so on that time around. So yeah, the most consistent riders so far have been, of course, the ones at the top of the timesheets, but obviously Celestino Vietti 49.6, but we haven't seen another 149 set by anyone in quite a while. Celestino Vietti leading rounds the OnlyFans American Race Tour. Here we pick up Luca Nanetta, of course a home hero. He enjoyed himself yesterday, of course enjoyed himself at the Catalan Grand Prix as well, picking up his first Moto2 top 10, and it wasn't really a fluke either. Qualified really well over in Catalunya did Luca Nanetta, and backed it up with a P9 in the race, P10 on the grid, P9 in the race. A really strong ride from the rookie who's had his injury issues this year, and one of the many Italians here this weekend who's hoping to have a good weekend. And he was one of the rookies, like Rueda, who was sort of disappointed to miss out on a fully dry FP1 session. Doesn't look like Ethan Guevara's particularly pleased in the box there, does he? Whereas Guevara in the session is P3, so not a bad session in terms of the one lap he's done to get himself inside that top 3, but for him to be sat in the box at this stage instead of lapping and getting more laps on the board to try and figure out the tyre wear, and for Sunday as well, Denis Onchu clearly pushing on this lap, and that's judged by the red sector as well. But yeah, something not quite right for Guevara there.
I wonder if Onchu, well, he must have done looking at the lap times with all no disrespect intended to Denis Onchu. Surely a new tyre has gone in here, and we did speak earlier on in the session of how the Mark VDS riders were pretty quick, or certainly quick compared to when they've been for much of the season over longer runs, but when they put a new tyre in to go for a place in Q2, they weren't able to make that jump forward. So perhaps it's no great surprise to see Onchu sticking a tyre in this morning as perhaps a bit of a dress rehearsal for FP2, and given that he was pointing in all sorts of directions coming out of the Biondetti sequence, it wasn't the only part of the lap where that bike was moving around underneath the young Turk. This, I believe, is coming out of the final corner, Bacchini. Yes, indeed it is. Was still the fastest lap of the morning so far, a 1:49.639, which is 0.8 of a second quicker than Onchu went in practice yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, as mentioned, the Turk was feeling pretty good yesterday, arguably the best he's felt all season. Just couldn't quite hook it up at the end of the session, but he was hooking up there, wasn't he, Denis Onchu? And Onchu at full chat is a sight to behold, and hopefully we're going to be seeing the 53 and of course Aaron Canet as well at the top of the leaderboards more often, as unfortunately that lap goes away for Denis Onchu. So the excitement unfortunately disappears, but he knows he's capable of that, and we know he's now capable of that as well. But yeah, Onchu's lap time has been cancelled for track limits. We saw a lot of that yesterday when looking at the timesheets. A lot of laps in Moto3 and in Moto2, which I was looking at. A lot of cancelled laps. Obviously Mugello here, plenty of green paint on the outside of corners. You can see it there on the exit of Biondetti 2, turn 14. There's Denis Onchu dives up the inside at turn 15. You just get confirmation there of what we told you. Lap time cancelled for number 53, Denis Onchu, due to exceeding track limits. Hopefully this time around he's not going to. What sort of lap is Onchu on? He's on a personal best, half a second off what he was doing last time around, but still going to move the leaderboard. It is into P14.
So we have so many long fast corners here, it's sort of in your interest to make the angle of the corner as long as possible. You don't want to take too tight a line and compromise your speed on the way out, so I guess that does incentivise you to push it as far as you can
and as close as you can to the very limit of the racetrack. Alonso Lopez has also moved up the order. He's just got into second place on a 1:49.737. Talking big was Alonso Lopez at the end of yesterday. He says he had a lot of margin after practice yesterday, and he was fifth, only 3/10 off the pace. And I think we're going to see some risks taken from Alonso Lopez, given that he's targeting the front two rows at all costs, he says.
Yeah, read those quotes yesterday as well. Lopez at the bottom of your screens there on a decent lap time. But I think the thing with Lopez is, I seem to think every Friday Lopez is very comfortable in terms of one lap rhythm and getting a couple of laps at the end of practice. We see him very often the sort of in the top five on a Friday, was in the top 5, was in the top 3 in Catalonia, was in the top 5 in France, Jerez as well. So recent Grand Prix, Lopez has been absolutely sublime on a Friday. Just needs to work on that race rhythm and tyre management, which he lamented over at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, a couple of weekends ago. So if Lopez can just find those extra tenth or two around race distance, he's going to be well in that podium fight on a more regular basis, which of course is where we're often seeing Alonso Lopez in the previous years in Moto2.
Good third sector there for Lopez, which could see him not a million miles away from an all-time lap record here. I guess he'll already feel vindicated with his switch across from the Speed RS team, even allowing for what Vietti's currently doing. Lopez did struggle for much of last season on the Boscoscuro and is enjoying life on a Calix. 1:49.509 is not an all-time lap record, but that is now the third fastest lap time of the whole weekend so far.
Yeah, good stuff from Lopez, and the team clearly happy with that as well. Pretty sure Lopez will have slotted in a fresh rear tyre, and of course they've got tyres to play with after FP1 was pretty much fully wet. Some riders at the end of the session did go out for a couple of laps on the slick tyres. They wouldn't have punished them too much though in the conditions, so I don't think there's any worries this weekend about preserving tyres. Lopez of course straight into Q2, so he's not got to worry about using the set in Q1 as well, so that bodes well for later on for Lopez.
Here's on Chu once again, who I guess would have been somewhere near the sharp end had he not had that lap time cancelled, so in many respects he might feel he's proven his point. Are we going to see where he did exceed track limits? Yes, we are, and it was when he got a little loose coming out of Biondetti. The reason was because he dropped over the edge of that curve and onto that cursed green paint.
Yeah, on Chu out of shape there, probably lost a bit of time. I mean, still set the fastest final sector and went quickest, but yeah, on Chu just dipping his wheels onto the green as we focus in on Barry Bautas, a rider we've often seen challenging for the podium, especially last year, but only one top 10 so far this year for Bautas in the opening 6 Grand Prix. Would have not expected that. I don't think anyone would have expected that for the bronze medalist from last year, and he's got his teammate Tony Arbolino behind him as well. I'm going to try to speak to Bobby Locatelli just to see what the problems are a little bit later on in qualifying, but he very often just politely waves me away. Obviously high stress when it comes to qualifying, especially when both your riders are in Q1, but Barry Bautas obviously top 3 from last year in the overall standings, and Tony Arbolino a regular podium finisher around here, and of course expecting Arbolino to be pushing for more wins and podiums on a regular basis here in Moto2. So yeah, hopefully Bobby is in a better mood later on this afternoon and he welcomes me in for a chat, but if not, then they'll apologise to everyone. But he's very polite about it, I will say that. He doesn't sort of flick the fingers up at me or anything like that. He politely waves me away, but yeah, obviously not quite going the way of Bobby Locatelli and the Reds Fantastic Racing team so far this year. You feel the potential is definitely there. We saw it with Bautas, especially in Jerez, and obviously he was at the front in Austin as well, and he was not far away in Le Mans, but just something not quite clicking. They're not getting everything they can from the package so far this season.
Well, his mood will be picking up a little bit now with his riders 3rd and 5th, Bautas and Arbolino, although just how good those lap times really are might be about to be put in some context now by the intact pair. World Championship leader Manu Gonzales up behind him on track is his teammate Sena Agius. They're just coming up behind Lunetta, it looks like, on the, in fact it's Vietti on the Speed RS Boscoscuro, and Vietti isn't slow, but at the moment running on slightly older tyres, perhaps getting in the way of Gonzales. Might not be too far away from 48 here as the Moto2 pace continues to pick up. Bit of slipstream too for Manu Gonzales. You can almost reach out and touch the onboard camera on the back of Vietti's bike, and both of the intact riders set 49.0s. It's Agius who now takes the all-time lap record on a 49.032.
Yeah, good to see the Aussie then rise into P1. That bodes well though for Celestino Vietti in qualifying, and of course in the race later on. Manu Gonzales tucked right behind the Boscura of the Italian and couldn't get by him. In fact, as soon as he pulled out of the slipstream, Vietti started to pull away. So that's good news for Vietti in terms of top speed and trying to break the slipstream with the riders chasing. But good to see Aegis rise to P1. Was 10th yesterday, and we know slipstream is crucial around here, but even more so, as we've mentioned, for Senna Aegis. But clearly has found a step so far in this session, and Liquid Moly Dynabot Intact GP1-2 as Aegis goes for an FP2 lunge late in the session on the home hero. Just steady on, Senna. You don't want to be upsetting the Mugello fans by potentially knocking off Celestino.
Well, he's 2 seconds lap quicker at the moment than Vietti. That's the difference between brand new tyre and Vietti, who's, I would assume, on the same tyre start of the session, when he's going to try getting to Scarperia once again. No way through on Celestino Vietti. That Boscura, even on old tyres, is working nicely. Not an easy bike to pass for Aegis, who now decides, I'll pick my battles a little later on in the weekend. Of course, he has some history with Celestino Vietti. They collided in the opening Grand Prix of last season in Buriram, and perhaps Senna Aegis is thinking to himself, well, this talk of the top 3 riders in the World Championship, well, I've won 2 Grand Prix this year. I'm only 8 points behind Celestino Vietti, and I could quite easily force my way into that pack myself.
Yeah, he's lost a bit of the ground recently in terms of the overall title frame picture, but he's less than 40 points away, and as you rightly mentioned, as we know, a couple of Grand Prix victories to his name. And now we rightly focus on Ethan Guevara, so he was shaking his head and not looking too happy around about 10 minutes ago in the box. He's looking a bit happier now.
I remember yesterday when Manu Gonzales set an all-time lap record, and Ethan Guevara was essentially, I'm not having this. I'm going to go out there and beat that and just show Manu, show my World Championship rival exactly who is boss. And Guevara might be about to do that here. Is this the first 148 around Mugello on a Moto2 bike? You bet it is. And by 0.3 of a second, Ethan Guevara now takes over at Mugello.
Yeah, nice little wave to his competition there. Then Ethan Guevara saying, yeah, don't you worry, I'm still here. And the team are pretty happy with that as well. Gino Borsoi trying to hide his smile, but failing to do so before the camera panned to him. So, yeah, a really good lap time that from Guevara. That's a mini gauntlet laid down ahead of qualifying, and qualifying has been where Guevara has struggled so far this season. He said if he qualifies on the top 2 rows later on this afternoon, he'll be very, very pleased with that. And looking at that time, he's absolutely in line to do so. Guevara, who qualified 11th over at the Catalan Grand Prix, started in 11th and obviously came back to the podium. It's only in Le Mans and in Buriram where he's qualified on the top 2 rows this season, and he went on to finish 2nd and 1st in those Grand Prix. So if Guevara can just figure out how to regularly qualify on the top 2 rows, he's going to give himself plenty less to do on a Sunday, and with less to do, who knows what the ceiling is for Ethan Guevara.
Because he's often one of the fastest starters, and he's often quite dynamic on lap 1s in Moto2 battles, is Guevara. So if he's anywhere near the front of the field, then you won't get very long odds on him leading at the end of lap 1 tomorrow. Salach continues to get himself in and amongst the top 4 or 5, back up to 4th now on a 149.186, just a 10th behind the intact pair of Aegis and Gonzales, nearly half second though behind Guevara, who has really moved the goalposts somewhat in this morning's session. And once again, the ferocious rate of progress of the performance of Moto2 in terms of the bikes, in terms of rider skill, in terms of the tyre performance as well, being provided by Pirelli. We are now 1 second faster than the all-time lap record before this weekend began. Moreira only last year took pole on a 149.7. We're now a full second quicker.
Quite staggering, really, isn't it, for these riders to be doing these sorts of lap times. Last time around for Manu Gonzales was a 49.4, so absolutely not very slow, not a personal best or want to challenge Ethan Guevara, but still very consistent. He's got Aegis and Celestino Vietti just up ahead of him as well. If we can have these 3 doing this sort of thing in the Grand Prix tomorrow, that'll go down very nicely as well. And chuck in an Ethan Guevara, maybe a Philip Salach up there as well at the top of the timesheet. David Alonso, of course, Danny Holgado, other names to be a little bit quiet, but Aegis is still having
trouble with Celestino Vietti, aren't they?
Hounding Vietti. Vietti now does move out of the way. I think Vietti has figured out that he may be just struggling for pace slightly. 51.3 last time around for Vietti, so hopefully that's, well, it's obviously Vietti still pushing, but the tyre must have obviously suffered plenty in that 30-minute session. But if Vietti hasn't pitted, but we don't think he has, then that's obviously good information for tomorrow. We do believe Manu Gonzales and Sena Agius have pitted for some fresh rubber. So, yeah, Vietti, albeit slower at the end of this session, has got some really good data ahead of his home Grand Prix tomorrow.
Yeah, he might be sitting there thinking, you guys keep setting lap records, you put your new tyres in and think of qualifying. I'm looking at the race tomorrow and I've got the information in my head that you may not, in terms of how steep the tyre drop's going to be, when it's going to drop, when he's going to potentially have to adapt his riding style to get around some issues in the race. 16 laps Vietti's put in, which will now become 17 as he takes the checkered flag. Race distance, to remind you, the Italian Grand Prix tomorrow, which Moto2 gets underway at 12:15, just after midday here, local time, is 19 laps. So Vietti might have ended this session in 6th. He might be 9/10 off the pace, but I don't think he'll be remotely disappointed with his morning's work.
No, 100% not. He won't be concentrating on the sort of 9/10 deficit to Ethan Guevara. He'll be concentrating on what exactly did that tyre do in that sort of last 5 laps. Obviously, the pace dropped significantly. But as we said, great information for tomorrow. A really good session for Sena Agius. He'll take a lot of confidence from that, as will Manu Gonzales. However, over 1 lap, it looks like they're all chasing Ethan Guevara heading into qualifying. 3/10 and a little bit more for Guevara is a very healthy margin at the end of FP2. Expect that to be a lot closer in qualifying, as we saw yesterday. But that's, as I mentioned, a bit of a gauntlet laid down and a bit of a warning shot to his rivals to say, I'm not totally happy with how I was feeling on the bike, but then I can go out, set a lap time all on his own as well without any slipstream. So that's really promising signs for Guevara, who is clearly now a lot happier than he was around about 15 minutes ago.
Interesting looking at the strategy from Intact, sending Agius and Gonzales out together. One wonders whether that might be a real ace up their sleeve in qualifying 2 later on. Guevara and Vietti, of course, each have a rookie teammate that is going through qualifying 1 later on today. Of course, we might see either or both of Lunetta and Fernandez move through into qualifying 2. They were both in Q2 in Barcelona last time out, but could that be a real trump card for Intact later on in qualifying? In fact, they have 2 riders who could potentially tow each other up that main straight in Q2. Ethan Guevara, without any help from slipstreams or such like, was still quickest and set the fastest ever Moto2 lap on Mugello this morning, a 48.7. 3/10 clear of Agius and Gonzales. Salach 4th from Lopez and Vietti. Munoz took 7th, ahead of Escrich, Arbolino and Alonso, who also caught the eye with his consistency early on. Holgado 11th, ahead of Ortola. Rueda 13th. And then Garcia, Kinet and Bayer. Sasaki took 17th for the RW squad, ahead of Unchu, who was much higher than that for his lap time but cancelled for track limits. Robertson Huertas complete the top 20, ahead of Lunetta for Rosato, Vanden Gorberg, Baltus, whose lap time also got cancelled, Fernandez, Oradre and Zurutuza completing your field of 27. But it was the 28 on top in Moto2 this morning. A new lap record for title chaser Ethan Guevara. Is he the favourite for pole in Moto2 later on this afternoon? We're going to begin the countdown to qualifying in MotoGP in just a moment. Free practice 2 is up next.
Based next to rolling hills and valleys, just over an hour from Ducati's HQ in Bologna, lies magnificent Mugello, one of MotoGP's unmissable spectacles. Royal Tuscany is a postcard setting for the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy, and Mugello sits less than 30 kilometres from the stunning architecture of Florence. Sprint Saturday 7 starts with qualifying coming up live. It's time for MotoGP. So first on the Grand Prix calendar, 50 years ago. The first Grand Prix here back in 1976, and what a 50 years it has been. 40th Grand Prix to take place here at this magnificent Mugello circuit. 15 corners, 5.24 miles, just over 3.8 2 miles in length, and it packs a punch, doesn't it, Mugello? It has a little bit of everything. Fast speeds, heavy braking, elevation changes, high speed direction changes. One of the toughest challenges for man and machine on the entire Grand Prix calendar. Most demanding braking points turns 1, 4, and the final corner turns 15. Well, that's what we like to see, because it looks like it is going to be a sunny sprint Saturday here in the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. Good morning, one and all. Welcome to this spectacular part of Italy's Tuscany region. Off in the background, the very familiar mountains that flank this magnificent venue. It's 50th anniversary, and they did such a great job on Mugello. The track layout has not changed a single millimetre since it was first opened here all the way back in 1976. The Italian crowd and the Italian riders yesterday on Free Practice Friday, well, they certainly enjoyed their opening day on home soil, because we had 4 Italian riders lock out the top 4 places at the end of what was always a pretty dramatic and thrilling practice session here yesterday, led by the bang-in form Fabio Di Gianantonio. What a purple patch Digia is having right now. Winner, of course, of our last Grand Prix over in Barcelona. Top Ducati in the World Championship, 3rd in the rankings. He is going into this afternoon's 11-lap Tissot sprint. Digia, well, he was fastest in both practice sessions here yesterday. A 1:44.808 got the job done for Digia. His closest challenger, well, that was fellow Ducati GP26 rider Pecco Bagnaia, already a 3-time MotoGP winner here previously in Mugello. Andrea Bastianini getting some home comforts as well. It was certainly a home sweet home for Andrea yesterday, 3rd fastest and top KTM, and completing that top Italian quartet was Frankie Morbidelli. A great day for VR Footage Racing, with both of their riders inside the top 4. Marcmarquez on his injury return safely through to Q2 in 6th place. World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, 15 points clear in the standings going into the sprint this afternoon. Well, he was 7th fastest. Some big names that missed out, including Pedro Acosta on pole position last time out in Barcelona. He has to go through Q1, and in 1 KTM made it through into the top 10 yesterday. The top 10 yesterday, we have to mention, was completed by Diogo Moreira. Fantastic ride by the rookie from Brazil. First time we're going to see Moreira feature in a Q2 session. But it was all about the Italians yesterday. They did a job on the field. Coming up this morning, FP2, 30 minutes coming our way next live in the glorious Mugello sunshine. And then we go qualifying. Who'll be on pole position number 7 in 2026. And it's all the company. Matt Burt, Lewis will be in the commentary box. Check out the yard down in pit lane. We're in Mugello, which means only one thing on a Saturday morning, Lewis. It's special helmet time.
Yes, the dedication there on the back also to the late Alessandro Zanardi, who lost his life very recently. Of course, a former Formula 1 driver and Paralympic gold medalist. Also saw a pineapple on there for Marco Bezzecchi. Not that I think Italians necessarily feel that's welcome on pizzas, but I'm sure many watching will disagree with that. Bezzecchi was 7th at the end of practice yesterday, and felt much more confident about his performance and potential over race distance than he potentially might do in qualifying, which is of course coming up in around about an hour and a half.
It's a 7th place, which Marco Bezzecchi has got very accustomed to of late. 3 successive Fridays now. He's finished in P7. Catalonia, of course, 4th in the Grand Prix. The first time since Malaysia last year. He wasn't 1st or 2nd in a Grand Prix. First time since Malaysia last year. We didn't see an Aprilia feature on the podium last time out in Barcelona. Looking much happier. Looking much more like his old self. Pecco Bagnaia, winner here in 2022, 2023 and in 2024. Main difference, it seems to be, Lewis, he's got the GP26 Ducati turning better. They've seemed to have cured and got rid of some of the understeer issues which plagued Pecco so badly here 1 year ago. He looks more in the game, and good to see.
Yeah, good to see Pecco back, and you heard the roar there and the air horns already going off in the grandstands. They do love Pecco Bagnaia dearly, and it must have hurt the fans as much as it hurt Pecco last year to see his struggles. We now cut to Luca Marini, of course, in the factory Honda box, continuing the theme of special Mugello helmet. Now, there's a a very special story behind this for Luca Marini. It's a collaboration with Cascipa Il Cuore, which is a charity that helps hospitalised children in this part of the world. A lovely touch, a lovely sentiment for Luca Marini for his Mugello special.
A bit of work through this morning for both Honda HRC Castra riders. They were struggling more than expected around Mugello yesterday. Luca way down the order in 19th place. His teammate Joan Mir, of course, who was still denied the podium silverware last time out in Barcelona with a tyre pressure infringement. Mir was suffering as well in 15th place. He might be suffering a little bit of pain. You can see the strapping and the bandaging on that left, a little finger on the left-hand side of Fabio Giannantonio. That has caused him some discomfort. He wasn't exactly feeling on top form yesterday either. A little bit sick, a little bit of nausea. But when he was on the bike, he was supremely fast, and that is a gorgeous special home race helmet for Digia. And it's all part of the interior of a supercar that he treated himself to in the winter. So his Catalan win bonus has already been spent. There's a few contra deals going on. I'm guessing it's not an Audi because he would not reveal which car he had purchased a few weeks ago, but we are told it's a pretty shiny, expensive one.
Yes, we know his boss Valentino Rossi is very closely linked to BMW, so I don't know whether that might be a potential candidate to Giannantonio. Whatever he's wearing and whatever he's driving away from the circuit is in such a rich vein of form on track, on two wheels, and is certainly amongst the favourites, if not the outright favourite for pole position. Don't rule out the world champion, Marquez, who returned to action yesterday, 6th quickest, and it certainly would appear that over one lap of this Mugello circuit, he is very much in the game to challenge for a place on the front row of the grid. The longer he's out there, perhaps it might get a little more difficult for him.
He was admitting, though, yesterday when he spoke to media, he did expect to feel a little bit better, a little bit sharper on top of that factory Ducati yesterday. He still feels like, in terms of race pace, and he talked about this pre that double operation on the right foot, and in particular the right shoulder, which has troubled him since the season-ending Mandalika crash last year. He's about half a second off in terms of race pace. The good news for Mark is the 2 screws that were removed that were compressing his radial nerve, which were causing pain and a bit of numbness in his right hand and his right fingers. He didn't experience anything like that here in Mugello yesterday, so positive signs for the reigning world champion. Some work to do for Jorge Martin on the factory Aprilia. He left it late. He delivered a special late lap of a 1:45.132 to get himself into Q2 in 8th place, but after 6 crashes in 4 days, Lewis, over a bruising Barcelona weekend, the heaviest which came at the Monday test, which did hospitalise Jorge. It's been hard work out there so far, and he admitted today he'll not be able to ride without painkillers. He's struggling.
Yeah, his worst Friday of the season, he said, and of course we remember how his Friday, certainly Friday morning, went back in Barcelona, and that wasn't exactly perfect either. So Martin riding through some pain and also trying to rebuild that confidence, which took 6 serious batterings, didn't it, back in Barcelona, even if one of those crashes wasn't necessarily all his fault. Did get himself though through to Q2. He was 8th quickest yesterday. It was super close once again yesterday. Of course, the last 2 Fridays we've seen the closest ever practice session in the sprint era of MotoGP in consecutive weekends, Le Mans then Barcelona. Yesterday's was the 4th closest top 10 in the practice era, just 3.5 tenths covering the top 10.
We have to give a big shout out to Andrea Bastianini, who was on screen just a few moments ago. His best Friday ever at KTM. Best Friday since Sepang 2024, of course, when he was a factory Ducati rider. Positive signs for Andrea. If you can't beat them, join him. He's been poring over Pedro Acosta's data. He said Acosta's clearly been the fastest KTM so far this year. He's been the reference, so what's he doing that I'm not? The conclusions were, after the Barcelona test, that Acosta was a lot stronger on corner entry and braking compared to Andrea. That's what Andrea has been focusing on throughout this weekend. Well, copycat has worked a treat because while he was on form and firing yesterday, 3rd fastest with a 1:44.911, Acosta and the other KTMs were really struggling. Acosta 13th, almost half a second back, and now it's roles reversed. Pedro Acosta was saying last night, well, I need to go and have a look at Andrea's laptop and find out what's going on.
Yeah, because there was a serious gap between the two in terms of position. 3rd for Bastianini, 13th for Acosta, but nearly 4/10 of a second in terms of outright pace between them. Bastianini perhaps a little more concerned though over his longer race pace, which is generally his great strength. He had a bit of a floating feeling, he said, when the from the rear of the bike when the tyre started to get old, so that might be something that he'll look to dial out in this morning's FP2 session in what are perfect conditions first thing on this Saturday morning after the slightly damp start to the Italian Grand Prix in FP1 yesterday. Perfect conditions from here on in now.
He's carried that issue right from round 1 in Burma. I remember him saying back in Thailand he had this sort of floating feeling on the front end, quite unnerving when you're trying to race a 360 km an hour on a GP bike. He was fastest through the speed gun yesterday, wasn't he? Agura, well, as always, fine margins, narrow gaps can completely change your weekend in MotoGP. Agura 11th, just missing out on direct place in Q2 yesterday by less than 0.08 of a second. Positive start to proceeding yesterday as well. He was third quickest in the morning session, in the damp session. Agura, he'd got out of bed the wrong side, or the right side I should say, for once yesterday morning, but work to do with both Trackhouse Aprilias.
Moreira 10th on the LCR Honda, first Q2 appearance for the rookie. That has plunged the likes of Acosta and the Trackhouse Aprilias, and potentially Juan Mir, another name that you perhaps wouldn't have expected to be as low down as he was, down in 15th place, perhaps struggling by their usual standards yesterday in practice. And as mentioned, it was super close. A second covered the top 18 yesterday, down to Brad Binder with his various mechanical dramas yesterday down in P18.
Yeah, sort of concerning signs at the moment down at KTM. We saw Pedro Acosta's RC16 cut out in dramatic fashion in Barcelona, instigating that real serious incident involving Alex Marquez, and Brad Binder saying yesterday different issues he explained to the media, but again just the KTM cutting out on him, so something that the Mattinghoffen engineers are going to have to address quite quickly, because they are running into some sort of red-faced reliability issues of late. Speaking about Diogo Moreira, loved his comment yesterday when he did that 45.162 to get himself into Q2 for the first time yesterday. He just said, I had one clear goal. I even told my mechanics, I even told the team, my one plan is, we're in Mugello, fault on an Italian.
Yeah.
Just get behind any Italian rider, preferably a fast one, because they will show you around Mugello. They've cut thousands and thousands of laps around this great circuit, and it was a tactic that paid off handsomely for Diogo Moreira. I love that.
The Italian in question was Pecco Bagnaia yesterday at the end of practice. He's often very good at that, is Moreira, at identifying the right rider to follow. And when you are a rookie like Moreira is, who better to learn from around Mugello than a 3-time winner around here in Pecco Bagnaia? It reminds me of, I think it might have been Marc Marquez or someone else who said it back in Misano, where he said, if you're going to follow someone around there, follow one of the VR46 Academy riders. Moreira clearly getting his strategy spot on yesterday, but it is fair to say that first Q2 appearance had been coming.
It was when Mark won that flag-to-flag race for Gresini in 2024, wasn't it? It started just spots the raid, and Mark at that time I think was behind Pecco Bagnaia, and he just went, well, whatever Pecco's doing, he knows the weather around here. He lives up the road, for crying out loud. I'm just going to do exactly what he does. Of course, on that occasion, it was when Jorge Martin made the completely wrong call that it really did at that stage of 2024, throw the World Championship upside down. At the moment, though, Fabio Di Giannantonio, the only way he's going is up, because he is performing out of his skin at the moment. Not 100% at his physical best. He talked about it yesterday. We saw the bandage on that left little finger, the legacy of him being involved in the Acosta Alex Marquez incident in Barcelona. That has causing him a bit of an issue. It's a physical, long, fast and flowing lap around Mugello, and he says with that injury on that left pinky, he's just not able to grip the handlebar like he normally would do. Tough in the change of directions, tough in the hard braking zones, although you have to say it wasn't really much of a handicap yesterday, was it, for Fabio Di Giannantonio? Fastest in both sessions yesterday, fastest on a Friday for just the second time in his MotoGP career. This is Grand Prix start number 86, so he is flying, he is the rider to catch.
And he's a genuine title contender at the moment at this stage of the season. Of course, this is only round 7 of our 22-round season. Only 26 points off the World Championship lead, and in red hot form is Fabio Di Giannantonio, so just who knows how far up the standings he could get as we go through this season, as we're on board with Pecco Bagnaia, who's got off to a flyer in this morning session. He's straight down into the 145s now, 145.911. I guess we'll have to wait until we get to Sunday afternoon to say whether this is the peak Pecco Bagnaia back, but with 3 victories already to his name, including 2 doubles, of course, in the sprint era, 23 and 24. He won on both Saturday and Sunday around here. He loves this place.
We've got a new MotoGP all-time top speed record, folks. Jorge Martinez just blasted through the speed traps here in Mugello on the factory Aprilia at a mind-blowing 368.6 kilometres an hour. That's why we've jumped on board with Jorge straight away. 368.6 kilometres an hour. That has been the previous record in MotoGP, 366.1 kilometres an hour. In old money, that is 230.37 miles an hour. Wow. Aprilia then, they've got the best motorcycle in MotoGP right now. They have now got the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history, just shy of 370 kilometres an hour. Unbelievable. We were waiting for it. We were waiting for a new top speed record. Aprilia and Jorge Martin have delivered it.
And by my reckoning, Iagura equalled the old record at the same time. He hit 366.1 himself on the Trackhouse Aprilia. Eye-watering, mind-blowing speed from these modern MotoGP machines. And Jorge Martin did a 146.1 in doing that. And I guess we're going to see as we go to the weekend when the racing starts, that record might not even be finished yet.
My brain just can't compute that. I can't calculate that. 230 miles an hour. Come on, shall we get greedy?
Yeah.
Shall we have 370 clicks down the start-finish straight here in Mugello? This is the fastest track in the world, the record of 366.1, which, as Lewis mentioned, held by Paul Espargaro and Brad Binder, has been matched this morning by Iagura. So we knew already that this was going to be the place of all the tracks on the calendar where the top speed record could be broken. Jorge Martin has delivered the fastest ever top speed we have witnessed since Grand Prix motorcycle racing began all the way back in 1949, 368.6 kilometres an hour.
Just unbelievable speed. Is the rate of performance, the rate of progress in terms of the motorcycles in every aspect, be it tyres, be it ride height devices, be it engines, be it aero. They're constantly moving the game on in MotoGP nowadays, and it's another symbol of the progress that Aprilia have been making in every aspect of that motorcycle. As you mentioned, they're the fastest bikes from zero off a start line. Clearly at the end of straights they are super quick too, which generally gives you the feeling that if an Aprilia is anywhere near the front of the grid for the sprint later on and the Grand Prix tomorrow, they are going to waltz to the front of the Grand Prix by turn 1.
Top speed in history. Okay, yeah, we're talking about the fastest ever recorded top speed. Jorge Martin at 368.6. Poor old Jack Miller on the Pramac Yamaha in this session is 25 kilometres slower than Jorge Martin through the speed gun. I mean, Martin maybe had a bit of a slipstream, a bit of a reference. He certainly nailed his exit coming out of the final corner.
That's about 15 miles an hour that Miller's, and someone runs into you at 15 miles an hour, that would hurt quite a lot. That gives you the idea of the difference. Di Gianantonio now takes top spot back from Bagnaia at 1:45.641. Reminder, we were in the 44s yesterday afternoon.
Well, let's go down now to Aprilia, where I'm sure their engineering group is proud as punch right now, because they have just witnessed their motorcycle, their engineered RSGP, set the fastest ever top speed in MotoGP history. What an accolade that is, and a man behind it so key to Aprilia's recent and current success, Fabiano Sterlicchini, is with Jack.
Yeah, it certainly is. Fabiano, what an honour that is for Aprilia and all of the engineering department down here. 368 kilometres an hour, 230 miles an hour, a brand new MotoGP top speed record. How much does that mean to the Noali factory?
Yeah, for sure it's one of the targets that we have because it's super, let me say, exciting to reach the highest than ever. Obviously, it is thanks to the job of all the people in the company in terms of aerodynamic perfection and also the engine performance, and everything is the synergic work of all the aspects of the bike. Clearly, we never see the hand of the weekend, and also the years before, several times the highest of the weekend is during the race for a lot of slipstream. So, for sure it's a target. but we see for the rest of the weekend.
It wasn't that long ago that Aprilia maybe wasn't regarded as the most prolific engine on the grids, but the work in that area, the work on aerodynamics over the past couple of years has been exemplary to take you to where you are in the championship now. How much of this is a team effort rather than just what we see on the engine side?
No, for sure, as usual, I say is a combination of a lot of answers together, and for sure reduce the friction in terms of, for example, the chain, together with the engine performance, together with the aerodynamic drag reduction, is obviously everything. But in the meantime, part of the top speed is coming from in the way that you are exiting from the last corner. So the stability of the bike, the electronic, is always together.
You say maybe with a bit of slipstream in the race we could see 370. Can we get excited maybe hitting that milestone?
I'm not excluding, because clearly if we have the right direction of the wind with the tailwind, with some slipstream, is possible another 2 kilometers faster.
We'll keep an eye on it. Fabiano, for now anyway, Aprilia are the new record holders. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack, and thanks to Fabiano Sterlachini. What an amazing job Aprilia have done. Is that Jorge Martin realising he's now officially the fastest rider in Grand Prix racing history? Don't do that. That'd be so Jorge Martin. So often Jorge Martin has career-defining moments and then has pretty bizarre moments to follow immediately. Remember when he won the sprint in Austin and crashed with a celebration wheelie? Well, there you heard it. I mean, Aprilia's clear intent, their clear focus coming into this Italian Grand Prix was to win and try and get 37 points. But also, they did clearly also have one eye on that top speed record. Absolutely brilliant.
Frankie Morbidelli there was also in the mix there with Martin when he came down to San Donato. If that was on the lap where he'd set the top speed record, I think we can give Jorge Martin a pass, because quite literally nobody has ever had to break from that fast in MotoGP before.
Just getting a little bit, was it Marini that cut in late onto the pit stand? I think Frankie just checked up as well. And just behind them, Jorge Martin there just reacting. Just to give you an indication, just to try and process the speed and the rate of knots that Jorge Martin was carrying down that start-finish straight there. I mean, he's basically covering over 100 metres per second on that factory Aprilia. Over 100 metres per second. I think it's about 101, 102 to be precise. Let's not really be picky about the numbers when we are celebrating, quite rightly, the fastest ever top speed in history. There you go. I'm sure Jorge Martin's going to be told very, very quickly, yet nobody in Grand Prix history has raced a motorcycle faster than you, Jorge. 3:68.6. Is there even more to come? Well, we've had two of the fastest ever top speeds this morning. Yeah, he's just realised. Yeah, there you go, Jorge. You are indeed, it's official. You have just set the fastest ever top speed in history. Whatever happened between him and Frankie Morbidelli has been quickly forgotten, hasn't it? Has he got a massive big smile on his face? He said he wasn't going to be able to race today without painkillers. Well, I think that top speed record would have done him the power of good from the medicinal side as well. Brilliant stuff.
Must be disorientated at the moment, having gone that quick. It's simply unbelievable. As you saw there, it was 3 of the top 4 in the top speeds in this session alone are factory Aprilias. There's a big puff of the cheeks there for Frankie Morbidelli, who is now under investigation. As Matt mentioned, there were kind of 3 riders involved in that incident at the start of the straight. Of course, there was also near contact at the end of the straight. Morbidelli, what's he doing? He's doing a pedestrian 351 down the straight.
Yeah, the cat got her up there, game, haven't they? 350 kilometres an hour, snail's pace. Jorge Martin then, there is his first run, which includes that mind-blowing all-time top speed record. 3:68.6. In terms of his lap times, how the impact is having on his position, he's P5 with a 1:46.104. Fabio Di Gianantonio, well, we've been getting all excited with the top speed record. He does still lead this session. 2 riders in the 45s. Di Gianantonio's in control once again, is he, this morning, just as he was in both sessions yesterday. Nobody within a quarter of a second of Digia this morning. It's as you were in terms of your top 2. At the moment, it seems like we've got a bit of a personal duel. Digia versus Bagnaia potentially over the sprint and Grand Prix. Marco Bezzecchi's up there in P3 as well.
take a look at Marco Bezzecchi wearing the Alex Zanardi replica helmet design, another Italian hero of motorsport gone past. We'll follow Bezzecchi through the final sector, and while we watch him, we'll head back down to pit lane and get a word from the KTM camp, who have had their issues already this weekend, even if they do have one rider, courtesy of Bertolini's Tech 3 KTM through to Q2. Jack Swidakiaya.
Yeah, it's been a challenging couple of days for KTM. Aki, I get the sense whenever we see a bike stopping on track at the moment, it seems to be an orange one. Is there a reason for concern with the clear reliability issues that we've seen over the past couple of days?
As we see sometimes, all of us, we have problems, and many times, of course, these things are coming in a row when you have something and you solve the problems. Okay, nothing special, I would say that, okay. Yesterday we had some issue with the Brad and his bike, and let's see. Always need to understand before to answer everything. Let's say too detailed that what really happened, but nothing dramatic at the moment.
The issues that we saw with Andrea in Barcelona, with the bike cutting out on the straight, Pedro cutting out on the straight, then Brad again cutting out on the straight yesterday. Are they at all related, or are they three separate issues?
First of all, these issues in Barcelona were not at all related to each other, so this was a little bit, let's say, a strange moment that there was a clutch issue for the start with the Brad, and some mechanic failure in Enea's bike, and then electronic problem with Veda, so they were not related to it all.
And Brad yesterday?
Yesterday was a mechanical thing.
Looking to the rest of the weekend, I think Pedro understood that maybe things might be a bit more challenging here this weekend than what we had in Barcelona, but are things as challenging as you expected?
As we see now the competition, as I mentioned all the time, that it's so close in this category now, and you know, last year also I feel that Mugello was one of those challenging tracks for Pedro, and I think he somehow know it in advance also. And he was working for this a lot, so we are still in process for this weekend first of all, but as we see yesterday, maybe it was not fitting like for him like some other track or whatever, but it's always part of the work. Thanks, Aki. Have a good one. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Aki. Thanks to Jack down in pit lane. Yes, a KTM having a few reliability issues at the moment, and they've been stripped of their top speed record as well, courtesy of the factory of Priapoy Martin. Just saw there a bit of a rookie mistake by 39-year-old Michele Pirro. Even the experienced and the oldest and wisest riders can get caught out there on an out lap. You could see he was nowhere near full racing speed, and just despite the fact we've got glorious clear blue skies and hot temperatures here this morning in Mugello, just not enough temperature on the left-hand side of that front tyre. So when he flicked it left to attack Biondetti 1 and 2, well, we saw the outcome. Down Michele Pirro went, a damaged Gresini Ducati. Thankfully, rider A-OK. He'll be angry. He'll know that he just had not pushed hard enough to get heat in the left-hand side of that tyre.
Yeah, he's done enough laps around this circuit, enough laps on MotoGP machinery to know what's required on an out lap. Clearly haven't done what was required to have that front tyre ready for Biondetti, even at that sort of speed. Pirro in 21st at the moment, he's done a 47.6. That's 8/10 off what he did yesterday. Cal Crutchlow is behind him, 22nd. Crutchlow's within 3 seconds of the outright pace, which I guess might well be a target of sorts. Of course, it's a weekend, I think, for Cal to enjoy being back on a MotoGP bike again. Difficult to really set any sort of results target for him. He's done a 48.5 in this morning's FP2 session, which is just 4/10 off what he did in practice yesterday.
Bumped into Cal briefly yesterday in the pack, and he said he felt like he'd been run over by a steamroller. He said he remembered that he'd got muscles in parts of his body which he didn't remember he got muscles. This is Jorge Martin then, all-time top speed record. Maybe in the sprint this afternoon, maybe in the Grand Prix tomorrow, maybe in qualifying with some slipstream. Are we going to get that record bettered even more? Are we going to get 370 kilometres an hour for the very first time in Grand Prix history? And there he is, dropping anchor from 368 kilometres an hour down to around 85 kilometres an hour for this real tricky downhill right-hander into San Donato. A brutal braking zone, this one. The G-forces going through the body, the upper body, your arms. Yeah, Jorge Martin. But at the moment, and that was the moment he did realise, Massimo Riva there also pointing out the accolade for Jorge Martin. Well, if that record is still standing when the media get to speak to him tonight, we're going to be asking what did that feel like. Because you get these MotoGP riders, I mean, what's the MotoGP motto this year? Wide, different. Well, that was proof that these guys genuinely are wide, different. Because I'm sure Jorge's going to say, well, to be perfectly honest with you, 368.6 kilometers an hour doesn't feel any different to 315, 320. You know,
Yeah.
all we're doing is just, all he'll be saying is, well, I'm just trying to get the best exit out the final corner, get the best slipstream I possibly can, and then just make sure that I don't make a hash of my braking zone into turn one.
How do you decide where to brake for turn one when you've never carried that much speed before when you arrive at the corner? This is Gian Antonio. Is he off the racetrack because of a mistake, or has he broken down? It would appear to be the latter. That Ducati is going to be stopped at the side of the road, and a bit of a blow for Diggio with 8 minutes of FP2 remaining.
Bit of a blow as well, because of course this potentially puts at risk his chances of having 2 bikes available for Q2 coming up shortly. He had a little bit of a look down, didn't he, in the left boot. The Wolf 49, or the Wolf, has been on the prowl over the last couple of weeks or so in MotoGP. Motor is still running, as we can see. He's able to, on the service road, continue under his own steam. So maybe there's just been some, as the bike got into sort of a safety mode setting. These sophisticated MotoGP bikes are laden with all kinds of technology, which, when they are aware of a problem, they do go into sort of a safety shutdown. That sounded rough.
Yeah, straight into neutral, and he's now just going to, I guess, cruise around on tick over now around to the pits. He's going to, as you say, want to get that bike at least back to the pits so they could try and diagnose the issue. But yeah, not a kind of incident you want to have, whether it's a crash or a mechanical at this stage of the weekend. Late in free practice 2, no further action taken after reviewing the Martin Morbidelli incident earlier on. I think that's fair enough, given the part of the racetrack it happened on, and given the outside factors that were also playing that. But yeah, Gian Antonio, who's got a real shot at pole position. He's currently on course to top 3 sessions out of 3, but potentially with a bit of a handicap in qualifying.
Yeah, that's why he's so desperate to get that bike back to the paddock and get it back to the VR46 Ducati garage so they can try and understand and diagnose and, more importantly, fix potentially what that issue was. He was having a look down, wasn't he, at his left boot, which is around where the gear shifter is. So whether it was some kind of gearbox issue, it certainly sounded a little bit clunky, didn't it, when he came off circuit. Back with Iagura, he's got some fresh rubber in, getting himself set up for an appearance in Q1. Iagura at the moment is in 10th place, the 10th place he'd love to have had yesterday. To get directly into Q2, a 146.245, his best work this morning. Once again, catching the eyes, Moreira, who we know is in Q2 directly for the first time. He's in 8th place once again. Superb this by the Pro Honda LCR rider. And Marcmarquez just 1 place further ahead. Steady away, I think, once again, as far as the 93 goes. No sense in taking any big risks at this stage of the weekend for Marc.
Yeah, Marcmarquez in Q2, and I guess will be saving himself, building up for that one big push in qualifying to try and get himself up on the front row of the grid. The rider just in the back of the picture behind Agura, who's impressed also this weekend, Fermin Aldeguer, as he goes up into 3rd place on a 45.952. Course boosted mentally, if nothing else, by the 2nd place that he got in Barcelona. Whatever the circumstances, it was an outstanding result, and he hailed his best Friday of 2026 so far yesterday, and said that some aero tweaks that he made in the Barcelona test, which have carried over to here, have seen him make a step forward.
Got a feeling that came at the perfect timing for the 21-year-old. That podium in Barcelona, his first since his win in Mandalika. So Fabio Di Gianantonio is back at the VR46 Ducati garage. Just relaying some information back to his crew of exactly what he felt went wrong. So hopefully, as far as Diggio is concerned, with 5 minutes of this FP2 session remaining, he's going to have 2 bikes at his disposal for an attack on pole position, which he has been there before so far this season. Poles in Goiânia, poles in Austin in Texas as well. 3 front row starts in the opening 6 rounds for Diggio. And fair play to Pedro Acosta, he's not taking this one lying down, isn't he? Yeah, the same instant, the stewards, I mean, obviously the initial look, I thought it was Marini that decided, I don't know if it was late, the decision to peel in the pit lane, but obviously the knock-on effect, the domino effect of the decision by Marini as he checked up there. It checked up Morbidelli and then Martin behind him. So there's been no guilt, no blame apportioned to Morbidelli, but Luca Marini and Morbidelli now under investigation. You think they're looking at Marini's action more than probably what Frankie Morbidelli was doing, having been cleared of any involvement in the Martin situation. So, yeah, Simon Crayfar's been a busy man this morning in the F1 MotoGP steward's office.
Yeah, I understand riders have been reluctant to go out onto the green there, so of course they're trained not to go out there, but I think there's an acceptance from the stewards that if you need to get out of the way and get into pit lane, it's absolutely fine to get yourself out on there without any sort of track limit strike or warning coming up at any stage. So Luca Marini perhaps will be argued that he didn't do the maximum to get out of the way there into pit lanes. Of course, naturally, the racing line coming out of that final corner, you do go as far as you can out onto that right-hand side because you want to give yourself the best possible slingshot onto the main straight to try and hit those eye-watering top speeds.
Yeah, and the stewards have spoken to the riders quite a lot over the last few months, saying that when you're on a slow-down lap or when you're coming into the pits, indicate to the riders, signal to the riders behind you that that's going to be your next course of action. I was just about to mention before we saw that graphic come up, a bit of light at the end of the tunnel here in Mugello for Pedro Acosta, who has bounced back pretty well, you have to say, from yesterday. A tough Friday, probably the toughest Friday he's had of the season so far. The Spaniard, when he was down in 13th place, much more like the Pedro Acosta of Barcelona we've seen this morning so far. A 1:45.885 has got Pedro up into second place. Somebody has finally split Fidget and Bagnaia then in the top three.
Yeah, so the company that Acosta's going to have in qualifying one, his likely threats. The trackhouse of Brilliance of Agura and Ralph Fernandez. Agura's given a bit of a notice as to what he might be able to do. Fifth in this session. We've, of course, got three of the Yamahas in this Q1 session coming up later as well. Alex Rins is into Q2, the others in qualifying one, and we haven't seen much progress yet from the Yamaha M1s. Rins is in 16th in this session. He is the leading Yamaha in this session once again, with Fabio Quartararo in the same 17th that he ended yesterday.
Yeah, and Quartararo was pretty blunt as always when assessing Yamaha's current woes. We know they were going to be blitzed on the start-finish straight here in Mugello. Quartararo did a 1:45.670 yesterday. I think it was a pretty painful experience too after the crash at turn 4, and he said, I'm not really sure how much more there's left in the tank. I was on the absolute limit just to find that 1:45.6, which was almost 9/10 of a second behind fellow Fabio Di Giannantonio, of course. So yeah, worrying signs once again for Yamaha. I think they always knew they were going to be massively on the back foot this weekend. They know that new V4 powered M1 is rather underpowered at the moment, unfortunately, as far as their quartet of riders go. As we pick up Mark, beautiful shot. We saw that wonderful shot yesterday on his best lap of Friday. Jorge Martin power sliding, pivoting the Aprilia to get the slingshot out of the final corner. And the world champion working his way back to his, or what he hopes will be, his best physical shape and his best form on track, as we still await a first Grand Prix victory of the campaign for Mark.
He's put a new soft career tyre in late in this session to potentially lift himself up the order, so we'll follow the world champion now through the Arrabbiata sequence, Arrabbiata 1, and then climbing uphill out of Arrabbiata 2, dropping down once again into Scarperia. Marquez, winner, of course, of this Grand Prix, winner of the sprint here last season. Of course, he's never going to win popularity contests in Italy. I think that is fair to say, given what's gone on in the past, but you cannot help but admire his desire and will to continue to overcome these injuries that he's had over the years, the multiple surgeries on multiple parts of his body. He keeps coming back fighting.
Yeah, his last Grand Prix success was on Italian soil in Mazzano, which will feel like an awful long time ago, won't it, for the number 93. We're tracking then now into turn 15. Crucial now just to pick up the best acceleration grip, start working your way through the gearbox, start working your way through to the fastest part of any circuit on the Grand Prix calendar. This hollow there on the exit of pit lane, and you blind over the crest before you're going a handful of break into the first corner. Of course, that long run, the fast run down the San Donato was where Marc Marquez, way back in the early part of his Grand Prix career, had the in Mugello we've had the fastest top speed this morning. Marc Marquez had the fastest ever recorded crash, didn't he, here years back, when he lost the front in spectacular fashion, breaking down into San Donato. thankfully this time around there's been no drama so far in Mugello for the world champion.
No dramas either for Pecco Bagnaia so far this morning. He's been serenely going about his work. He's still lapping in the low 146s at the moment in this session. Of course, Bagnaia's never won in these kind of morning practice sessions to consider the idea of brand new tyres to make any sort of point. He's all about the Grand Prix on Sunday, and with every session that goes by, further belief and further, I guess, confidence from Bagnaia's point of view that he can genuinely challenge here for a 4th Italian Grand Prix victory in 5 years.
Yeah, we've got the hot dog celebrations, haven't we? We've got the kiss celebrations. I wonder what he's got potentially in store if he is to find his way back to the top step of the podium. He will be a massively popular victor here if he can get himself back onto the top step in Mugello, a track that he loves. The Mugello fans certainly love Pecco Bagnaia. He was absolutely gutted. He was devastated, wasn't he, to be pushed off the podium late on here last year. It was once again an old Ducati top 4 in Mugello 1 year ago, but Pecco Bagnaia could not have given, well, he couldn't have cared less, could he? Because he was the odd one out, as Fabio Di Gianantonio was able to get back out on the spare bike, I'm sure, to complete that session. And he completes it in what is becoming rather familiar territory, because once again he's in P1, FP1, P1, practice, P1, FP2, P1, Catalan Grand Prix, P1. There's a bit of a trend.
The Digia double from Friday has continued into Saturday by a full quarter of a second as well, clear of Costa in that session, so it wasn't particularly close by the recent MotoGP standards in that session for Fabio Di Gianantonio. Of course, his mind will probably be occupied by what's going on with the other bike and whether he'll have that available for qualifying too. That might be the only thing that could stop him in this qualifying session.
It was quite a pertinent question he was asked by the boss after his win in Barcelona, wasn't it? Are you sure you want to leave? He might be going, are you really sure you want to leave the R46 Ducati? Of course, we are referencing the strong rumours, the hot rumours that Fabio Di Gianantonio will sever ties with Ducati at the end of this campaign. He will slot into the factory KTM squad. He's making big gains in the first and last sectors. Needs to do a bit of work in the sectors in between, but we know he's got the potential, and we know if Pecco Bagnaia has feeling and has confidence on that factory Ducati, well, he's going to be a major contender. Marcmarquez then was 6th at the end of play yesterday. It's another rather under the radar session this morning as well for the 93 mark. 9th at the end of it with a 146.131 and just shy of half a second back, and that's what he says. It's been, in terms of race pace, he's felt like throughout the season he's just been missing that sort of 0.4, half a second to be right firmly in the hunt.
Yeah, it's all a process this for Marcmarquez now in terms of working out what his 100% is on any given weekend. He was saying yesterday that his 100% this weekend might be sort of 60% of his overall maximum capacity and strength, and then he'll build as the upcoming Grand Prix go on. This is what it looks like then to watch a MotoGP bike approach you at the thick end of 360 Ks.
Over 100 metres per second. And that's what it looked like with our super slow-mo 1,000 frames per second. Look at that shot. Look at the finger raised in the air as Fabio's about to break down into one finger breaking down to San Donato. I think I've won about 3 hands on the leader, to be perfectly honest.
What an anchor.
Superb, brilliant scenes here as Fabio Di Gianantonio's golden run continues.
3 out of 3 for Digia at Mugello. Next up for him is Q2. Pedro Costa, of course, is going to Q1 shortly. He was second ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, Fermi Aldeguer, and another Q1 participant, Iagura. Bezzecchi under the radar 6th ahead of Morbidelli Martin, who broke the top speed record of all time in that session. Marcmarquez and Moreira completed the top 10 from Fernandez, Binder, Marini, Mir and Maverick Vinales. Alex Rins first of the Yamahas in 16th. He's in Q2, of course, later on. Bastianini 17th ahead of Quartararo, Miller, Toprak, Pirro, who crashed at Biondetti, and Cal Crutchlow in 22nd on the LCR Honda.
So Fabio Di Gianantonio was complaining of nausea and sickness yesterday. He will not be getting sick of the sights of his name at the top of the MotoGP leaderboard, because as he did so on Friday with the double. It's Fabio De Gianantonio, quickest this morning as we go into qualifying here in Mugello. It is a sight to behold, isn't it? It is a glorious sight. It's a magnificent sight. In the distance, the rolling hillsides and the valleys of Tuscany, all gorgeous regions of Italy. And it has been the home of the Italian Grand Prix since 1994. The home of Grand Prix motorcycle racing in this part of the world for 50 years. First Grand Prix all the way back here in 1976. Won by the late great Brit Barry Sheen. We're about 30 kilometres northeast of the picturesque city set now, then to go in almost perfect conditions on what has already been a record-breaking sprint Saturday here in Mugello. Jorge Martin this morning on the factory Aprilia, the 2024 MotoGP World Champion. Well, he's a world champion in the top class, and now he has the top speed ever in the top class. Just under 369 kilometres an hour was what the Martinator blasted through the speed gun in this morning's FP2 session. An FP2 session though which was led once again by Fabio De Gianantonio. The in-form Italian has been unrivalled so far here this weekend in Mugello. Fastest yesterday morning in our opening practice session, quickest on Friday afternoon. And despite a little bit of a technical hiccup towards the tail end of FP2 this morning, Fabio De Gianantonio was quickest once again. Q1 though next on the agenda on this record-breaking Saturday morning here in Mugello, and it will feature Iagura, Ralph Fernandez, both Trackhouse Aprilias in this opening session. From pole position to Q1 in a fortnight, that's Pedro Acosta's story, but he has just finished second in FP2. Also in this session, Vinales, Mia, Miller, Quattararo after crash at turn 4 yesterday. Binder, who's been beset by more KTM tech issues this weekend. Marini, Razgatlioglu, Pirro in for the injured Alex Marquez, and Cal Crutchlow in for the injured Johan Zarco. Those already through to Q2. De Gianantonio, Bagnaia, Bastianini, Morbidelli, Aldeguer, Marcmarquez, the world champion, current world champion leader Marco Bezzecchi, Martin, now officially the fastest recorded rider ever in Grand Prix history in terms of top speeds. Alex Rins excelling on the factory Yamaha yesterday, and Diogo Moreira, the Brazilian, the Moto2 world champion in Q2 for the very first time in his MotoGP career. Great job yesterday by the Pro Honda LCR rider. Well, second fastest in FP2 this morning, Lewis. Pole position last week, a couple of weeks ago in Catalonia. You have to be parting with a lot of your hard-earned money on Acosta getting through this opening session. But to pick maybe a second rider to come through, not a given that Acosta's going to make it, but Acosta's surely the favourite. The Trackhouse Aprilia is looking strong, maybe one of the factory Hondas. Tough to call though, as always in Q1.
Yeah, it feels like 3 into 2 for me here in this, between Pedro Acosta and the Trackhouse Aprilias of Iagura and Ralph Fernandez, who were the two riders immediately outside the top 10 yesterday in practice. And we certainly know that the Aprilia is not lacking top speed, as proven in free practice 2. It has even more than the KTM clearly at the moment in MotoGP. Yeah, the factory Hondas of Joan Mir and Luca Marini, I guess, have to be factored in, but they have looked a little bit off the pace compared to what we've seen from them in recent rounds. Do the Hondas, so perhaps they might not necessarily be able to expect the best from them in this session.
Well, we did see, despite the fact that he was quickest in FP2 this morning, a little bit of a late tech drama for Fabio De Gianantonio. A little bit of concerns about whether he'd have two bikes available for an attack on his third pole of the season. As always, on the money down in pit lane, bringing us all the up-to-date information is Jack. What's going on, Jack?
Yeah, just before this Q1 session really gets underway, one of the favourites for pole position have just had it confirmed by the team will only have one motorcycle at his disposal. So Fabio De Gianantonio, as you guys said, has been in red-hot form. He's going to have to do it the tough way, the extra pressure of just one bike for this Q2 session coming up shortly.
Thanks very much, Jack, and that is pressure. That is just a distraction that he didn't really need. These riders, though, they're famed. There's a reason why they're in MotoGP, because they're brilliant at blocking out tough situations and adverse moments. There's Joan Mir. Some kind of issue getting one of his Hondas fired in front of us. We welcome back Cal Crutchlow. It was a special weekend for Lucio Cecchinello, celebrating their 30th anniversary in the World Championship. Of course, it was 10 years ago now, famously in Brno, when Cal Crutchlow won his first MotoGP race, LCR Honda's first in the Premier class, ending that over 30-year drought for British fans to see one of their own win in the top class. And as always, just while we have the opportunity, we extend our best wishes and speedy recoveries once again to Alex Marquez and to Johann Zarco. We're hoping that Alex will be back in action for the Czech Grand Prix in Brno. Unfortunately, a serious left knee injury for Johann Zarco is going to see the Frenchman sidelined for quite considerable time. We're not exactly sure moving forward into the season whether it will be Crutchlow continuing to deputise, or when Alex Spargo maybe is back fully fit, or even Jake Dixon maybe, Honda's World Superbike rider, who's had his own well-documented injury problems so far this campaign. Jake, as part of his World Superbike contract, was actually contracted by HRC to be their designated replacement rider should they require. Of course, he was unavailable this weekend because he's currently got other things to occupy his mind, racing the Fireblade over in Aragon.
With Pedro Acosta then starting his first lap of qualifying too, and looking at what we saw yesterday, they're going to have to be at the very least in the low 145s, you suspect, if not into the 44s in this Q1 session to be able to get through Acosta. Of course, without the benefit of any slipstream, don't think he'll be looking for that, because only 11 other riders alongside him in this session out on the racetrack to try and find, 3 of which, of course, in this session are KTMs. We're right on board now with Acosta as he makes his way towards Casanova. In fact, this is the first sequence of lefts and rights. This is Materazzi and Borgo San Lorenzo, turns 4 and 5. Then he'll begin the descent down towards Casanova today.
And this is where you do get a sense of the spectacular undulation and the roller coaster effect coming in now here in Mugello. You drop down through Casanova and Cervelli, right in the deepest part of the circuit here, really, Arrabbiata 1. Then you start to climb sharply up the hill through Arrabbiata 2, over a blind crest, and you'll be dropping down once again into the braking zone for Scarpa. This all in second gear, just over 100 kilometres an hour. Now through the left-hander, still in second through Pelagio. You'll click up 1 gear up to third on the run to Corantayo. Pretty good overtaking opportunity this in the turn 12. You can see on the outside there, that's where the long lap penalty loop is there. None of these riders will have to serve that at any point through the weekend. And this spectacular high-speed chain direction, a real upper body workout this one. G-forces are plenty. A rodeo ride on the RedBull KTM for Pedro Acosta, going through Biondetti 1 and 2.
Yeah, very little to choose between Acosta and Binder so far on this lap on the factory KTMs. Maverick Vinales is just up the road ahead of them on his Tech 3 bike, and Vinales matched Acosta yesterday in practice. As I say, it's got to be something at the very least in a low 45 here for Acosta, and that's exactly what he's done. At 145, 199, he is a tenth clear of his teammate.
Barra's going to give it a close on the top speed charts as well. KTM will want that top speed record back going to Austria, won't they? Here is Ralph Fernandez. This is a brilliant lap by Fernandez. He's going to be straight away, immediately, surely into the 44s. Likewise, his Trackhouse teammate Iagura will track the 25 over the line. In top gear we go. 44.834 from Ralph Fernandez. Now that is the second quickest time of the weekend so far. Now that is some opening statement by the Spaniard.
And match nearly was within a tenth by his teammate Agura. So it's Trackhouse 1-2 then. KTM factory 3 and 5, because Marini split them on the factory Honda. 45.2 for Marini. That is comfortably the fastest lap he's done so far this weekend, but he's still some 3/10 away from a place in Q2.
4/10 quicker than he managed yesterday, Ralph Fernandez. The best time of the weekend so far, just for your reference, a 44.808, which was fired in by Di Gianantonio yesterday. Gura is absolutely creaming this Mugello circuit at the moment. Second as it stands. Look at this. He's 3/10 up as he's deep into the second split. Now down through Cervelli. Lovely shot there as he drops on the inside curve through Arrabbiata 1. Lost a little bit of time, but this is still on the money. Acosta flying as well too, with Acosta through split 3. And it's going to be tight. This is going to be very, very tight. Any one of 3, isn't it? Raul Fernandez, Iagura and Pedro Acosta, it looks like.
Yeah, and he's going to get some slipstream here from a fellow KTM. Acosta now zooming up the back of Maverick Vinales' Tech 3 bike. What kind of advantage did that give him? A big one. The fastest lap of the weekend is set by Pedro Acosta.
So 44.765. He is looking like he's going to be in the hunt for back-to-back pole positions, isn't he, Pedro Acosta? It's been a brilliant recovery. Whatever they found and what they analysed data last night in KTM, it's worked a treat. He said he was going to look at Enea Bastianini's data and find out where the beast was strong around Mugello. Well, that game of copycat seems to have worked out. What about Agura? Now, he needs this lap because he's been pushed down to P3. Over the line, the Japanese rider goes, and he stays in P3. Not good enough. So at the moment, it's Acosta and Raul Fernandez split by just under 700th of a second. Agura missing out at the moment by nothing, really. I mean, yesterday he missed a direct place in Q2 at 11th by 700ths, and this morning he's missing out a place in Q2 by 300ths. Fine margins in MotoGP.
And fine margins in that fourth sector, and we'll have to see later on in the next 8.5 minutes how important that little toe that Acosta got from Vinales down the main straight, how big a difference that is going to make, because he's 69 thousandths ahead of Fernandez and a 10th ahead of Agura. It's 2 from those 3, it would appear, at the moment, as we follow Joan Mir, who's currently in 9th place, trying to force that Honda to go in places it doesn't really want to go.
Sliding the rear there as he came out of Commentario. I mean, aside from Diogo Moreira's brilliance this weekend, it's been a bit of a bruising weekend for Honda. Both Luca Marini and Joan Mir reporting yesterday that they expected a lot better. Some of the deficiencies of the Honda coming back to the fore here. Joan Mir has picked up pace, a 145.274, nowhere near good enough to threaten Acosta and Fernandez, his fellow Spaniards. I mean, it's a decent lap time that by Mir, 45.274, but half a second behind Acosta.
Leading Yamaha at the moment is Jack Miller. He's in 7th on a 45.5, so he's going to make Q2 and join Alex Rins on the Yamaha M1 in that session. He's got to find 3/4 of a second, which feels like a tall order, whatever kind of toe the Yamahas get. Quartararo is 9th, Toprak is 11th in this session. The 3 Yamahas taking part. This was the wild ride for Acosta through Biondetti too.
Yeah, is he pushing? Is he committed to KTM? You bet he is. Look at this. He is spectacular on the curb on the inside there. That's what unsettled the bike was, and that's why it made it all twitchy and nervous on the exit. He was just trying to get a little bit greedy there and run on an inside curve and pinch a bit of time. Yeah, that was on board. You ride it, cowboy. You ride it. Fair play to Cal Crutchlow at the ripe old age of 40. He's shaved a second off of his best time yesterday. Cal 148.088 yesterday. And he's got a second quicker. Fair play to him, 47.092 as Fabio Quartararo stares off into the distance, and at the moment staring down the barrel of a 19th place grid spot for the 11-lap sprint and 23-lap Grand Prix here tomorrow. I think Yamaha were pretty pessimistic coming into this Grand Prix, but I think Fabio admitted yesterday, was it tougher than you expected? He just said, yeah, a lot tougher than I was expecting. We knew we were giving up top speed, we knew we were giving up horsepower, we knew we were giving up engine performance, but yeah, the hole's a lot deeper than what we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, not his only problem. He must feel like he's permanently riding into a massive headwind at the moment, Fabio Quartararo, but he's also struggling with the front end of that Yamaha, getting it to really bite into the corners. And he did, as you say it was worse than expected. Always on the limit, he felt, and on the limit, and still 1.1 seconds off the pace in this Q1 session. So even by his incredible standards over a qualifying lap, surely this feels beyond Fabio Quartararo.
So at the moment, in the pound seats are Acosta and Fernandez. They are your 2 that will keep themselves in the battle for pole here in Mugello. What can Agura do about that in particular? You think if anybody's going to threaten Acosta and Fernandez, it will be the former Moto2 world champion, because the pack behind Agura are some distance back. Joan Mir next best, but he's over 4/10 behind Agura-san. 5 minutes and a little bit more of the session remaining. Cal Crutchlow gets released by LCR Honda. Sort of highlighting once again the real struggles that Toprak Razgatlioglu's having to get accustomed to life as a MotoGP rider at the moment. Unfortunately, Toprak's being outpaced by Michele Pirro. Now, I know that Michele Pirro has done an awful lot of laps, well, he's done gazillions of laps around Mugello, but yet another tough experience. I mean, Razgatlioglu would not have expected to have seen his name behind one of the replacement riders here this weekend. It could change, but yet another chastening experience at the moment for the Turk.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's going to jump in behind someone and try and get a bit of a reference over here. That's often where he's been able to make a step forward, when he's been able to understand perhaps the different lines and different braking markers and references that he needs around a circuit that, of course, he hasn't been to for quite some time. This is very early Red Bull rookies days would have been the last time that Toprak would have seen this Mugello circuit, but he's currently 1.1 seconds of drift of his teammate Jack Miller over a single lap, and I think that's him at the back of this train now on the Pramat Yamaha. You can see both Pramat bikes in the picture trying to drop to the back of this queue so they can get towed up the main straight.
And in this session, Toprak's Yamaha is 12 kilometres down on Iagua's Aprilia, and in comparison to the top speed record we saw blown away by Jorge Martin in FP2 this morning, well, it's over 20 kilometres an hour. I mean, it's mission impossible. You have not got a hope in hell of being competitive when so much of this Mugello circuit is all about that start-finish straight and the grunt you need to fire down it. Acosta then, at the moment, looking good. Looking a lot better, certainly what he did yesterday with that 144.765. He was Luca Marini, who had his toils and troubles here on home soil yesterday, down in 19th place. 6, 1 place behind fellow factory Honda rider Juan Mir. Brad Binder in 4th place. Good job that by Binder, actually fair play to him, because he couldn't find a 44 at all. Well, he was nowhere near the 44s yesterday, was the South African. He found a 2nd this morning. So we're a little bit of a chunk of time away from the all-time lap record. Marcmarquez is 1:44.169, but I'm caring less about that right now. Fernandez and Acosta, because their pair of 44s, a 44.5 for Fernandez, a 44.7 for Acosta, means they're through and still battling for pole here in Italy.
Pedro Acosta does keep up his 100% record of being in Q2 this year. Of course, on one previous occasion he did have to come to Q1, that was back in Jerez when he came through to 6th, and we've had a crash right at the end of the session there for Toprak, and unfortunately that kind of sums up his weekend to this point. And that's after he's taken the checkered flag.
What's happened there? What's going on there? I mean, he looks completely bemused, he's baffled. Thumbs up quickly to the marshals, and that's on the entry to the final corner. That's a completely mangled V4 M1. He can't believe himself, can he?
Mentally, he's already switched off there, hasn't he? He's thinking about coming into the pit lane and debriefing with the team, and he's left his Yamaha in several pieces.
It's a tough watch right now for Toprak. It really is a tough watch. He did get ahead of Michele Pirro at the end of that session, but he was almost 1.6 seconds behind Ralph Fernandez. The other Yamaha's not exactly faring too much better. I mean, that session right now,
he's bored.
Completely bemused, he's baffled. Thumbs up quickly to the marshals, and that's on the entry to the final corner. That's a completely mangled V4 M1, and he can't believe himself, can he?
Mentally, he's already switched off there, hasn't he? He's thinking about coming into the pit lane and debriefing with the team, and he's left his Yamaha in several pieces.
It's a tough watch right now for Toprak. It really is a tough watch. He did get ahead of Michele Pirro at the end of that session, but he was almost 1.6 seconds behind Ralph Fernandez. The other Yamaha's not exactly faring too much better. I mean, Miller 7th, Quartararo 8th. They are represented in Q2 by Alex Rins, who did a phenomenal job yesterday. But Ralph Fernandez and Acosta, your top 2 in Q1.
The fastest lap of the weekend so far for Ralph Fernandez. That's what it took to make Q2. He and Acosta do manage it. Ayagura paying the price, I guess, for not nailing that 4th sector when it mattered most. 3rd for him, ahead of Brad Binder and Juan Mir, who won the battle of the factory Hondas. Just 5 thousandths between them. Miller is next up 7th, ahead of Quartararo 8th. Vinales, as we saw at the end of the session, 9th. Toprak with that crash after the session was finished, 10th, ahead of Michele Pirro and Cal Crutchlow, our 2 substitutes.
So coming up next, it's going to be a fight for pole position number 7 in 2026 here at the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. 2 Spaniards, 2 top Spaniards go through into that fight for pole. It's Trackhouse Aprili's Ralph Fernandez that leads the way in Q1. Pedro Acosta looking for back-to-back pole positions. Don't go anywhere, because there's going to be some more MotoGP magic here in Mugello. Good morning and welcome back to Mugello, welcome back to Italy. And what a morning we have already had here under the gloriously sunny skies against the spectacular backdrop of the Tuscany Mountains. We have witnessed this morning a moment of history. And what a moment it was for the Factory Aprilia team on home soil. What a moment it was for former MotoGP World Champion Jorge Martin, who set the fastest ever recorded top speed in Grand Prix history. It's the fastest track in the world, Arguably, some will say with good reason, it's the most spectacular track in the world. It's a real challenge for the world's best riders. High speeds, heavy braking, elevation changes, fast changes of direction. Fortune favours the brave around Mugello. Up next, Q2, ahead of this afternoon's TSO Sprint, 3 p.m. local time. We'll be racing over 11 laps and fighting for pole position. Fabio De Gianantonio, Pecco Bagnaia, Enea Bastianini, Franco Morbidelli, those 4 Italians locking out the top 4 yesterday, sending the home fans home last night very, very happy indeed. Further now, Marcmarquez, the world champion, back in action. World champion in Marco Bezzecchi, our fastest ever rider in MotoGP, Jorge Martin, Alex Rins, the lone Yamaha in this session, and Diogo Moreira, the lone Honda in this session. They were all in the top 10 yesterday. Ralph Fernandez and Pedro Acosta still fighting for pole position. Pedro Acosta looking, of course, for back-to-back poles after his brilliance on Saturday morning in Barcelona. So far, so good, though, if you're a fan of Fabio De Gianantonio and VR46 Racing here in Mugello, because he has been untouchable. He has been unrivaled so far in our 3 practice sessions. Quickest in both yesterday on Friday, fastest in FP2 this morning, although there's a bit of news to break you about Fabio De Gianantonio. At the end of FP2 this morning, he did have a technical issue with his preferred number 1 bike, and that is, well, he's spared by now, the only functioning GP26 he has available. He's going to have to ride it on its lonesome here in this session as he fights for a 3rd pole position of the campaign.
So the message from VR46 to Didier on his first run of Q2 will be, whatever you do, Fabio, do not crash, because you have no safety net of a second bike to run in this session. If De Gianantonio crashes early in this Q2 session, he'll be where Marco Bezzecchi was in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago, and that is 12th on the grid. So some unwanted pressure, but he's certainly got the speed to fight for a 3rd pole of the season. It
was very much an Italian affair on day 1 here in Mugello yesterday. As mentioned, it was Didier from Bagnaia from the Beast who we're looking at on screens right now. The best Friday Enea has ever had on the factory KTM, or the factory supported KTM, of course, inside Gunther Steiner's Tech 3 project. Fabio De Gianantonio, of course, he does have a pole position here previously in a damp session. His first ever MotoGP pole came right here in 2022. Our most recent pole sitter, well, we're looking at him on screens right now, Marc Marquez. That 1:44.169 set in this very session about a year ago is still the fastest ever lap time around this 5.245 kilometre Mugello circuit. There is Digi's name popping up on the graphic there, pole in 2022. Yeah, the message clear, isn't it, for Marc Marquez? Davide Tardozzi there just issuing some clear instructions. Be fast, take the risk, but let's be cool, let's be calm, let's be intelligent, let's play this smart. It's not all about pole position. We just need to get a decent grip position, and then we can look at the races and the sprints. Yeah, no unnecessary risks.
Nah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of strategy Marc Marquez adopts actually in this Q2 session, whether he does what he did yesterday, of course, strategy scuppered by the red flag when he went out to try and follow Pecco Bagnaia, and it looked like it was going to work. Of course, he got through the Q2 anyway, so he didn't have to worry about the stoppages to the session. Does Marc Marquez just do his own thing, focus on himself? Because he said yesterday, didn't he? He says, my mindset is, however I'm feeling, when I'm up behind someone, my mindset is to try and beat them and try and overtake them. So it's going to be difficult, I guess, for Marc Marquez, and I think that's why Davide Tardozzi was having that conversation, trying to just remind him of the situation, the bigger picture here, because surely the Marc Marquez mindset is to go all in for pole here.
Here we go then, we're ready for some qualifying magic in Mugello. That was some stat, wasn't it, on that graphic next to Jorge Martin, who we know is a real one-lap wonder, a real qualifying specialist throughout his Grand Prix career, still searching for his first front row start on the factory Aprilia so far this campaign. A best of 5th in the opening 2 Grand Prix in Buriram and in Goiânia, as the 2 factory Ducatis then eager to get on with business, lead the 12 riders out of pit lane here. And of course, guess who's on the rear tire of the factory Ducatis? It is Diogo Moreira. He said yesterday, and I loved it, to get himself into Q2 for the first time, told the team
Well, if I'm going to be fast around Mugello, I need to follow an Italian. And it looks like he's trying to do the same strategy again this morning. Love it.
Yeah, you're going to have to prise him off the rear tyre of those Ducatis by his fingernails. Look at it, he's absolutely locked in to the rear tyre. Surely he'll just sit where he is. He won't get in between the factory Ducatis. Surely that's a team strategy between Bagnaia and Marquez, because we saw the same thing from them in practice yesterday. You've got pretty much 3/4 of the entire Q2 field in this session, all up behind Pecco Bagnaia, and no one knows Mugello better than that man.
Marquez won't care that it's Diogo Moreira behind him. Those two are very, very close off circuit. They're training partners back at home in Spain. That was a versatile operator on anything two wheels. Diogo Moreira is motocross, trials, supermoto, dirt bikes, you name it. The kid is super talented and super fast. Here is Jorge Martinez in a VR46 Ducati sandwich going to Arrabbiata 1 and 2. Fabio Di Gianantonio, as you can see on the graphic there, just going through turn 9. Second of those scary fast right-handers. Of course, it was Arrabbiata 1 back in 2023, where unfortunately Alex Rins' injury woes all started. That horrendous crash in the sprint and suffered serious leg fractures, which he's still suffering from.
Keep an eye on Acosta too. I think he's the KTM up behind Moreira. Just coming to the picture there, he is only 37, so he might be about to slipstream past Moreira and ruin his strategy as the first flying laps of Q2 begin.
Slipstream's only going to get some more top speed records in the slipstream. So it is Pecco Bagnaia then with the... he wants to get at the front, he wants to get this job done, doesn't he? Marc Marquez just behind him. 44.538, the fastest time we've had of the weekend so far. That was logged by Raul Fernandez to get himself out of Q1. The Wolf then back on the prowl. Fabio Di Gianantonio. That's a new addition to Digia's backside. The Wolf's replaced Digia. It's normally there, isn't it? On the bottom. He's been anything but at the bottom of the timesheets this weekend. He's been at the complete opposite end, Fabio Di Gianantonio. Can he continue this brilliant Mugello weekend for him? Undefeated in practice. Can he go undefeated in qualifying as well?
Yeah, that the Wolf message is what Di Gianantonio hopes that the rest of the MotoGP field are staring at into today's sprint and tomorrow's Grand Prix. Marc Marquez is very nicely hanging on to the back here of Pecco Bagnaia. We'll see when we get to the end of the lap just how quick they're all going, but at the moment Marc Marquez looks like he's the shade faster at this stage of the lap.
Through Pelagio we go then to factory Ducatis at the front of the pack in Mugello. That sounds like a familiar tale in recent years, doesn't it? And you're then in front of the Ducati Grand Sena on the left hand side of your picture, glowing bright red, all of those fans as they go through Corantaio, through Biondetti 1 and 2. Spectacular high speed change of direction, that on throttle as you heard there on board with Bagnaia. So we're going to now then get our first reference lap times of 44.169 is Marc Marquez's all-time lap record, set in qualifying here in Mugello last year. They power the fastest motorcycles in the world out the final corner, down the fastest part of a racetrack in the world is a 44.634 from Moreira, a 44.634. Raul Fernandez has gone now quickest with a 144.432. So out of Q1 into P1 here in Q2, but Moreira, very, very early pace. What a tactic it was, what a ploy it was beyond the factory Ducatis. Moreira on the front row. Motorcycling Grand Prix history. They had their first ever lockout of the podium at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans recently. Martin, Bezzecchi and Nagura are now potentially in front of their home crowd, locking out the front row of the grid. Fabio Di Gianantonio, though, is trying to gate crash and spoil that particular party. We know he's got the potential to do it. We know he's got the pace to do it as well. We tracked Digia through Corantaio. Great drone shot that as we follow the 49 then now through Biondetti 1 and 2. Through this third split, he's going to click right now. How's he getting on? They lost a lot of time in that third sector. Fourth at the moment though for Fabio Di Gianantonio, the biggest threat to the Aprilian so far.
He's rolled out of this lap. Yes, he has. He's going to come to the pits. I guess doesn't want to take too many risks, but he doesn't need to because he knows that he's only got that bike available to him, Di Gianantonio. So how much did he ride within himself, I wonder, on that first lap, just to get a reference, get a banker on the board? 44.5 is not a bad lap if it is a banker lap. But it currently puts him at the front of row 2 with Moreira and his teammate, of course, Morbidelli. So they're going to have a Brazilian flavour to the second row at the moment.
Moreira's best qualifying so far this season has been a pair of 14th places. in front of his home crowd in Goiânia, and then over in Austin in Texas. So this is territory that he has not been in at all so far in his fledgling MotoGP career. Martin then from Fernandez, from Bezzecchi, just over 10th and a half covering those top of Aprilia trio. Then it's Digia, Moreira, Morbidelli. About Pecco Bagnaia, well, he was 10th after the opening salvo. Last year, nearly, we were certainly hoping for much more from him. Still plenty of time to rectify the situation, but he's gone from 3rd yesterday down to 11th as the factory Dukes then get ready for their second stint.
That's Bagnaia, I think, just coming into pit lane. Marcmarquez is now walking away from his Ducati. He's going to wait for his moment. Still 8 minutes of this session remaining, so there's no need to rush at the moment. This is Marcmarquez, yeah, looking up pit lane. Is he waiting for the opportune rider to follow? He then tells the team, no, I'm happy to wait for now to pick my right moment. Of course, he picked the rear tyre of his teammate Pecco Bagnaia at the start of the session. Will he go it alone at the end of the session, or will he once again choose someone else's rear tyre?
Moreira, Fernandez, who's on the front row, Bagnaia and Bezzecchi, they have headed out on circuit. Here is Pecco right on cue. Fabio Di Gianantonio twice on pole position already so far this season. Would love to repeat his qualifying brilliance here of 4 years ago in 2022. So this time around, Marcmarquez will throw his leg over the factory Ducati and get ready to try and improve on his 7th place on the grid as it stands right now. Mark would be heading the 3rd row.
So Jorge Martin, who said yesterday it was his worst Friday of the 2026 season, and we were of course talking about him in context of what happened in Barcelona in these 6 crashes, to include what happened on the Monday test, trying to rebuild his confidence. It's been a pretty good rebuild overnight, hasn't it, so far for the 2024 champion? Yeah,
I'd say confidence rebuilds, and so he hasn't had a pole position since Phillip Island back in 2024 as Jorge Martin. From those few and far between us. Diogo Moreira, well, he's always said that the tactic has been plain and simple so far this weekend. Find me a fast Italian and I will find you a fast lap on a Honda around Mugello. Paying off handsomely so far as we pick up Pecco Bagnaia then. This is him now building up some temperature in those tyres. This was the end of his outlap, so now it's head under the screen, tucked in. Down we go into this long run to San Donato. G-forces going through your upper body there as you're decelerating at, well, almost 300 kilometers an hour. I mean, it just blows your mind when you sort of process the numbers, the top speeds, and then the deceleration down into San Donato. How's Pecco got on then in this first sector? Here he is then now, coming into it. Yeah, it's been brilliant. Oh, it's been a flyer. What a first sector. What a first sector by Bagnaia, up by over 1/10 and a half.
And he says that this Ducati turns better than the 25 spec bike that he had here last year. Does it turn, though, as well as the Aprilias? It's going to have to if Bagnaia is going to challenge for pole position here, because Bezzecchi and Raul Fernandez have matched him through Sector 1.
We might be on course for yet more history of what has already been a sensational sprint Saturday here in Mugello. We could be getting the first ever 1:43 lap of this magnificent circuit. Surely we're going to get a 1:43. Look at this. Bagnaia, Bezzecchi, Moreira, Raul Fernandez, all putting together potential pole laps here.
Raul Fernandez has never had a MotoGP pole position, and of course he started the day in qualifying 1. Is this a big opportunity for Fernandez to spring the ultimate surprise here in Mugello?
Come on, we've had a 368 km/h motorcycle blast through the speed traps. Let's get a 43 here this morning as well in Mugello. Pecco Bagnaia may have the honour of doing that for the very first time. He's got Fermin Aldeguer just behind him. Here we go then to the final corner. Here is Marco Bezzecchi. Look at Bezzecchi's pace through the first 3 splits. Here's the world championship leader now. Through the final corner he goes. Surely this will be a 43. Bagnaia goes up to 4 for the 1:44.4, but here comes Marco Bezzecchi, the world championship leader. Oh, we got one. We have got it for the very first time. What a Saturday has been for Aprilia. What a Saturday for the factory Aprilia squad. Marco Bezzecchi delivers a showstopper, the first ever 1:43 lap of Mugello. It's a new all-time lap record. Add that on to Jorge Martin's top speed record set in FP2 this morning. Saturdays just do not get any better for Aprilia.
Yeah, with authority, the World Championship leader that is going to take some beating, because he's half a second quicker than any non-Aprilia in this session. Ralph Fernandez, the top three, has now been turned on its head. It's now Martin at the back of this Aprilia trio on the front row. Fernandez still between the factory riders, but Bagnaia, who went fourth, as you mentioned, with that lap, he can only manage a 44.4, so the first Ducati is half a second behind the fastest Aprilia.
That is an absolute belter from Bez, isn't it? What a lap. What a lap. Look at this from Fermin Aldeguer. He's doing all the hard work on his lonesome here. He did that yesterday when he got himself into P5. Not been entertaining any kind of slipstream. I'll just go out, I'll run my lines, I'll run my pace, and I'll get the job done. That's been the message from Aldeguer. And this is a real strong lap. We'll follow him now through Biondetti 1 and 2 on the Gresini Ducati. He's figured it out, hasn't he? He knows what he needs from that GP25 now, Aldeguer. Wasn't helped by the injury recovery. He's lost time in the third sector, which is understandable when you need to really muscle the bike around. Still lacking strength in that left leg is Aldeguer, but a very respectable lap time. He's going to be moving up a few spots here. 9th as it stands right now for the Spaniard. Let's track him over the line now in top gear. 9th to 4th. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant by Aldeguer. 44.313. Superb.
Clearly the secret to that extraordinary Bezzecchi 43.9 was that third sector, which has been able to see him increase that advantage. He's a quarter second. Marc Marquez are on board with, has to set the fastest first sector. You would put nothing past the 93, would you, at this stage? Surely this would be too big a bridge for him to climb over, because remember, the Aprilia's super strong through these infield second and third sectors.
He's behind Acosta, so did that brilliant first sector come as a result of the slipstream behind Acosta, towing Mark down the back, down the start-finish straight. Surely had to have played a big impact. Acosta's on the money as well here. The pair of them, 9th and 10th in this session as we move into the final throws of what's been a record-breaking Q2 here in the Italian Grand Prix. A morning for Aprilia, which is going to live long in the memory. Into Correntine we go then. Acosta versus Marquez. These two are likely going to be factory Ducati teammates when we come to Mugello in 2027. Marquez is flying. He couldn't, could he? Surely he couldn't. Off his hospital bed, from the surgeon's knife to pole position here in Mugello.
Just couldn't match the Aprilia, couldn't match Bezzecchi through that third sector. Could still get him back onto the second row here for Marc Marquez, and once again that KTM will be punching a hole for him. Gian Antonio's not launching a pole challenge either. The 93's coming past us now on the main straight and potentially onto the second row of the grid here for Marc Marquez. He does indeed take fourth.
Acosta did not improve. Acosta then is down in 10th place. Brilliant lap there by Marc Marquez on his last flyer now. Fabio De Gianantonio's got some work to do. 60 seconds of this record-breaking session remaining. The Gianantonio has been pushed back down to 7th place, which would be the furthest time he's been off the first two rows of the grid so far this season. Other late fireworks being produced potentially by Jorge Martin on the front row for the first time so far this season. That'll be job done.
Mark sat up. Marc Marquez, I think I just saw him on the right-hand side as Martin passed us from the onboard, so he won't be improving. He has indeed backed off. He will not be on the front row of the grid, but fourth would still be a great return for the reigning world champion. It's looking set, isn't it, for this Aprilia lockout at the front row of the grid, but we don't know yet what order they'll be in.
Tight. Marc Marquez, a hundredth of a second off the front right of the grid. A Herculean effort by the 93 to get himself on that front row. Well, we've said that if there was going to be one candidate to break up the Aprilia domination of that front row, it could be Fabio De Gianantonio. Pole sitter here 4 years ago in 2022. It was a little bit out of shape, a little bit nervous on the brakes going down into Scarperia. Let's check him. He's about, what, 3/4 of the way through the third sector. Into Correntine we go.
Long third sector here with so many technical corners. Bezzecchi absolutely aced it on his current provisional pole lap. Martin is going to have to go even better to challenge him for pole position. What about Di Gianantonio through that third sector? He's lost nearly half a second.
And it could be Digia. I was going to say maybe potentially Digia that would be pushing Martin off the front row of the grid, but that's not going to be the case. At least Digia's going to maybe squeeze himself onto the second row, which is where he's started several Grand Prix already so far this year. Has he done so over the... No, he hasn't. He has not. So Fabio De Gianantonio then with a season worst 7th place on the grid. What a moment. Aprilia. Soak it in. Enjoy it. What a Saturday in Mugello for the Nawali factory. Their first ever front row lockout. They're in dreamland. They can't quite believe it. Marco Bezzecchi on pole. with a 1:43.92 on the fastest ever lap of Mugello. The one and only 1:43 lap we've ever had here in Mugello. The All Aprilia front row completed by Raul Fernandez. What a job he's done this morning, having had to come through Q1. Jorge Martin on that front row, that record-breaking front row, moments after he'd set the fastest ever top speed. Aprilia have never ever had a Saturday quite like this one, and what a place to do it as well, in their home Grand Prix here in Mugello. Just weeks after they locked out their first MotoGP podium in the French Grand Prix at Le Mans. Perfect timing in the Italian Grand Prix. The Italian manufacturer locks out the front row. Simply a stunning Saturday in Mugello for Aprilia.
We thought they were playing catch-up, didn't we, after yesterday when they were 7th and 8th, Bezzecchi and Martin. Of course, as you mentioned, Fernandez wasn't even in the top 10 yesterday. Whatever they found overnight on those factory Aprilias, Ducati will be looking for some of the same for the sprint later on, because they have turned the tables on their Italian rivals big time this morning.
The problem the opposition has got now, the Aprilia is the best starting motorcycle in MotoGP right now, so it's going to be a real tough task to try and first get ahead of the Aprilias, and let alone beat them. Jorge Martin's first front row since Malaysia, Sepang, all the way back in 2024. It will have been worth the wait as far as he goes. What a session, what a session. What a performance as well by Marco Bezzecchi. Records broken galore by the Ianone factory this morning. They have the fastest motorcycling Grand Prix history down the start-finish straight here.
That's where he won it.
Yeah, look at that. He was absolutely untouchable in that third sector. Marco Bezzecchi, well, he's already the World Championship leader. Winning has been a very familiar feeling over the recent weeks and months. He said on Thursday when I spoke to him in the pre-event press conference, to win here, to win in Mugello, it would be the stuff of dreams. Dreams coming true. What an unforgettable Saturday Aprilia have had so far. It could get even better. Let's get the thoughts of their boss, Paolo Venora, with Jack.
Yeah, I was just saying to Paolo, that third split from Marco is where he destroyed everybody, but Aprilia's 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Yesterday, your riders were telling me Ducati had a step on one lap, so what have you done overnight?
I think that the rider put something more today. No, I'm joking, but we fix a little bit the bike compared to the yesterday one. So following the rider comments, but to be honest, here the most part of the job are from them. Absolutely.
Incredible job. Well done,
Absolutely. Thanks.
A truly incredible job. Best non-Aprilia, who else could it be? Of course, it is factory Ducati star Marcmarquez, who was, look at that, you can see where Mark's suffering. Over half a second he has to find in that third sector. That's no disgrace, because we know that's how good Marco Bezzecchi is in that third split. Jorge Martin then, it is his 35th MotoGP front row start, first since the tail end of 2024 when he went on to ultimately win the World Championship. Aprilia first and second in the standings, 15 points split Bez and Martin. Those two are going to go toe-to-toe, aren't they, over the 34 racing laps we have to come. Got a mouth-watering prospect, that is 3 p.m. local time, just under 3.5 hours away from lights out for the TSO sprint. We reckon you might want to book a place on the sofa for it right now. Fair play to Raul Fernandez as well. It is never easy to get yourself out of Q1, let alone then back that up with a place on the front row of the grid. But that is exactly what the Spanish rider has done. Just the 5th front row start of the 25-year-old's Grand Prix career in MotoGP. It's going to be his first since the opening Grand Prix of the campaign, isn't it, in Thailand, when he backed up a 3rd place on the grid with 3rds in the sprint and the Grand Prix.
Shout out once again to Diogo Moreira, the Moto2 champion, 8th on the grid, middle of the 3rd row. He splits the VR46 Ducatis. Didn't quite come together in the end, did it in that session for KTM. Their 2 runners in Q2, both on row 4. Acosta and Bastianini 10th and 11th.
Marco Bezzecchi didn't do a 44 yesterday, did he?
I think it's best to 45.
I mean, he's gone over a second faster. Didn't do a 44 at any stage yesterday, and he's in the 43s this morning. And then when you look at that transformation compared to the likes of Bastianini, who was 3rd quickest It's a brilliant lead once again.
Behind us, we saw that move also for Marquez. He passed Martin.
Acosta in the slipstream. Acosta is back up the front.
with a sensational performance in race 2, and even though Gutierrez is coming through from 4th in the grid, you do feel that top 3 plus Oscar, they're probably the 4 that we expect to be vying for victory in this race.
Just to touch on Andrea Ianone, of course, he has been 2 years over in World Superbike. He was a winner and multiple podium finisher there. But he hasn't raced here at Mugello, at least on World Championship level, since 2019, and that would have been, of course, in the factory Aprilia outfit. Just to follow that up with Oscar Gutierrez, has had experience here back in the Red Bull rookie years and years ago, actually over a decade ago for him. He's also had Moto3 experience here over in 2024. 11th and 10th were his finishing positions. It's a best qualifying position of the year for Filippo Rebelli. Came from 9th to 3rd in race 1 last time out in race 1 in Kota. So he's given himself a real chance, and he's the other home hero who we can expect some fireworks from that middle of the second row.
He normally races in the Italian CIV Superbike Championship, so he has plenty of home knowledge at this brilliant Mugello circuit. Dimas Pratama has some knowledge of this track as well from his days in Moto2. He'll be launching from 6th on the grid, and I think it was notable, Kiko, yesterday in qualifying, the riders that haven't been here before, with the exception of Archie McDonald in 2nd, were lacking a little bit of that track expertise to get themselves right up to speed, the same kind of level as those on the front row.
Absolutely. I think there is a bit of a clear gap here this weekend. Those riders who know Mugello have obviously hit the ground running. The American riders who are getting used to all kinds of things over here in Italy, as well as the bikes that they're so used to racing, and tracks in America, they're very, very different to the tracks we have here, particularly in Europe. So they're all getting used to that. But very, very solid job from Dimas Pratama, who is, I think, the clear indicator of even Dimas Pratama, who struggled in America, could make the difference yesterday and get himself onto the second row of the grid for the first time. This is Jake the Snake Lewis, looking very, very cool, calm and collected down there. He heads up row 3.
Yeah, he does. Loving those leathers. All American on the leathers of Jake Lewis, who was a surprise podium finisher, 2nd place in the first race of this series back in Kota. Followed that up with the 4th, so he has been Mr. Steady so far in this championship. Sits 3rd overall behind Archie McDonald and Oscar Gutierrez overall, and he is 1 place ahead of compatriot Cody Wyman.
Cody Wyman, yep, indeed, 7th in this, 9th place in this championship on 9 points, and he's 8th place on the grid today. So Cody Wyman, keep an eye out for him. This is his joint best of the season in terms of qualifying. He was 8th on the grid last time out, and he's 8th again today. What a picture we just saw there. The massive crowd here in Mugello already on a Saturday. Of course, we do have Sprint Saturday and the Bagger World Cup for your races. We also have Red Bull rookies going out a bit later on, so good to see the fans sticking around over lunch. Travis Wyman completes that 3rd row of the grid, 7th in the championship with those 11 points scored over in the States.
Yeah, Travis is brother to Cody, so just 1 place behind. Bit of a family affair on that 3rd row of the grid, and you'll see what Travis will be able to do in this race. He'll be hoping to improve on his best result of 5th that we saw back in Kota.
And Corey West, of course, has plenty of experience in this class. He is 6th overall in the championship. He completes the grid order. 10 riders, of course, with the addition of Andrea Ianone. At least they'll all be able to come away with the top 10, but unfortunately it's Corey West who is your rider down now on the 4th row of the grid. They are all chasing Eric Granado, who in turn is chasing his first win in the class. It's time to go racing here in the Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup, the 2nd round of what are going to be 6 rounds in 2026. We've already had 1 chalked off. That was over in the States. Now we're here in Italy for the first ever racing in Europe for the Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup, and also the Harley-Davidson Bagger kind of initiative and class of motorcycle racing. We've gone through all the grid. I'll give you a quick recap. Eric Granado, Archie McDonald and Andrea Ianone in his Harley-Davidson debut there in 3rd place. 4th, Oscar Gutierrez, your winner last time out. Filippo Rebelli, a season best 5th. Same can be said for Dimas Pratama from Indonesia. Then it is Jake Lewis, Cody Wyman and Travis Wyman, I believe, on the 8th and 9th place, and then 10th is Corey West, who, as we have already said, is in the top 6 overall in the championship standings. Neil, we've had the fighter jets going above us earlier on today, but these things are, I won't say quite as loud, but pretty loud. And if you're trackside, they are going to be making some noise. These wonderful 45-degree V-twin Harley-Davidsons have got some horsepower. They chuck out some proper horsepower, and they make the lap pretty quickly as well. What we saw over in Kota was the lap times tumbled, and those who found a groove in the races were able to really improve on what we saw in qualifying. I think we're going to have the same today.
Yeah, I do think we'll maybe see a similar kind of pattern to the race that we saw in Kota, where Eric Granado was out front trying to make some of the run, and Archie McDonald trying to hang in his slipstream. The fun thing is that Andrea Ianone is going to be right in amongst it as well, and possibly Oscar Gutierrez. So I do think we could have a nice four-way fight at the front. But the beautiful thing about this race circuit is, even on these big machines, slipstream does make such a difference, and it is going to be very hard for Eric Granado to escape, even if he had a decent advantage in qualifying.
Just to give you an update on the championship standings, as we've been talking about, as you can see on your screen as well, Archie McDonald leads over 8 points ahead of Oscar Gutierrez. Oscar Gutierrez and Jack Lewis are tied on 33. Eric Granado down in 4th place, perhaps not representative of where Eric Granado should be. Pole sitter in the opening 2 rounds, of course, but that fall from the lead in race 1 over in Kota really hurting that early momentum that he's going to need now to recover those 11 points somehow, Neil.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going back to Ianone, don't rule him out.
No.
Yes, he was 3rd on the grid yesterday, but in FP2, the only drive free practice session that we had yesterday on Friday, he was half a second faster than anyone else. So Ianone showing that he could be fast right out of the box in this Harley-Davidson machine.
We know Andrea Iannone's skill set and calibre and potential. Let's just see how he goes in race trim. 8 laps coming up here, a little bit over 40 kilometres in length. So let's see what Andrea Iannone has got in the locker. Hasn't done a World Championship race, of course, since Jerez last year at the end of World Superbikes 2025 season. He was on the podium, though, in that round. Neil, who's it going to be?
I'm going to go with Ianone.
Oh, very bold, very bold. And what's tickling your fancy there, though? Why have you gone for that?
Just home advantage. He loves this track, and he's Ianone. He loves to deliver surprises.
He does indeed. I think we are going to have a 3rd different winner in 3 races, but I think that's going to come from Eric Granado. I think he is going to convert that pole position. Don't rule out Archie McDonald from the middle of that front row. Can't tell you how impressive that is to get the number 69 Mad Dog up there on the front row with his first time clapping eyes here on this Mugello circuit. Green flag at the back then. Bagger action in Europe is about to fire up. Red lights on, they go out, and we go green, and we are racing in the FIM. Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup and pouring the air already. Andrea Iannone is going to steal a march down towards San Donato. He's neck and neck with Eric Granado in the vacant area. Andrea Iannone is backed it right in, and he does get the first hole shot. He does blow it though at the apex. Through comes Eric Granado, and who's that in second? It is Archie McDonald, who's going around the outside. Wow, and Luke Owen is his Podge second as they change direction. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the middle of the front row. Archie McDonald leads the charge down to turn 4.
Yeah, that is stunning stuff from Archie McDonald. Going around the outside of Eric Granado into turn number 2. That took real bravery, and it is looking as though he wants to lead this race from the front.
And now we've got a fight, because we know Eric Granado's got great 1-lap pace. We know Archie McDonald's going to be there come the races. Casanova Cervelli for the first time. We jump on board with Archie McDonald, who's now going to flick left to your TV screens. This is the right-hander of Arabiata. We look back at the Brazilian of Eric Granado, who's closing all the time. Andrea Iannone, a little bit of a gap back now, down to that 3rd place, and Oscar Gutierrez is going to be next up to try and make a pass if he can. We're going into Scarperia. No passes this time around at the front.
But Eric Granado is looking very keen to get by.
Oh, hello.
Look at the yellow flag. Someone has crashed down there, and that is...
Oh, I can't see who that is on the side of the bum patch now. I think it may have... Was it Filippo Ravelli? Oh, it was Bezzecchi Pratama. Oh, Bezzecchi Pratama, after that season best qualified of P6, has got down Scarperia, Neil. It's so... easily done. It's downhill and off camera over there.
Yeah, very, very tricky corner, very easy to lose the front, especially on the first lap with a relatively full tank of fuel, new tyres as well. But up at the front, it looks as though we've got a bit of a five-way fight developing, because Filippo Rovelli is actually tagged on to the back of this quartet. Excellent stuff from the 27, the home hero as well. It's not just Andrea Ianone that has the home advantage here in Mugello. As we come along the straight, and let's see the power of the slipstream. What can Eric Ronaldo do as they come and roar past the finish line?
Oh, they use all the rumble strips as well between the track and pit lane exit. Oh, Eric Ronaldo had a bit of a shake on there. He's not going to make the move this time around. Oscar Gutierrez is having a good old think about it into San Donato. Careful, don't knock the bags themselves off, but up to Andrea Ianone, I think he just said keep calm now. The exit of turn one, that is...
I don't think that's Pratama.
I'm not sure that is bezzecchi Pratama. Out he goes anyway. Oh, I'll tell you what. 280 kilos of motorcycle picking up a bit of momentum coming up through the gravel trap. I've got to say that's pretty badly damaged, but thankfully Ryder is okay. Well, bezzecchi Pratama, everyone else has come across the line, so it must have been bezzecchi Pratama, so that is his race run. The Indonesian is out as we pick up the race leaders. Up to McDonald, still ahead of the number 51 of Eric Ronaldo, who's very, very quickly coming through this section. Surely he's not having a look up the inside of Ramadhipa 2. No, don't think so, but these four are together now.
Yeah, indeed, and Filippo Rovelli made a bit of a mess of turn one. He's lost over 2 seconds to the leader. Look at this, Ianone coming up into second position, down into Scott Perea, and how about that for confidence?
That's going to have to be given back, because they were clearing the bike off on the background there of shot, so yellow flag is still up there. You can see as we pan back round with the camera, I reckon Andrea Ianone, well, he likes copping a few penalties and rubbing the stewards up the wrong way at times, and he's about to do it in his first race here. The yellow flag graphic, just to confirm to you guys looking at home, on the top of your left hand side timing tower, if it goes yellow, that means there's been an incident. It will go light yellow at the top and only at the very top if that incident is still being cleared, and I'm fairly sure it was yellow and Andrea Ianone made that move, so for sure they are going to be looking at him under investigation. But let's take it for what it is at the moment, what we see on TV. Andrea Ianone at Mugello is in P2. Lap 2 coming to an end, and Archie McDonald leads them on to lap 3.
Fastest laps coming in then from Archie McDonald and Andrea Ianone at 57.8. That is a little bit off what we were doing in qualifying yesterday. No surprise there. I can't tell you how impressive this is from Archie McDonald up at the front, to be leading the way like this, and a track that he had never seen before this week. It is one of the more technical, daunting tracks on the entire calendar. For McDonald to show up here as a rookie is really quite something. I know everyone is a relative rookie in this category, but in terms of track experience, McDonald has given away quite a few years to the riders just behind him.
He really is, and he's taken to this track like a duck to water. The number 69 leads the 29, leads the 51, and leads the 99 as they come through Casanova Savelli. This is where Ronaldo seems to be very, very good, Neil. So let's see if he is able to latch on to Andrea Ianone. He's out a little bit wide through Savelli, but that's okay. Yeah, he's really, really strong. So keep an eye on Eric Ronaldo through here, perhaps in the closing stages of this opening race in the FIM Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup here at Mugello. This is down to Oscar Perea. This is where Andrea Ianone made his move on Granado last time around. I must admit, I'm sure it was under yellow flags, but at the moment, oh, right on cue. Yes, Andrea Ianone currently under investigation over taking under yellow flags. Neil, I think if that is a penalty, it's going to be a drop one position, or potentially even a long lap, which is going to really hurt Andrea Ianone's chances of victory in this one.
Let's see what the stewards decide. But Ianone, it is a provisional second place at the moment, even if he set the fastest lap the last time around. But even still, you can see Archie McDonald keeping around.
Oh, he's got a long lap. He's got a long lap, Neil, on the timing tower. Andrea Ianone has already been handed this long lap. Now, that has not come up on our timing monitor. It may well be that Andrea Ianone has been given a long lap penalty here already in his first race in the FIM Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup, and there it is on our TV screens. Andrea Ianone, the maniac, has already caught the eye of the stewards in his first race back in the MotoGP paddock, and he shoves out, and Eric Ronaldo at San Donato as well. So Andrea Ianone, what a disaster for him, and that's going to end any hopes of victory, I'm fairly sure, unless he's saving something in the locker. Neil, just to touch on where the long lap penalty is, turn 12, Correntire.
Yeah, I'm sure he was able to see the message on his dashboard as he came down the main straight. to let him know that he has got that long lap penalty, and there is confirmation on our screen. So it was a good spot, Kiko, down into turn number 10 on that first lap that Ianone had, or second lap it was, sorry, he had overtaken on those yellow flags, and you would imagine that is going to be it for his podium chances.
Let's see when he wants to take this long lap penalty. Of course, there will be, if Andrea Ianone was to, I don't know, copy what he did in Catalonia 2010 in a Moto2 race and get himself disqualified for not looking at what a penalty he will have to serve. If he does ignore the long lap penalty, he'll get a second one for not completing the first one, and then it will be a time penalty added on at the end of his race, because we are still within enough time where Ianone can serve the penalty, so it won't be an automatic 3 seconds added on, let's say.
There, he didn't take it. You can see just on the edge of Correntao, that's how long that penalty is. As Kiko said, Archie McDonald was out over the edge of the curbs, coming out of Pelagio, turn number 11. So the Australian really is on the limit right at the moment, but you can see he's not managing to break clear of the riders behind him. It does seem as though the likes of Ianone and Granado really do bunch up once they get round Casanova Savelli into the two Arrabbiata right-handers. That is where the Italian and the Brazilian seem to have just a little bit of an edge on the Australian up ahead, and there is confirmation. Ianone, if he hasn't seen it on his dashboard, he'll have seen it now.
Oscar Gutierrez fastest lap, and he's on the extreme inside as they come over the hill and break for Sandanato. Andrea Ianone came across the line in second. He's down in fourth as Eric Granado takes up P2 ahead of Gutierrez, who, as I said, set that fastest lap. Ianone back now down to fourth, but Archie McDonald, even that slipstream, and he's punching a massive hole in the air on these bag of machines. They're still holding on, asking for all that power. Rick Granado was just a little bit squirmy there coming out of Poggio Secco. That was the right-hander turn 3. But yeah, Archie McDonald punching a huge hole in the air, but they're not getting past him. So he's got enough top end on that number 69 machine.
Yeah, he does indeed, and his lap time last time around still would have been enough to qualify 5th on the grid yesterday. So McDonald continuing to do a fine job. You can see here, Granado just a little bit more to the inside as they enter Arrabbiata 1. And just seems to have a slightly faster line through Arrabbiata 2 as well. You can see the Brazilian really is.
Oh, he's on the power here.
And he's underneath him, coming down into Scarperia. We've got a change of the lead.
Good move. Turn 10. Eric Granado then for the first time hits the front in this race. Good move from the Brazilian. The number 51 from pole position, of course, now takes up that advantage. Oh, Andrea Ianone up the inside of Correntao. Probably should have been out a little bit wider in the long lap there as he had a good old sniff at Oscar Gutierrez's rear wheel, but was unable to make that move. So Andrea Ianone is riding it like he stole it, and he's in there in 4th place still, but he has got that long lap penalty to serve. But Eric Granado, remember over in race 1 in Cotonil, before Granado binned it, he did have some pace in the second half of this race, and we're now in the second half of this race as well. So I wonder if Eric Granado has maybe just been sandbagging ever so slightly. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, building his way into the contest, which I think certainly would be a wise move. He sets his personal best lap of the race so far at 57.9, which is a very, very competitive time. That would have been enough for a place in the second row of the grid in yesterday's qualifying as well. And that's with 5 laps already on his tyres. So Granado now just starting to eke a little bit of an advantage out over McDonald and Oscar Gutierrez. It will be interesting to see whether he can get by the Australian and start to lay a glove on Granado up in front.
Last time around, Archie McDonald was the slowest of the lead 3. Ianone's dropped off it completely now. It's half a second slower last time around. It was Eric Granado, who, as you say now, was in the 57s last time around, 57.9, and personal best lap of the race at this stage is relatively impressive. So good to see. Eric Granado has still got some pace left in him at the moment as we come through. This is Arrabbiata 1. Oh, you could just see as they ask for the power. We're looking back, I think, at Oscar Gutierrez there, down in P3. Whoa, out to the edge of the curb for Eric Granado, and likewise Archie McDonald just kicking up a little bit of dust. Archie McDonald just struggling to get that stop there in Scarperia, ever so slightly, a little bobble there just on braking. So I'll tell you what, with that gap that's forming at the front, Oscar Gutierrez is going to be starting to think that he's got to clear him. Andrea Ianone does get into the long lap penalty loop. Now, he won't have done one of these before, would he, Neil? I mean, he may have been here back in was it 2 years ago when he released it Sepang?
Nearly high sides it coming out of the long lap penalty.
Lighting out, probably a little bit too much horsepower through that right wrist, Andrea. But I don't think he would have served a long lap before, but he has now, and he's held on to fourth. Filippo Ravelli's right in behind him though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he exceeded the track limits. Here he is coming out of it, lighting it up, and well, the camera just pans away from him, but he did light it up and get right out of the seat. I'm a little concerned that he might have exceeded track limits going around the long lap penalty lane. I'm sure the stewards will be studying that. If you're over the white line, then you have to repeat the penalty again, and I think he has been given another long lap penalty. Incorrect execution. He did exceed that white line, so it's turning into a bit of a disaster, this returning race for Andrea Ianone.
Andrea Ianone is going to be spitting feathers. Well, I'll tell you what, whoever's giving him the long lap penalty, you can be sure that they are going to be meeting the maniac very, very soon. We're on the penultimate lap then of this first race here in Italy for the Harley-Davidson Banger World Cup, as we get the confirmation on your screen that Andrea Ianone failed to comply with the long lap penalty, and it's another long lap penalty, so at least he gets a second chance to try and improve. I'll tell you what, Neil, Granado, he may have hit the front, but he's not absolutely leapt clear into the countryside here, has he? He's still just within reach of Oscar Gutierrez, who looks very, very quick on this lap, I've got to say.
Yeah, Gutierrez made an early pass on Archie McDonald on this seventh lap of the race, the penultimate lap, and you can see that he is now trying to close that 6/10 of a second advantage to the Brazilian up ahead, and it looks as though he is managing to do that.
I've got to say, Granado was in ever so slightly deep into Scarperia as well. I think Granado is pushing, and you can see that gap has visually come down. Look how wide this is going to be, a long, wide, arcing line from Oscar Gutierrez, who asked for a handful of throttle. Oh, he had a head shaker going into Biondetti 1 and through Biondetti 2. He's still there though. Oscar Gutierrez, your winner in race 2 in Cota, he's got the magnets there, hasn't he, Neil? He's latching on to Eric Granado. We may well be in for a grandstand finish here. We come out to Buccini then for the penultimate time. Next time they'll be racing to the flag, because we are going to start the last lap now as they cross the checkered stripe, and we have got a head-to-head trading fastest laps. Granado at 57.797. It's a 57.350 for Gutierrez, who's coming up the inside already at turn 1 at San Donato. Does he pull it down? He more or less does. Granado's going to have a think about it on his inside, rubbing his racing, don't forget, but Gutierrez has just done enough, Neil. Turn 2, he's P1.
That is absolutely incredible. Where did Oscar Gutierrez pull that lap time out of? And the fighting up at the front is maybe going to allow Archie McDonald to come back into it, although he is a bit rough and ready coming out off turn number 4.
He's definitely trying, isn't he? This is through 4 and 5, Materazzi and Borgo San Lorenzo, and then we drop down the hill. Oh, spin it up, Oscar, go on, son. Down towards Casanova Cervelli, and this is where Eric Granado has been so strong all the way through this race. This is through Cervelli now. This is where he's been really quick, asking for the power. He's going to run it right the way through, and if he can, try and jab down the inside, but not this time. It's bumpy through there as well, so got to be oh so careful. Arabiata 2 next, Scarperia, and an opportunity there, but really, if it isn't Scarperia, we're starting to think about Biondetti, or maybe even a final corner. It looks like it's going to be that final sector, Neil.
Yeah, it looks as though it could be Buccini. You can see Granado there tightens his line coming out of that corner just there. That was a pretty good exit out of Palagio down into Correntino. He's not going to make the move here. And you can see Gutierrez on the defensive, taking the tight line down into this long ride at Correntino. And Archie McDonald has closed back in on the lead too.
This is very, very tight to the front. Look how hard Granado is trying. He's absolutely sideways when he's asking for the power. Okay then, Buccini, this is it, the final lap in the Bagger World Cup. Gutierrez has got enough into the corner. Is he going to get it clean and all the way through? And is there any opportunity to drive down by the line? If he makes a mistake like that, Oscar Gutierrez may well just be giving the initiative to Eric Granado. We blast to the checkered flag, but Oscar Gutierrez is going to make it back-to-back wins in the FIM Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup. A thrilling end to race 1 here in Mugello. Gutierrez, your victor. Eric Granado, well, he wasn't down and out when Gutierrez came by him at turn 1, and in 3rd place, a very hard-fought podium for your long-time race leader, Archie McDonald. We are waiting for everyone else to come across the line. Andrea Ianone has indeed come across the line in 4th place. Filippo Ravelli is there in 5th place. 6th it will be for Jake Lewis, and Cody Wyman gets his brother on the final lap. 7th, 8th for Travis. Corey West there in 9th. Dimas Akipitama did not get to the end of lap 1, let alone race 1, but a thrilling finish. Look, 7th, 8th for Travis. Corey West there in 9th. Dimas Akipitama did not get to the end of lap 1, let alone race 1, but a thrilling finish. Look at this, Neil. Talk us through Oscar Gutierrez asking for the power.
Brilliantly timed the attack that was from the number 99.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, the ultimate way to get through is to get through on the final lap and really limit what your rival, what your opponent can, where they can, how they can, and how long they've got to strike back, and that's what Oscar Gutierrez did. It is a podium though in race 1 for the first time in a race 1 this year for Eric Renardo, and he takes the plaudits of all the fans. He'll be delighted with that. It's 20 big points on the championship board. That rockets him right up into contention by my maths. That puts him on 50, and the top 3 are covered by just 8, so it's game on at the front of this.
Yeah, and what a brilliant rider was from McDonald in 3rd. We mentioned the fact that he really doesn't have a great deal of experience here around Mugello. Just 1 day of riding it, which came yesterday, and one of those sessions that we had was held in full wet conditions, so certainly not the ideal prep coming into this race. He also said his personal best lap of the race on the last lap to come within 3/10, or just over 3/10 of a second of victory. So I think Archie McDonald once again really impressing us up here in the commentary box.
Very, very much so. Archie McDonald is a real talent, and to finish less than 4/10 off the eventual winner here, who is on your screen, Oscar Gutierrez, that is an impressive feat in itself. You can see it's sat on the top of the tank there. Oscar Gutierrez celebrating, and I think he is quite happy with that one, Neil. Hopefully the onboard camera picks that one up, and you can go and check that out over on the Bagger World Cup socials, Instagram, Facebook and everywhere. But that is another victory. That's his 2nd win out of 3 races, Neil. Oscar Gutierrez has really taken to the bag as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. And I think that one will taste even sweeter than his victory in Kota, just because of the manner of it. The way that he sat 4th position for the majority of that race, then gradually made his way up, and well, he really was saving himself and saving his rear tyre for that final attack, which he executed to perfection. Brilliant stuff from him. And just a quick note, Andrea Ianone did take his 2nd long lap penalty on the last lap, and did pretty well to actually come home in 4th ahead of Filippo Ravelli. So all things considered, with 2 long lap penalties served, Ianone did a decent job to come home in 4th place.
Yeah, and just 6.6 seconds off the win as well. So you've got to think that with a bit of battling that went on in those last couple of laps, had he not had that problem and not had those double long laps that he had to serve, Ianone would have been right there. Jose Antonio Rueda and Alvaro Carpe are right there with Oscar Gutierrez as he makes his way down into pit lane. Oscar Gutierrez, like I said, that's a 2nd win, a 2nd podium for him as well. Very, very strong stuff indeed. The team are happy. Nitti Racing, the Indonesian team, another victory for those guys, so they'll be delighted about that, as will most of our Indonesian fans around the world. Eric Renardo with the Brazilian flag there gets across the line for 2nd place, and he's now down there in Parc Ferme. And well, I tell you what, if race 2 is like that coming up a little bit later, Neil, we are in for a belter.
Yeah, we really are. Can we start again now, Kiko? It seems a bit cruel having to wait 4 hours to see what race 2 come around, because that was a real treat that they offered us up there. 4 names at the front. Feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of those battles in the races to come. We've got 4 more rounds of this championship after this weekend here in Mugello. Iconic tracks like Assen, Silverstone, Red Bull Ring and Aragon, all really great, fast, open tracks for racing. Should suit these Harley-Davidson bagger machines very well. And what a race it was by Archie McDonald, coming home in 3rd position. Another podium in what is proving to be a really impressive championship fight for him. He is down in Parc Ferme with Dell.
Archie, a great job to put it on the front row yesterday, and an even better one to be on the podium today. I know what is a bit difficult weekend for you. Just tell us the emotions and how you're feeling with another podium in the Bagger World Cup.
Yeah, over the moon, you could say. It's a great track to be on, and I'm over the moon. And I made a big mistake on my half that I'm too embarrassed to even vocalise, but we're on the podium. It's another positive. We're moving forward against these experienced riders. And yeah, I want to thank everyone at home. I can see an Australian flag in the crowd right now, and I know my mum's at home right now watching this. although she's got someone next to her that's not not there anymore, and my dad's expecting a phone call at any time, but it is what it is, and yeah, we're gonna go on to the next race with pride and joy, and enjoy it as much as we can.
Enjoy the podium.
Very emotional Archie McDonald, who I'm sure is winning fans the world over with his performances here in the Bagger World Cup. Second in the championship, Neil, just 1 point behind Gutierrez, your new leader.
Hard not to feel the emotion. Archie McDonald, as we mentioned, tragically lost his brother just over a month ago. So a really difficult time for the McDonald family, but Archie, in memory of his brother, really proud here in Mugello.
Indeed he is, and he gets another chance to fight for victory later on today, as does Eric Granado, your pole sitter from today. Fantastic job, gets to the end of race 1, and he is now third in the championship, just 8 points behind your winner Gutierrez. He's down there with Elle.
Eric, a great battle with Oscar and Archie there, just so close to the win. I'm sure you're pretty pleased though with P2. Talk us through the race.
Yes, I'm so happy, much better than the first race in Austin, so it's always great to be on the podium. I was feeling so good on the bike, you know, the temperature is high, so it's not easy, the grip is really low. We saw the last laps, me and Oscar fighting with the bike, but you know, I take it, second position is amazing. I will do my best to the second race, improve that, but always stay in the top is important for the championship. And yes, thanks for my team, and we work to do another step for the second race. And em português, bom, foi uma ótima corrida, melhor do que a primeira corrida de Austin, então isso é o positivo. O importante é sempre estar aqui brigando pelo pódio, pontuando, feliz com a segunda colocação. Vamos trabalhar aí agora até a segunda corrida para conseguir dar um passo adiante, poder brigar e tentar conseguir a vitória. Mas é isso aí, estou muito feliz com o resultado, obrigado pela torcida de todos, vamos para a próxima. Valeu.
Great job, Boulder.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff from Eric Granado. I was expecting him to be a little bit disappointed after losing the victory on the last lap, but he was anything but. You could see there, just delighted to be up there and so competitive in this race. And look at the shapes that his machine and Oscar Gutierrez's machine were making into the Biondetti chicane just there. How did Gutierrez actually make the corner there with his bike dancing over the place like that? Spectacular stuff from both of them.
Spectacular stuff from both of them. In the end, though, it is Oscar Gutierrez who makes it back-to-back wins here. This time out, it's at Mugello. Good job.
Oscar, back-to-back wins in the Bagger World Cup, and what a race that was, especially the last couple of laps. Talk us through the move on Eric, and also that last corner slide. It looked like the tyre had completely gone. You must be pretty pleased, though.
You know, this one feels even better than the one of Austin, because yesterday, well, since I came here in Mugello, I was feeling really weak. I had a lot of allergies, so yesterday my body was not even 80%, but you know, I say to the team, don't worry about the qualifying because I always struggle. The important thing is the race, so we know that the pace was there to fight for the victory, and yeah, today also the track is getting hot. We are losing a lot of grip, so I decided to stay there, make the laps count, and study my rivals. And in the last lap, I made the overtake to Eric. So yeah, now we need to keep calm, feet on the ground, and focus on race 2.
Good luck for race 2. Well done.
Thank you.
Great job from Oscar Gutierrez. Very well done indeed. And Neil, like I said, you leave it late so your opponent can't strike back. And Oscar Gutierrez, strategic masterclass in race 1 here in the Bagger World Cup.
Yeah. Even if he wasn't feeling anywhere close to his 100% yesterday, he's come out swinging today. And Gutierrez, second victory in a row.
He really has come out swinging, hasn't he, here at the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy for the FAM Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup. A win for Gutierrez ahead of Granado. McDonald completes the podium. Andrea Ianone, naughty boy, Andrea Ianone, the maniac is back. No double long lap penalty for him in 4th. Filippo Ravelli, there, 2 Italians inside the top 5. Then 4 Americans, Jake Lewis, Cody Wyman, Travis Wyman and Corey West. Indonesia's Dimas Eki Pratama classified down there in 10th, but by virtue of him not getting to the checkered flag, not even to the end of lap 1. 8 points cover the top 3 in the championship. Gutierrez is your new championship leader, but only by 1 point from the outgoing championship leader, Archie McDonald. Jake Lewis slips down to 4th. Filippo Ravelli, Corey West, Travis Wyman and Cody Wyman complete your top 8. Andrea Iannone's first points are on the board. He's 9th overall. Dimas Eki Pratama not able to add to his 9-point tally thus far. Now it is time for the podium ceremony. 3 different flags on the podium, Neil. That's always great to see. Great to see a Brazilian one and an Australian one flanking the Spanish one that we've come so accustomed to seeing here in the MotoGP paddock. But all 3 riders thoroughly well deserving of their accolades on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, most certainly are. And yeah, lots of nationalities well represented in this Baggers World Cup series. With a few Americans, Brazil, Australia, Italy and Spain, as you said, Kiko, as well as Indonesia with Dimas Eki Pratama. This will be a very, very sweet moment for Oscar Gutierrez. Never had so much joy here in Mugello. You mentioned his Moto E record earlier. I think 10th place was maybe his best ever Moto E result here. But came out today and looked like the very real deal. As Richard McDonald takes the 3rd spot on the podium. Eric Granado looks pretty overjoyed with 2nd. Not quite as happy as the man in the middle, Oscar Gutierrez, and I wonder how many of these victories he'll be able to rack up over the course of the season, Kiko.
I wonder if we can start counting already, I think, because I've got to say Oscar Gutierrez looks very, very good and seems to be saving his best until last as we get the trophies handed out. Very nice trophies as well. Maria Almondo, the Brembo Performance Chief Officer, is going to be handing out the 2nd place trophy. That goes to Eric Granado, and Oscar Gutierrez just has to wait one more for his one handed out right now by Francesco Vardi, the Managing Director of Harley-Davidson EMEA. So we are going to get on with the podium ceremony now and the national anthems, and it's going to be the Spanish one here in race 1. The Spanish national anthem rings out for Oscar Gutierrez. Will that be the only time he hears it today for himself, I wonder? We are going to be getting ready for race 2 coming up at 4 o'clock local time here. So the MotoGP sprint, of course, coming up at 3, but qualifying continues. The Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup does as well later on. Oscar Gutierrez is your winner in race 1. Stay tuned for more Italian GP action and, of course, race 2 a little bit later on. The 7th round of 2026 is well up and running, and what a place we're in for in this one. The Italian GP dates back in one way or another to 1949, but we found our long-term home here in the hills of Tuscany, a stone's throw from the Renaissance capital, Florence. This is Mugello. This is MotoGP Sprint Saturday. rounds down, 16 to go. We're in the middle of this 7th. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to wherever you are around the world, and welcome to the postcard that we are racing in this weekend. This is the very best of Italy. The reason MotoGP has been coming here every year, with the exception of 2020, since 1994. We're just over 2 hours or so away from lights out for the Tissot Sprint, and we've already had our first race with the Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup. But now it's time to get going with qualifying for Moto3 and Moto2, starting with the lightweight class. And we've had 6 different pole sitters already in 6 different GPs in 2026. Will we get a 7th this weekend? We'll have to wait and see. That's coming up in Q2. But first, Q1, where we find Brian Ariarte, Roger Moodley, Guido Pini, Cormac Buchanan, Rico Salmella, Matteo Bertelli, Hakim Danish, Nicola Carraro, Casey O'Gorman, Adrian Cruces, Leo Ramastorfer and Zen Matani, all trying to find their way a passage through to Q2. The fastest 4 in the session we're about to see will join an already seeded 14 riders that will go through and get on with it into Q2. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles. Lewis Sotheby is alongside me here, and we are straight down to business, aren't we? We had a little bit of a delay with the Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup, but I'm very pleased to say that less build-up, more track action doesn't ever go down in our bad books up here in commentary. Good afternoon, Lewis.
Afternoon to you, Kiko. Afternoon to all of you watching around the world, and let's crack on with qualifying, shall we? Moto3 qualifying 1 up and running, and it's becoming a rather familiar experience for this young man, isn't it? The localist of local heroes, Guido Pini, as you can see there on your screen. He hails from Borgo San Lorenzo, and the attentive among you will know that that is the name of a corner around the circuit, because it is one of the nearby villages. Pini, you'll be able to see the orange flares cheering him on, although they would have hoped that they would have had to wait till Q2 to see him today.
Even better than just Borgo San Lorenzo, he's from the tiny part of it called Scarperia. Ring a bell when you on turn 10 here at Mugello is Scarperia. There's a massive 7-metre flag waving him on. Let's see what Guido Pini can do. We have become accustomed to seeing him in Q1, which always gives us an opportunity to nip down to pit lane and check in with our pit lane reporter Elliot York, who I believe finds himself over in the Leopard box. El, what have you got?
Yeah, cheers boys. Hello to everyone and a good afternoon from a very sunny Mugello. I'm down here with Mir Drag Couture, the team boss down here at Leopard. Guido Pini, Mir Drag, obviously we're used to seeing him now, unfortunately. He won in the last few races. What's been going on? He said he's lost a bit of confidence and he's struggling on a Friday to sort of regain that. So just tell us the inside story.
Yes, he's struggling. We are trying to understand what is happening, but it's difficult, you know. Sometimes maybe it's in his head, and sometimes maybe he didn't find a good pace. But this morning it was not so bad, so we hope that he will manage to qualify now in Q2. So we'll see. But since the Grand Prix of USA, it's difficult for him.
It's obviously a special Grand Prix for Guido. He lives literally a stone's throw away in Scarperia, is where he's from. He's got a massive fan base here as well. How is he dealing with the added pressure of a home Grand Prix?
No, he's quite happy to be here, I must say. Obviously, it's his hometown. I mean, Mugello, everybody is behind him. And I hope this support will give him more strength to fight and to be able to do a good race. We can see fans everywhere in the city here in Mugello, so for him it's a good thing, I think.
And Adrian on the other side of the box has looked good so far this weekend. He had a couple of issues, it looked like, this morning. What were they, and are they all solved now?
No, we had one small cable who went out of the batteries, but everything is okay, and Adrian is good. I mean, since the beginning of the year, so he's confident. So we will see for the race. I mean, the race it's difficult. We were thinking that in Barcelona it would be better for him. He was in the front, and after he dropped a lot of position. But let's hope that this one will be good for him.
Thank you, Mierdrag, and enjoy qualifying and hope the best for your riders.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mierdrag. Thank you very much, El. Yeah, Guido Pini, if he was staying at home, which I found out this weekend he isn't, he could literally roll out of his bed and end up here at Mugello. He is that close. So fantastic stuff that Guido Pini, and he really does have the hills of Mugello really behind him. It has been a problem here this year since we've been back in Europe. Guido Pini has not been able to get into Q2 directly from practice. Here last year, though, only 21st on the grid. He came through into the lead group before he crashed here at the Biondetti Esses. So Pini, like always on a Sunday, has pace, but Saturday seems to be such a problem for him.
Yeah, hasn't qualified in the top 10 since he won the Grand Prix of the United States back at the end of March. So Pini, if there's ever a moment for him to turn his fortunes around, now would be the moment. To Mierdrag's point of him picking up this morning, he did go a second quicker in FP2 this morning than he had in practice. In fact, we've got 3 of the top 8 riders from this morning's free practice 2 session, and 2 of the top 3 from that session taking part in this Q1 session.
Absolutely, and actually, you know, Guido Pini did find some pace this morning up in the top 10, as you say, Lewis, in 8th place. Oh, Hakim Vinicius gets a little bit of a bobble on down towards San Donato, but gathers it up all very nicely indeed. But yes, Guido Pini up in the top 10 with 8th place this morning. He has found a bit of pace. He just needs to find it now, because this is where push comes to shove. We have got less than 10 minutes on the clock. Everyone down and already setting a lap time. Brian Uriarte it is on a 55.5, who at the moment is in P1, ahead of Cormac Buchanan. 3rd for Hakim Denise, Guido Pini 4th. There you 4 that provisionally will move through. Keep an eye on Ruche Moodley. Moodley was very, very impressive this morning, up there in 2nd place overall. So the South African latched on at the right time, had a great reference ahead of him and got the lap time in. Obviously he's still got to do the lap. He's now got to do it again here in this Q1 session. But Moodley really could be a fly in the ointment today. Likewise Salmella and Casey O'Gorman, top 10 last time out, Lewis. He's in this Q1 session as well, and at the moment is 9th.
The home-based 658 squadron Corsa team, and of course 4 of the top 9 from this morning, have to say, are actually in this session, because that takes in Uriarte too, who was 9th earlier on. Of course, led for so much of the Catalan Grand Prix, led 10 of the 18 laps across the line in Barcelona. He said that we lacked experience and made too many mistakes in the latter stages. Experience that he'll be hoping to put to good use here this weekend in what we're expecting to be a very similar Moto3 battle to Barcelona.
It was Alvaro Carpe who topped this morning's session. Keep an eye on him later, because not only has he managed to get himself straight into Q2 this weekend for a first time in a little while, but he was on pole here last year. This is very interesting. Pini is now right behind Brian Uriarte. Uriarte's on a real quick lap here, looking to improve his own time, but watch the slipstream effect for Guido Pini. Let's see if this pings him up into the top 4. Casey Gorman's just gone forward briefly, but that's now traded out as Pini gets traded in, and good lap indeed from Pini, but is still only 4th, so probably needs a full lap now behind Brian Uriarte, but unfortunately the 51 bails at San Donato.
We say it so often in Moto3 qualifying sessions, the importance of the slipstream. This feels like one of the more tilted ones, doesn't it? The 1.1 kilometre main straight here. If you can tuck yourself in behind someone who can tow you along, as Pini was trying to do there, up behind Uriarte, it can potentially gain you as much as half a second over one lap. If you can get a slipstream onto the main straight to start your lap, and then a slipstream at the end of it, you can transform your grip position.
Going to need some subtitles to work out that banner there, I'm afraid. If it was in Spanish, I might stand half a chance, but in Italian, no chance at all. Rico Salmella now heads out onto the track. You could say he's a bit of a surprise to be down here, Rico Salmella, but in the end of the day, he's always pretty much qualified strongly. Last time out 15th place, and with the exception of before that Le Mans where he's 23rd, it was always pretty reasonable from what you can expect from a rookie. So expect Rico Salmella to throw in a lap time. Salmella as well this weekend was up in P3 this morning, so just keep an eye on him.
155.2 this morning in FP2. Of course, if you set to that would put him comfortably quickest at the moment. Track temperature, though, was only 28 degrees at the end of Moto3 FP2 this morning, which completed around about 9 a.m. We're just coming up to 1 p.m, the hottest part of the day now here in Mugello, so conditions considerably hotter and considerably greasier out there on the racetrack now.
Yeah, track temperatures up towards the 40s, so gotta say, even though we had a slow start to the weekend on Friday, of course, with the rain, so that is why really this morning was so much quicker than Friday afternoon, because there's obviously just more of a reference from Friday afternoon, which was really an FP1, but with added importance of trying to get into your top 14 slots. So this is going to be a session where I think it's it's going to be one to grind out. I'm not sure whether outright times are going to be fast, but I think it's going to be very, very close.
So potentially not the worst thing if you can get through this qualifying one session. You'll have those extra 15 minutes of track knowledge, which might not sound like a lot, but as you say, with limited dry running in Moto3 so far this weekend, 15 minutes is actually quite a lot, because they can learn plenty in that time, and it sets you up nicely for qualifying two. At the moment, it's Uriarte, Danish, Buchanan and Pini who are heading through. Danish, who was another rookie who was featuring in that leading group in Barcelona, made a crucial mistake on the final lap, which ultimately dropped him down to 7th place. Not the ideal start, though, to the weekend, when he decided to take in the run from Biondetti down to Bacchini on his hands and knees yesterday.
Yeah, he definitely got up close and personal with the run down towards turn 15, didn't he? I've got to say, this is impressive from Danish, because last time he had a stressed weekend like this, I think back to Kota, and he had to go for the lap times. He had a big crash in qualifying one as well, and then had another one at the end, and he just could not get that lap time set, and actually was at the very, very back of the grid, the Malaysian rookie. That was over in Kota, where he was 25th on the grid, so bit of a disaster back then in America for Danish. He's up there in P2, just over a quarter of a second off at the moment. Good stuff this from Cormac Buchanan as well, the number 14. It's only once got into Q1, and that was in that dodgy kind of tricky condition Friday we had in our return to Brazil in round 2. Massive crash in that qualifying session as well. Qualified 18th, somehow got back out there. So Cormac Buchanan really looking to get back up into some kind of form. He got into Q2 via Q1 a couple of rounds ago as well in Le Mans, but Cormac Buchanan is going to have to try and repeat that this weekend. He had a bit of a very, very quiet weekend overall in Catalonia. I didn't really see much of him.
No, unfortunately, we only saw him for one corner in the Grand Prix itself on the Sunday, when he was rather the unfortunate victim of someone else's accident. At the moment, both of the Code Motorsports Bowie riders in with a good shout here. Moody, as you mentioned, super quick this morning. He's just got to find a 100th of a second as it stands at the moment to knock this young man Pini out of the top 4, and Buchanan third. Just the one Q2 period, well, one automatic Q2 period, 2 in total with that Q1 graduation in Le Mans 2 races ago.
Tell you what, Lewis, they're only going to have one crack at this. I'm watching that clock tick down, and now they're getting down towards 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This is going to be Super Pole style. If I was Guido Pini, I'd have been out there already. The thing is, slipstream's so important here. We were looking this morning, myself and El, who's down in pit lane, we're up here in commentary, and we're looking at the time gain in that final sector. You're gaining up to just the line, 2.5 tenths. So add that on to what you can gain in the second half between the line and turn 1 here, where Rico Salmela's just braking for. It could be half a second or more, so that's why they're all waiting.
Yeah, to sort of put that into speed terms, kilometres an hour, Salmela, who's on his own on the racetrack, he's just gone through the speed traps at 238 kilometres an hour. That's a kilometre slower than his top speed on his first run. That's with no slipstream. Ruche Moodley has set the fastest top speed so far in this session. 8 kilometres an hour quicker, 5 miles an hour. That's just free lap time that you're gaining on that 1 kilometre straight.
Exactly, and that translates into tenths of a second, and tenths of a second can be what decides this. As we, well, they're still waiting. They're very, very cool.
You've got to be out there in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, I've been saying this for a little while. One day they are going to get caught out by this, and their mats are going to be a little bit poor. You've got to hope now, though, Lewis, this is another dynamic, because they now do funnel out onto this 5.25 kilometre long Mugello circuit, that there's no yellow flags. The risk of leaving it absolutely last minute here is so big.
Yeah, we've got Buchanan and Uriarte set of pits. The onus was on the riders outside the top 4. The likes of Moodley, O'Gorman, Salmela, who was already out on the racetrack doing his own thing. But Teddy led this group out of pit lane, because he's got to get on with it and get a lap time on the board. They got out of pit lane with 2 minutes to go. And remember, the finish line, and therefore the start of the lap, is a long way down the main straight. So they've got to do near-on race pace out laps here to even get round to the line. And of course, the riders outside the top 4 will be stranded.
Lewis, I don't think they're going to do it. I think Pini was so lax coming out of pit lane now. I think Pini might be just... He's very, very chill. He's riding around like he's on a track day. I mean, I'd be with 90 seconds on the clock, and they're dawdling now. They had to do an absolute flying out lap. They're not going to make it.
Not been synchronising their watches, have they, down in the pit lane, this Moto3 field. We have seen this before, we have to say, in Moto3 qualifying sessions, but you think they'd have learned by now. The riders who I think will get round were that little group who went out about 20 seconds earlier. So you've got Batelli, Cruces, and I think Carraro was on the back of that train as well, who left the pit lane with them. I don't know whether Zenmitani's potentially in that as well, because there's Cruces at the front of the picture, so he's leading the straight, so he's dropped back. He's with Pini on the 94 bike, so these riders might just get round. The Leopard team aren't confident. Of course, Pini at the moment is sat in fourth, so it's against Bertelli, the rider that could potentially take aim at it.
That looked very stony face down there in that Leopard racing box. Let's see. They're at Scarperia, 45 seconds to try and get around.
A fourth sector here takes around 22 seconds, by the way, so they need to be out of Biondetti 2 in the next 15 seconds.
Let's see what they've got. They're running out very slowly here at Corintaio. Well, this is going to be a real red face moment, let alone red sectors. There's going to be some very red faces down in pit lane and behind the helmets here of some of this. They're 20 seconds away from home. This is done, and this is quite an embarrassment, I've got to say, for quite a few of them out there. Brian Uriarte it is, with P1 at the moment ahead of Hakim, Denise, Buchanan and Pini. They're in the last corner and the clock is now in single digits. That is their session done.
So the only riders who left the pit lane late and got over the line are Bertelli and Mitani. They're the only two. Of course, Salmela is on his own around the racetrack. He's not improving, he's not getting in the top four. Everyone else, their session is over.
Even the marshal was shaking his head there, waving a flag. I mean, what are they doing? It's just...
Wasn't even close, was it?
Look, Mirdrak Couture can't believe it either, but I don't know why I can't believe it. They kept Pini in the box. Pini's not elected to go out. What on earth was the strategy there? That was all done and dusted before we even went out. And I'll tell you what, Guido Pini, he's got to hope this chap here on your screen, Enrico Salmela, who's in 7th, is not on a good lap. And I can tell you, at the moment, Matteo Bertelli at the halfway point is more than enough. Under or over Brian Uriarte, I've got to say. 2/10. If he can hold on to half a second, he goes and puts Pini out.
Do you know how I reckon they botched this? I bet they're all sat in the pits waiting for Uriarte to go out, but of course Uriarte's in P1. He doesn't need to go out, he doesn't need to set the tone for everyone else. He can just let the clock run down and do his own thing. Bertelli was wise to it, and the MTA squad sent him out early to make sure he gets round, and this could punt Pini out of the top 4.
If you're not on a live lap, you cannot improve your lap time. I don't understand the strategy at all. I sympathise with them that they need slipstream. But there was a group that went out, Lewis. There was a group that went out. There was no need to be dawdling around. We said on the pit lane exit, this is going to be tight. They weren't even close. They weren't even at the exit of Pacini when the checkered flag came out. Wow, it's going to run and run. Matteo Bertelli is going to run and run to the line. This could be pretty embarrassing for Guido Pini then. Bertelli, the number 18, half a second off after 3 sectors. Does he go fourth? Of course he does, because he got there and he got his lap underway. I tell you what, there is going to be some very stern conversations down there at Leopard. I don't think Mirdrak Couture, the chap in the middle in the white shirt, quite knows what to think. The only positive is that Guido Pini somehow got a better grid position than he had here last year. He's gone up from 21st to 19th, but that is not cutting Leopard mustard at all. Uriarte, Danish, Buchanan fantastic in 3rd, and Bertelli with that late lap in 4th. The team have communicated to Pini that he's 5th. I can't wait to see his reaction when he comes in the pit.
I don't know if Leopard have a watch sponsor, but they might want to sign one up, because they didn't really get their watches synchronised at all, did they?
I think they do. That's the worst bit.
So, yeah, they might not be the best advertisement for them in that occasion. Not that we're blaming the sponsor for that. Clearly, the blame lands on Leopard and their strategy in that session. So, Bertelli, for, I guess the phrase, you've got to be in it to win it, comes to mind. Bertelli was in it at the end of qualifying 1, and his reward is Q2.
It is indeed, and I think we can cross down to pit lane where Al is already sniffing out that big story. Matteo Bertelli sneaks right in at the end.
Yeah, exactly that, gents. Alessandro, a great job from Matteo Bertelli to get in there. What do you make of the tactics as well? Running out of time, but your boy didn't.
In the end, it's just a psychological question, because every time within the group, this is a bullshit, because every time is not a good image for this category, and in the end, alone pushing is like this that we have to do, and now we try to do the same with both.
Good luck in Q2.
Thank you.
Just apologies there. I think we caught it correctly what Alessandro Tanucci said, so apologies if it was picked up there to all of you and find his language slightly colourful, but it's adrenaline pumping at this stage of the weekend. At the end of the day, Alessandro Tanucci's got both of his chaps up there in Q2, and great job by Matteo Bertelli, who's come good. He shouldn't really be down here in Q1, you've got to say, but he's got the business done. He's up there in Q2 and got a chance of 5 for pole, as is this man on your screen, Hakim Danish.
Danish, as mentioned, a big crash to start the weekend. Good recovery for Hakim up into second place. So rookies first and second in that section, Uriarte and Danish. Of course, disappointment for Pini in fifth place. Yet to say Moodley will be slightly disappointed, having started the day so well. And did a 1:55 flat this morning. Unfortunately, he was a second and a half down on that in the crucial Q1 session. Uriarte then moves through to qualifying 2, keeps up his 100% Q2 record so far this season. Danish, Buchanan and Bertelli join in. Pini 5th from Moodley, O'Gorman 7th, which will lead him 21st on the grid, but of course he did come through the order from a lowly grid position in Barcelona. Salmela 8th from Cruces, Ramastor for 10th, Carraro down in 11th, missable home qualifying for him, and Zen Matani 12th in that Q1 session, which ended in rather farcical circumstances. Not for Brian Uriarte though, who heads through to Q2. The Moto3 battle for pole is on the way next.
Magical Mugello there. This is the pole shootout in Moto3. We've had Q1. Brian Uriarte is going to join Hakim Danish, Cormac Buchanan and Matteo Bertelli. They are also up there in the battle for P1 here in Moto3 qualifying. It doesn't feature Guido Pini. Unfortunately, terrible strategy down there over in Leopard. That's really cost him a chance to move through. And El, if I'm correct, you've got an update. What is it?
Yeah, no, I was just speaking to the team to ask basically what happened, and Mirjak basically said to me whilst we were switching from Q1 to Q2 and said we told Guido, and obviously the other team managers would have told the other riders as well, to push on the outlap, and I saw Christian Lundberg in the back of the box giving Guido a bit of a dressing down and saying, look, you need to push on the outlap. So it doesn't seem like it was a team fault. Obviously the team might blame the rider instead of the team, but it did seem like Mirjak and a lot of other team members told their riders to push on that outlap, and they didn't do so, and it's cost Guido.
Don't go anywhere, El, because I want to throw back down to you if I can, because what I can't understand is that we knew up here in commentary that when they were leaving pit lane it was already going to be tight. Surely they must have known. What's the atmosphere like down there? That Mia Dragator looks fuming up what we saw on TV screens up here.
Yeah, no, in Leopard, absolutely. You know, you heard from Alessandro Sanucci as well. He sent his rider out in time. Matteo Bertelli was the guinea pig, basically. Team managers are dotted all up pit lane, not stood outside their box, and on the radios to the team members saying when the riders go out. They sent the riders out and they needed to push, and simply they didn't. And obviously I went up to Leopard to obviously get the latest story, and Guido Pini was sat in the back of the box, and yeah, the Leopard's racing team were not happy at all. Mirjak caught eyes with me and just shook his head. Obviously I got a quick chat with him as well. So yeah, very disappointed team members down here, and especially for the home hero. You know, he was P4 and needed a lap time and didn't get round to the checkered flag, and yeah, not happy down here in some of the teams.
Cheers for that, El. To be fair, I sympathise with Mirjak Couture, because every time I see you I shake my head as well. So fair enough, Mirjak's got one thing in common with me. Just to touch on what we saw, because we were talking about Guido Pini not managing to get through, and the strategy and his strategy, the team strategy, X, Y, Z, it's going to run and run. But let's just talk about who's coming up in this session. Scott Ogden, who's on your screen right now, was P1 fastest yesterday, 55.8, saw him lead the charge in Moto3 ahead of Marco Morelli, Andrian Fernandez, David Munoz, Valentin Peroni, David Almanza, Joel Esteban, Ryusei Yamanaka, Veda Pratama and Jesus Rios. Joel Kelso, Alvaro Carpi, Eddie O'Shea and championship leader Maxquiles, they were your 14 riders through. And as I said just before we cut down to Brian Uriarte, Hakim Danish, Cormac Buchanan from New Zealand and home hero Matteo Bertelli are going to be your 18 riders battling out for pole and setting the front 6 rows of this grid. Lewis, let's park Q1 conversation there for a moment. We'll come on to it, I'm sure, as this session gets underway, but great to see, after what was a tricky Catalunya, the likes of Scott Ogden back to what we know he's capable of and leading into Moto3 qualifying.
Yeah, I'm sure we will come back to that discussion, because there's every chance Q2 could end in very similar fashion. But Ogden, who does have pedigree around this circuit, front row qualifier here, of course, last season, even if his race ended, unfortunately, with a collision on the final lap, proving once again yesterday in practice just how valuable the slipstream is, which is why we saw the fun and games at the end of Q1, because they were all trying to wait for a rider to follow so they could get that slipstream. It's all about finding that balance between timing all that correctly and finding the right rear wheel to follow. I don't think it's going out on a limb to say that if you do a lap on your own in this Q2 session, you're probably not going to be on pole position.
You're probably not going to be on pole position, but you'll get a banker at least, and that is just as important. The main thing is you're already up there into the Q2 session, so okay, it's not a benefit if you're down in the 5th row or the 6th row, but you can really make waves, and maybe a banker, depending on yellow flags, lap time cancellations, if you exceed track limits, is more important than looking for a slipstream and leaving it late.
And we have seen generally huge freight trains in Moto3 races here over the years. I think last year's winning margin of just over 1/10 of a second was the biggest Moto3 winning margin we've ever had around this circuit. And we've been racing in this particular iteration of the lightweight class since 2012. So generally, even if you are on the 4th, 5th, 6th row, that does not mean you can't challenge for the very front.
It was the only time the gap between 1st and 2nd has been more than 1/10 of a second. All the other Moto3 finishes have been less than 1/10 of a second here in Mugello. I've got to say, just to touch on something that I hope you guys can hear at home, I know Lewis can hear it up here next to me. I love the fact that the fans have got the track action to look forward to, and they're still blowing up a chainsaw or whatever it is on the hills here in Mugello. It is an absolutely brilliant atmosphere, fever pitch on track and off it. And yeah, someone's revving the knackers off a motorcycle somewhere or a scooter somewhere, and really, Mugello, even when there's no bikes on track, there's always an engine about to explode somewhere.
It's usually just you that's on the red division these days the weekend, isn't it? Good to see you've got company.
Redlining all the way.
Q2 underway then, and 18 riders battling it out for pole position. As you mentioned, the World Championship leader Maxquiles, I think it's fair to say, straight through to Q2 automatically yesterday, and given the nonsense that went on in Q1, that might be quite a crucial moment in Quiles' weekend. I think we've learned after Barcelona that even when the World Championship leader flies under the radar, he's generally going to be there when it matters most.
Absolutely. Maxquiles does what he needs to do when he needs to do it. He doesn't need to top every single free practice session. He just needs to top the main session, and that is arguably Sunday afternoon or morning for Moto3 as we head out on the track. A little bit of door there. I tell you what, talking about rev limiters, I will explode if I see a carbon copy of what happened in Q1 or anything even similar at that stage of a session. You've got to be out there, you've got to be setting a lap time, you've got to get your head down on the opening lap, on your out lap. You cannot leave it so late, and these guys will hopefully have seen all of that in their boxes, in their tents, wherever they're located, and be thinking, we are not going to make the same mistake that Guido Pini, and not just Pini, he's the one who missed out, but the other riders who were there who didn't get the chance because the time was off.
Yeah, because they were just looking for a certain someone. I think that someone in Q1 was Uriarte that they were waiting to follow. Who are they looking to follow this time? And I guess the problem is everyone wants to follow. As a result of that, nobody wants to lead onto that main straight because you're just going to be giving an advantage, a free advantage to your competition. Unsurprisingly, Quiles not interested in any of that. He is going to go about this Q2 session, at least initially, all on his own.
Absolutely the right strategy, I think, at this stage of the session, as you say, Lewis. Early doors, just get those bankers in. And I spoke with a couple of the team members down there in the CF Moto Gaviota Aspar team, and you know, Max did all the laps he did yesterday on his own, and yes, scraped through to 14, but he's got great pace. He's still one of the pre-Grand Prix favourites for tomorrow, and he's done, as I said, what he needed to do. Let's see if he changes tact and goes for a more group setting as the minutes count down here. This is Andrian Fernandez. I'll tell you what, Andrian Fernandez is another one who's got great race pace, it seems, this weekend, particularly again on his own. Doesn't seem like he needs help to do the lap, but the thing is, no one needs help. It's as soon as that slipstream comes into play down the front straight, and then also at various other points coming. I always think out of Ramadhipa, that's a little bit of a place as well, over towards Correntire, out of Pelagio, and then down towards the final corner out of Biondetti. There's another couple of places where combined probably give you a 10th and a half as well, which could be vital.
And there's a fraction wide into turn 4 Materazzi, only about a metre or so, but could make all the difference. He's got the two MTA KTMs right behind him. Esteban, who of course was already into Q2, and Bettelli, who had his brain switched on and his clock synchronised at the end of qualifying 1 to book his place here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the best thing about that is, as I said in Q1, both of Alessandro Tanucci's machines now are out there. in this session. They can work together. You don't need to wait for the big freight train. You can use each other's slipstream. We've seen it so often before. One lap around, it's one rider leading. The next lap around, it's the other rider leading. That's how teamwork works. We're waiting for our first laps to come in. This is Maxquiles, who's just into the final corner now. Let's see what the championship leader has got in the locker. He is your championship leader by more than 2 Grand Prix worth of points. He has been in mighty form in 2026. Did we expect anything else? Of course we didn't. His opening gambit is a 55.8. That is respectable, but it's not going to be your pole time. There's a lot of time left in this track just yet, even if the temps have come up.
I think the rider we need to keep an eye on is Kelso. He looks like he's going very quickly through the third sector. The Honda and Fernandez not particularly quick. Yamanaka initially onto pole position on a 55, and Kelso did go onto the front row of the grid on a 55.6. Yamanaka did take the first podium of his Moto3 career here, so potentially this is where we can expect a return to form for the Japanese.
Let's wait and see whether Ryusei Yamanaka has found what he's been missing in the opening quarter of this 2026 Moto3 season. We're seeing him now, he's just following Veda Pratama, who's had a very up and down week. And a bit slow in the wet, a bit slow this morning, but again, like Quiles has done. Oh, 54.880. That is a rapid time from Hakim Danish. Just to finish off on Ryusei Yamanaka and the like Veda Pratama. Pratama was up there in the top 10 when it came to matter yesterday in practice, and like Maxquiles, just does what he needs to do when he needs to do it. So just keep an eye on Pratama in this session, but I've got to say a 54.880, it's still just under a second off the lap record set by David Alonso, but that is a very, very fast time from Hakim Danish.
It's a second quicker than he went in Q1 when he was second overall in that session. That's a heck of a lap from Hakim Danish. He's a quarter of a second clear of Uriarte. It's a all-rookie front row of the grid at the moment. Danish, Uriarte and Jesus Rios, who was so impressive until the very closing stages of the Catalan Grand Prix when he crashed on the penultimate lap. What a performance he put in. A bit of the outer circuit that has often suited him in the past, but Rios looking like he's not just a one-weekend wonder.
Yeah, indeed. I'll tell you what, that's the first 54 of the weekend from Hakim Danish. I'm not being all excited about that because it's going to be the time to beat, and I'm fairly sure it's going to be beaten. So Hakim Danish, let's wait and see. We've got half a second under. David Almanza is absolutely flying around this Mugello circuit on our timing screens. Let's take Andrian Fernandez to the line. Lost a little bit in that third sector. Let's see what he's got. Cross line moves up to fourth. Carpe, he stays 10th but does improve his lap time, but we need to be seeing David Almanza, who is absolutely on rails. He's going to be in that third sector very, very soon. I think he's just at the back of all this, and again doing it on his own, so that is also very, very impressive from Almanza. I've got to say he's lost a lot of time in that third sector though, so Almanza, the number 22, he's probably not going to get pole by virtue he's got no slipstream. This is to the line. Hakim Danish has got a bit of slipstream. He's already P1 as he moved the goal posts. Not this time around, lost a bit of time, maybe a bit tripped up over Jesus Rios. Oh, David Almanza, he has gone top. Well, that is provisional pole, but he lost a little bit of time in that fourth sector. I'm surprised he didn't lose more. So that number 22, Liquid Moody Dynamo Intact GP KTM has obviously got plenty of poke and top end. And that's what's got David Almanza onto provisional pole here as we approach the halfway point in Moto3 Q2.
As you mentioned earlier on, 6 different riders have been on pole already in Moto3. Almanza is one of them. He was the very first pole sitter of the 2026 season, of course, the season that was then interrupted by an injury that he sustained when he crashed out of the lead battle with Quiles back in Brazil. At the moment, he's leading that trio of rookies, and the rookies are sandwiched by the two intact pair, the two Damiens. And Almanza currently on pole, and Munoz in 5th, ahead of another rookie, Marco Morelli, who currently holds 6th.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's a few new names coming up to the fore in Moto3. What we're having a look at here, is this Danish trying to get under Jesus Rios? He is indeed. Just lets him know he's there on the exit of turn 15, and that's probably why he lost a little bit of time, I've got to say. So Jesus Rios has been Danished at the exit of that final corner. Just to recap your pole sitters so far this year, as you correctly say, Lewis, Buriram went to David Almanza, Joel Esteban came to the fore in Brazil, Alvaro Carpe in stateside in the USA, Maxquiles for his home GP in Jerez in Spain, Andrian Fernandez at the French GP at Le Mans, and then Valentin Peroni, a pole, the first pole of his season last time out, and the first non-Spanish pole. Technically, he does race under an Argentinian flag, but he is from Barcelona. He was born there, so we'll still take the different Argentine pole, eh?
Yes, so Quiles and Peroni in question, those two riders you mentioned, 15th and 16th at the moment, having done their works that Quiles did on his own, and that is the effect. Not necessarily Quiles might have been holding something in reserve on that lap just to make sure he's got a lap time on the board, but he's 8/10 of a second at the moment off David Almanza, who holds that provisional pole position. So the rookies going well, as mentioned, second, third and fourth, Danisha Uriarte and Rios. Good first lap too for Kelso, he's in 8th place, and Ogden, who as we already mentioned was fastest yesterday, he's currently on those front 3 rows of the grid too. I think he would settle for something in that top 10.
David Almanza gets back into the box, and Manu Gonzales vacates the area just ever so slightly. Of course, Manu Gonzales is coming up very, very soon in Moto2 qualifying. Me and myself, Lewis and El will all be bringing you that action very, very soon. As we get a lovely slow-mo, this is down into the braking area at turn 1. Very, very nice indeed. Seeing the Moto3 freight train progress and start another lap round here at Mugello. We have got just over 5 minutes or so remaining in this one, plus whatever time's left to complete the lap at the end. Lewis, at the moment I'm looking, all riders covered by a second, so this is still pretty wide open, and the biggest margin you've got to say is probably between second and third, and then between 5th and 6th, so between Danisha Uriarte and Munoz and Morelli.
So all KTM front row at the moment too, with Almanza, Danisha Uriarte. Honda's in 4th for Rios. Next Honda then will be Fernandez. Kelso too on a Honda in 8th place. So it's advantage KTM at this stage of the session. And I do wonder for Maxquiles here whether he is still so confident in his own ability that he's going to go out there all on his own and do this lap. But given that he's down in 15th place at the moment, does he feel compelled to go with the group, go with the herd of Moto3 riders and try and pick up some toe down the main straight?
I think he's going to have to, because you look at who's behind him. Valentin Peroni, you expect that he's going to move up, Lewis. Matteo Bertelli, likewise. Cormac McCannon can fire a lap in, as he did yesterday, and as he did today, to move through into Q2 from Q1. So Maxquiles won't going to be starting down on the 5th or 6th rows of the grid. I think we're going to get a small carbon copy of what we saw in Q1. This time around, perhaps they'll get out a bit sooner though. No such worries for Andrian Fernandez, who chases Joel Esteban. We heard contrasting thoughts down there in both of those boxes. Pini has obviously not made it through, but Leopard do have one rider in there, as we just wait and see to see exactly who's going to follow who and who's going to blink first, Lewis. That's another thing, as you said earlier, no one wants to be the leader.
No, I think you've got to make sure you're out of the pit lane and then just sort it out on the outlap. I know we don't like to see riders messing about on the outlap, saying after you, but ultimately someone's going to have to go for this. They've got around a minute and a quarter at a push to get themselves out of pit lane, as we've got Andrian Fernandez saying to Joel Esteban, I'm not going to give you this advantage, Joel, you're going to have to do this all on your own.
Well, I don't think Andrian Fernandez down in 7th place is in too much of a position to be a picker here. I think he's going to just have to go for it and hope that Joel Esteban can't stay with him. It doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, Andrian Fernandez needs to do his own lap. Maxquiles was off the bike, now he's on the bike, so let's see if he... I remember yesterday in practice, now he did get out there, and I think it was yesterday in practice, or was it this morning, can't remember, but there was one session where he went out, it was yesterday, because I was chatting about this with the team. Down into turn 1, he was a massive gaggle of riders, he led them all out, and by turn 2 and 3 he'd already broke them. So maybe Maxquiles is confident in his ability to do that more than it is to do it all on his own. But we'll have to wait and see. Fernandez and Esteban have started flying laps, just less than 2.5 minutes left until we find out to see who is going to be your Italian GP Moto3 pole sitter.
Eddie O'Shea and Joel Kelso for MLab, they've got out of pit lane now. They of course can work together. The rest are now going. This group with 2 minutes and 13 seconds to go, they are right up against it. They've got Uriarte through your screens, then comes Yamanaka and Buchanan. And I have to say, Maxquiles, you might be stuck down in 15th, I'm afraid, Max.
Lewis, I can't believe it. I think we're seeing this again. Kiele, he's not going to get by. He's not even left the pit lane.
Finish line is there.
Kiele's moving up on Almanza. I mean, Almanza at least is provisional pole, but I'm sure the 54.8 is going to move on anyway. I just can't believe what we're seeing here today. I'd be shocked if Max Kiele gets round here. I mean, he's got to go for an outlap. Al, what are you seeing down here? I can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a word with Nico Tyrrell, but they're very angry down here. Tyrrell knows that Max Kiele is not going to get round for another lap. I saw Macaulay Webb, the grid end lap team boss, saying to Eddie O'Shea and Joel Kelso, you've got to go now. That's why we saw Eddie and Joel leave the pit lane pretty quickly, and the Asphalt team know that Kiele is not going to get another lap here.
Was Nico, Al, don't go anywhere, was Nico telling Max to go out? Because Morelli's out there on a lap at the moment. He's only a few hundred metres up the road from Kiele's, but surely they must have been told to get moving.
Yeah, they were. They were telling, well, they weren't telling Kiele to go now, but they were keeping an eye on the clock, and it was the team's tactic to wait and wait and wait for as long as possible. They know Kiele's needed a bit of slipstream, and no matter how good he is, to get out there and get up the order, and it's a bit of a mistake, I think.
Unbelievable. I just can't believe a team of Aspar, a team of Leopard stature. The other thing is...
Leopard, can't say they haven't been warned.
Go out, do what Andrian Fernandez has done, and you might, by chance, pick up some slipstream. Andrian Fernandez waving his hands around a couple of moments ago. Well, Joel Esteban, what if he slipstreamed by him? He's got a reference then for the lap. I'm lost at it. I'm completely lost.
By my reckoning, I think we're going to get Kelso, O'Shea and probably Pratama, as long as he's not been dawdling on the outlap, over the line. And I think from then on, I think the rest are really struggling. 20 seconds to go, so you need to be right into the final corner now. Buchanan's got half a chance up the road. Then I think behind him is Salmela. Morelli might just get there, but the rest behind him are struggling. Jorge Martinez Aspar knows, he already knows that Max Kiele is stuck in 15th at the very best.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cormac Buchanan, I don't think has got through. They've all missed it. I can't believe it. The second session today, and they've all missed it in that group.
3 riders got over.
Jorge Martinez Aspar is going to be spitting feathers at this. Well, I mean, Max Kiele, it was 15th. It's like Guido Pini. He doesn't have the opportunity to now go and improve himself, and he didn't have the position to fall back on. And quite correct, I'm not surprised Jorge Martinez Aspar is storming out the back of the Aspar box, because it's madness. I mean, Marco Morelli at least is on the second rope. There's something to salvage there. But Max Kiele is your championship leader. Okay, he's got a massive points advantage, but you're now surrounded by a load of riders who A, you wouldn't normally be riding around with, and B, San Donato, one of the heaviest braking points from one of the longest grid run-ups. I just can't believe it. Let's take these two across the line. Andrian Fernandez is on a lap. He's going to give Joel Esteban a little bit here. Tell you what, Joel Esteban, this could be putting him, if he holds on to this, onto the front row. Joel Esteban, your Brazilian GP pole sitter, goes 5th, middle of that second row. That pushes Morelli back a row as well. So, insult to injury for Jorge Martinez Aspar. Where else are we looking here?
It's the MLAB Hondas, Kiko. There'll be an element of poetic justice here if Kelso or O'Shea can get through. Kelso with a brilliant third sector. He's not got any sort of assistance down the main straight. Joel Kelso has been on the front row of the grid in Mugello before. Is he about to punish the dawdlers and the poor timekeepers down in pit lane?
Please vindicate us up here in commentary. Joel Kelso is driving to the line. He's been on the front row already for Michael Laverty's team. Where does it put him? Oh, it goes 3rd. And Eddie O'Shea across the line. He can't improve either. He's down there in 14th, but it's a front row for Joel Kelso. Macaulay Webb right in the centre of shot there. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the Grid MLAV racing team. The team manager happy, everyone happy, and it just proves that you don't need to dawdle.
I wonder whether O'Shea gave him a little bit of a slipstream to the line to start that lap. We haven't seen the start of the lap, but he was clearly thanking O'Shea, wasn't he, his teammate. Buchanan has had a crash late on. Buchanan had already taken the checkered flag, we understand, on our timing screens. Either way, Buchanan will qualify in 18th place. And out of all of the nonsense, David Almanza, by getting his job done early, is our first repeat pole sitter of 2026.
It is not 7 heaven in terms of pole sitters, but it is for David Almanza. I've got to say, Al, I'm going to cross back down to you because I know who you've got. And that strategy, Al, Joel Kelso's on the front row. I don't know why all the other teams can't just get out there on track like the MLAV boys did.
Yeah, exactly that, Keegan. Down here in Macaulay, where Macaulay, you got your strategy spot on, sorry. I was watching you and you pulled your boys out just in the nick of time, and Joel stuck it on the front row at the end. You must be really pleased with that.
Yeah, you know, I'm really happy to actually get the result here this weekend. We've done really good job this weekend so far. So yeah, it's nice to actually be rewarded with a front row. That's just, you know, the level of the team this year is incredibly high, and we planned for situations like this, and we knew exactly that the other guys wouldn't make the lap, so that's why we went, and yeah, it's nice to actually put it on the front row for him.
Great job and enjoy the front row, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Speak soon.
Yeah, cheers Macaulay. Great job all around there down in the Grid MLAV team. Brilliant job as well by Hakim Dinesh. Got that lap in so early. David Almanza's taken all the plaudits down in Parc Ferme. Oh dear, this will be very interesting because Maxquiles, well, he is not going to be happy. The team will be able to say, well, we told him to go out. Why send him out so close to the line? I just do not understand it. Maxquiles sits down. He is down in 15th place on the grid for tomorrow, Lewis. I've got to say, I make that his by far worst qualifying of the year. 11th was his previous worst. That was back in Brazil, and I think we can kind of excuse everyone in Brazil because it was such an odd weekend all round. For Maxquiles 15th, he's going to have to come some to repeat what he did on Sunday here last year.
Yeah, we know he's got some impressive powers of recovery as Maxquiles, but he's going to need them from there. The World Championship leader deep in the pack for tomorrow's Italian Grand Prix. Of course, I guess the team's not trying to give them an excuse or an out here, but to try and play devil's advocate. They clearly feel that the incentive of the slipstream is worth the risk of not getting round to the end of the lap at all, and that's ultimately what they were weighing up down there in pit lane. Was it worth it not getting round at all and just dawdling around? Not only is it Maxquiles' worst qualifying of the season, it's one of, if not his worst ever in Moto3. Don't think for 1 second though he can't win from there though.
Maxquiles will be up in the top 10, I reckon, by the end of the first lap.
A monster slipstream, if nothing else, down to San Donato.
Maybe even by the end of the first run down towards turn 1. You just never know. But I've got to say, to add on to that, I see what Aspar are doing because they weren't the only ones who missed out. Yeah. The rest of that group did. So the thing is, though, that's fine. But Maxquiles is 15th, so he has already got 18th as his worst. So why leave it as that as the potential? And judging by Jorge Martinez Aspar's reaction, and from what we've heard down in pit lane with El down there, that was not the plan. The plan was to go out, get the slipstream, yes, but go out and get a valid lap time. There's pointless waiting for the slipstream if you're not gonna go and benefit from having the lap time open.
Reward for getting your work done early in that qualifying session, nailing that first lap. There's no question that David Almanza did. He is your pole sitter for the Italian Grand Prix. He's talking now to El.
David, congratulations on a fantastic pole here in Mugello after the injury struggles this year. This pole must feel very good. How was it?
Yes, of course, it was a very good lap. I lose a lot in the street because I doing a lot, but I put my 100% and I do that perfect lap for me.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good job, David Almanza. He almost flew under the radar. He got that lap sorted so early. David Almanza, your Grand Prix winner from Buriram. Cracking replay that. Not sure exactly what we were looking at, but I was waiting for a David Almanza shot to fly on by, but instead, no. David Almanza, fantastic job, as I say, Grand Prix winner over in Buriram, and he'll be looking to try and add to that tally. Here we go. This is earlier on in the session. David Almanza did most of it on his own, it's got to be said, and he had a clear view up ahead of him. So great job from David Almanza, but I'm fairly sure Lewis, a 54.8 was well beatable today had they all played their cards right.
Yes, unfortunately in the end there were only a couple of riders and I guess one team who absolutely nailed it, and you have to give credit to the MLAV Honda squad. The Grid MLAV team getting Kelso onto the front row of the grid, second front row in the last three now. For Joel Kelso. He's had a good recent record on Saturday afternoons. Can he now convert that back to the fourth consecutive top 10 qualifying? Hasn't converted any of them though into top 10 at the flag.
And if I can just quickly touch on Hakim Dinesh, second front row start of the year. Last time was P3 over in Goiânia, but they do chase again David Almanzo. We know he's got that one-lap pace, but he's our first, as you said, Lewis, repeat pole sitter. You can expect that all to change tomorrow because we have got some proper slipstream battles coming on. You can just see the bumps here. This is over at Buccini, and this is where we saw Denise just give a little shoulder of help to Jesus Rios. I'm sure Jesus Rios will not see it that way. He was on course for being top Honda in his session before Joel Kelso's final flying lap. So good job again from Jesus Rios, who's on that second row for a second consecutive GP.
Yeah, career best for Rios by 1 place after Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. And of course we saw what he did in the leading group there. Almanza on pole for the Italian Grand Prix then. Danisha second from row in second. Kelso second in the last 3 races for MLab Honda in third. Uriarte fourth on the grid. That is, I guess, another top 6 qualifying. Good recent run continues for him by at Q1, of course. Then came Rios, Esteban, Munoz, Morelli and Fernandez. Ogden completes the top 10 on the grid ahead of Yamanaka. Carpe's only 12th. Pratama, O'Shea and Quiles is your 5th row. The championship leader mired deep in the pack after timing it all wrong late in Q2. Peroni, Bertelli and Buchanan complete the Q2 line. Pini missed out after he got his timing wrong in Q1. Moodley, O'Gorman, Salmala, Cruzes and Ramersdorf are next up. Carraro 25th for his home Grand Prix, and Zen Mitani, another who missed the last lap in Q1, and his punishment is last on the grid. David Almanza is our first repeat pole sitter of the season in Moto3. Will we see similar in Moto2 as we go for a 7th different pole sitter of the season? Q1 gets us underway in Moto2 in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back live and trackside here to the Tuscan Hills. You know where we are by now. It is the Italian Grand Prix here in Mugello. And coming up next, Moto2 Q1. I'll give you a quick rundown of all the runners and riders because I would like to get down to pit lane and get El's thoughts on a couple of things. But the big name here, Danny Holgado, 15th after practice yesterday, disaster for him. Dennis Onchu, Zonta van den Gorberg, Aaron Canet, Barry Baltas, Alberto Ferrandez, Luca Lanetta, Jose Antonio Rueda, Tony Arbolino, Xabi Zuratuza, Ty Ferrasato, Adrian Huertas and Unai Aradre are going to be out in force in Q1. And the fastest 4, obviously, as you guys all know at home now, moved through to Q2. As I said, I would like to get down to pit lane, so it's myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby's up here next to me. But El, you're down in pit lane. What have you got and who have you got?
Yeah, I think everyone knows we've got to press the wrong button like a silly man. Bobby Locatelli down here at the Red Spantic Racing Team. Barry and Tony in Q1. How's the feeling been? I know they're struggling to get going so far this year. Important weekend for you, the team, and for Tony especially as well. So what the vibes are ahead of qualifying?
For the qualifying, today is a little bit difficult because it started the Q1, but I want one strategy all together go out of the box immediately before to the green, is inside the green, is inside the track, and after try 2 laps, come in again, go out immediately, again 2 laps too faster. I want to first is Tony and follow Barry, and after follow Tony Barry, try to best.
Home Grand Prix for Tony. How's he been this year? We saw him pick up some speeds a couple of rounds ago and just dropped off slightly, but he did say he had a good Catalan Grand Prix in terms of pace. So how's Tony been this year?
I don't understand, sorry.
So how's the feeling on Tony's side of the box?
Okay, but Tony is okay. Yesterday he worked a little bit to the chassis. It's not a good solution because the first FP1 is wet and dry, half and half. It's not the normal work, but today come back to the old moto, old bike altogether, Barry and Tony, and now is too clear and too ready.
And for Barry on the other side, 3rd place overall last year, what does he need extra so far this season? What's he missing?
In this season, the start of this season, I think he's not lucky. only this. But now I think he's too ready and try to best in this GP because last year is faster and this year is only too lucky the bad situation.
Thank you, Bobby, and good luck for qualifying.
Thank you, bye.
Cheers, Bobby. Cheers, El. Good luck with your buttons for the rest of the day, I'm sure. Let's just have a quick talk about, shall we, Moto2 Q1, Lewis, before we go green. I've got to say, Danny Holgado down in 15th, didn't have that on the bingo card when we were driving in on Wednesday. That's a bit of a surprise, but yet again, it's not the first time he's languished down here.
No, we thought we'd seen Danny Holgado get over that little sort of early spring slump, which saw him fail to score points in Austin, of course, the worst weekend of his season, then was disqualified in Le Mans. Felt he'd rebuilt some of that confidence and got some of it back with a fairly solid ride to 5th place in Barcelona, but a tough first day, it has to be said, where he was just lacking confidence all around the racetrack. Strong FP2 though this morning for both of the Aspar riders. Both Alonso and Holgado looked much more on the pace, so I rate Holgado's chances of coming through this Q2, this Q1 session, get there in the end.
Yeah, I reckon he's got to move through. This rider here on your screen as well, after his performance last time out in Catalonia, Luca Lanetta is going to be flying as well. Just to add some context to Danny Holgado, front row a couple of rounds ago, that was over in Le Mans, but only 8th last time out in Barcelona. His worst qualifying of the year came straight after his pole position in Guyana. It was 15th in Cota. So Danny Holgado has been in this position before. He was out of course over in Cota. He was out as well in Brazil. He did manage to come through Brazil for that pole position. It wasn't so much luck though, 15th only in America. So just keep an eye on Danny Holgado. Let's see what Danny Holgado we get rolling out for us today. Another one's on to Van den Gerberg. You can expect him to be challenging. He was unfortunate in Catalonia, same situation, had to go through Q1, crashed, and that really stopped him improving, and you've got to say he probably would have snuck in for that P4.
And what it does is it puts you in a part of the grid where trouble can come and find you, and it certainly found Van den Gerberg. He had a rear brake issue which certainly didn't help him and dropped to the back of the field, but he was in the middle of all of that melee down into the first corner in Barcelona. You'd expect, and we've obviously heard already from Bobby Locatelli, he's outlined the strategy for the Fantic team in this Q1 session. He will fully expect both Baltas and Arbolino to navigate their way through this session, particularly Baltas, who found himself in Q1, didn't emerge out of it in Barcelona last time out, but otherwise, apart from that, he's been in every other Q2 session.
Yeah, Tony Arbolino was in the top 10 this morning as well, so yeah, okay, he was quick yesterday in the wet in the morning, but he was also quick this morning in the dry, so keep an eye on him. He was 9th. For Barry Baltas, I don't know what really is going on with Barry. I know Bobby Locatelli's saying that it's pure bad luck, but also at no point in any session in the last couple of rounds has Barry Baltas looked like the Barry Baltas of old. So we all want Barry to be right up the front, the number 7 on that Red's Fantic racing machine, and we know what Baltas is capable of when everything is working well for him. But gotta say, 24th this morning, 19th yesterday in practice, 5th in the wet, but then looking back in Barcelona, 21st on the grid, came through for 13th, and besides that, 20th in practice, 18th in FP2, and 7th in the first session of the week in FP1. So it's not been easy the last couple of weeks for Barry Baltas. He's looking to come through though.
Yeah, Baltas' position this morning, not completely representative. He did have a lap time cancelled for track limits at the end of FP2 that would have put him up in 7th, but ultimately you've got to be within the confines of the racetrack and set a legal lap time to earn a grid position. So it's on Baltas in this session. He's leading this train, having a good look behind, and he'll be pleased to see that the rider behind him is his teammate Tony Arbolino. It's on Baltas to put in a clean lap here, keep yourself within track limits, and there's something in the low 150s, I suspect, is what they're going to be needing, if not a 49, to be anywhere near comfortable of a place in Q2 this afternoon.
Yeah, let's wait and see what we've got, but yeah, I've got to say I fully agree with you there, Lewis. The pace is going to be really, really hot, and yeah, I think in Moto3 we saw the pace. It was quick, but it maybe wasn't as quick as what we expected, but that probably is because everyone lost a lap or so across the 2 sessions. I'm not sure we're going to see this whole dawdling and slipstream and malarkey going on again. in Moto2. The first laps are just starting. The two Red Fantic machines working together. That's Arbolino and Barry Baltus. Two very, very different lines to San Donato, and Baltus was on the correct one. Gets under Arbolino already, and it's Baltus now who finds himself with clear track. I've got to say, oof, I thought Arbolino was just about to come through there.
Yeah, I don't think that one was in the Fantic Racing Handbook, was it?
No, it absolutely would not have been, and I was holding my breath there just for a quick moment. The other two guys, we've got to touch on him. Decent Catalunya for Aaron Canet. He's in this session as well. Dennis Onchu seemingly seemed to start working it out yesterday here on the Boscoscuro. At the end of the day, there's no excuses. The Boscoscuros for P1 and P2 at the end of yesterday, just not in the Elfmark VDS camp.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, the contrast between the fastest Boscoscuros and the rest of them, the other four. As you mentioned, the teammates to Vietti and Guevara, plus Elfmark VDS in a completely different part of the session this morning. The Mark VDS pair, much stronger over race distance, they felt, than over a single lap in qualifying, so they may be trying to make their way forwards from relatively loaded grid positions wherever they end up in this Q1 session. But we have seen them, particularly Canet, come through Q1 already so far this season. Strong first sector though for Baltus. He was of course getting that slipstream from Arbolino. He did a 27.3 through the first sector, and I was looking down at this morning's FP2. That's faster than any sector 1 we saw in FP2 at all this morning, so perhaps a bit of strategy at play from Fantic to give Baltus the toe on the first lap, and it might well pay off for it.
Got to say, yeah, this is impressive from Baltus, and the illustration was that Baltus seems way more at one with that Fantic Calyx than Tony Arbolino does. Arbolino's running it tight everywhere and running out wide everywhere. Danny Holgado comes across the line. That is provisional P1 on a 49.383. Baltus on a 49.570. So yeah, you're right up straight away, Lewis. It's got to be the 49s if you're moving on through into Q2. Onchu and Zonta van den Gerberg are the other two that have gone through there. Rueda, who was quick this morning, I think it was 12th this morning, they're in 5th place at the moment. Arbolino just ahead of Furusato. Luca Lanetta, who is my little outside tip for moving through out of this one, he's an 8th.
That's Rueda's first 149 of the weekend. He did a 50.1 in FP2 this morning, and of course knocked on the door of qualifying 2, and finally that door opened for him in Barcelona when he then recovered from a dreadful start to bring home his best Moto2 finish. Clear signs of progress for the Moto3 champion.
Yeah, and we always knew he was going to get there, of course. Hate to keep banging on about it, but massive crash at the end of last year in Sepang, and that took a long time for him to get his hand back to any kind of working order. But Jose Antonio Rueda is a class Moto3 world champion, won it at a canter, really, that's got to be said, and he's never going to really struggle in Moto2. So Jose Antonio Rueda is just working this one out at the moment, and he's going to get there. Let's see if he can get into those top 4 places at the moment. Just looking further down the order, and who else is a little bit of a surprise down there. Aaron Canet is in 9th place at the moment. This right on your screen, teammate, the 53 of Dennis Onchu, who has got a very, very fast Danny Holgado right up behind. I'll tell you what, Luca Lanetta, well, it's just going to wait for him now in that 3rd sector. Luca Lanetta was looking very, very good in the opening half of this lap, so bit of potential as well on the other Boscoscuro, but of course Lanetta is a rookie and very, very lacking in kilometres in Moto2.
Lanetta was the star of Q1, wasn't he, in Barcelona last time out. Booked his first Q2 appearance with that one on the 2nd of the Speed RS machines, which are now painted in blue this weekend as they keep up their revolving door of different title sponsors through the season. So if you're trying to pick them out, they're now painted in blue. The 32 of Lanetta in the back of the picture, who's never difficult to spot, with the tennis ball green on his boots, on his leathers, and indeed on his crash helmet.
Got to say, it's a bit of a nightmare for me up here in comms, still getting used to Moto2 in itself, let alone changing colour schemes that we know the Boscoscuro guys have done for years and years. But I'm still dialing myself in, chaps. If you could just stick with a colour scheme that I can familiarise myself with, because what doesn't help is my colour-coded notes don't match up with what I'm seeing on the TV. So never mind, that's the onus is of course on me as they work their way through Casanova Savelli. 8.5 minutes left on the clock. It's still Holgado on Chu, Van den Gorberg and Baltus in there in 4th. We look at 2 of our star rookies, 2 Grand Prix winners in Moto3 last year. Tayo Furusato being chased by the reigning Moto3 world champion Jose Antonio Rueda, who is in 5th place at the moment in this session. 7th for Furusato.
Yeah, his best qualifying is 20th. He's a place off that at the moment. If he stays where he is, he'll be 21st on the grid. Was very good in the mixed conditions yesterday morning, was Tayo. Was up inside the top 10, but he's, I think, getting a little bit of a hurry up from team manager Hiroshi Oyama, who says that the gap from Furusato in terms of pure lap times, the very fastest, is still a little too big, even as a rookie in Moto2. So Furusato, it's clear where he needs to make a step forward, he says. It's maximising the extra grip and performance you get of a brand new tyre in qualifying trim, because his race pace isn't all that bad, but of course it's no use to if you're starting in the back two rows of the grid.
Exactly, you've got to give yourself half a chance in qualifying. That's why qualifying, we seem to be saying it's so much, but the gaps, the margins are so small, they're so finite, and it can really make or break your weekend. Not everyone can come through from outside the top 10 into a podium, let alone victory, you know, and even for the rookies that are still trying to, in the case of Furusato, just get points on the board, qualifying outside the top 20 is not really doing you any good when we go green at 12:15 on a Sunday afternoon, as is the case in Moto2. Oh, have a look at those mud guards flapping in the wind as they head down towards turn 1. I love that slow-mo shot. It's one of my favourites of the year. The slow-mo over the hump at Mugello. Absolutely, Harry Flatters, brilliant.
Yeah, they're carrying around 300 kilometres an hour at that stage on a Moto2 by nearly 190 miles an hour. That is shifting. We can head back down to pit lane and Elliot Yorku, I believe, has got an update on Alberto Fernandez. He's currently in 10th place.
Yeah, I do. The front brake problem is an issue for Fernandez. Came into the box signalling with his two fingers that there was nothing really going on with the front brakes. The team are working hard now to try and replace the calipers and the brake discs as well. So I'll stay here and see if Fernandez can get back out, but a clear issue with the front brakes for Fernandez.
Cheers for that, Al. Let's hope that the front brake is solved for Alberto Fernandez, who currently sits in 10th place at the moment, just ahead of Unai Radre, Adrian Huertas and Xavi Zuratuza filling in, of course, for Jorge Navarro. Radre filling in for Angel Piqueras, who continues his recovery after the incident over in Kota. Fernandez is the last rider at the moment within a second of that provisional P1 in Q1 time. I've got to say that is a very tight margin as well. P1 to P4 covered by less than 0.2 of a second. So the chap on your screen here, reigning Moto3 World Champion Jose Antonio Rueda, is going to have to find more than 0.3 if he is to sneak in, and that's just based on the current lap times, Lewis.
Yeah, and this is already the fastest that Rueda has been all weekend, so he's already made a big step forward. He's going to have to make another one if he's going to earn a place in qualifying 2 for the second Grand Prix in a row. Of course, got himself up onto the third row of the grid. 9th he started in Barcelona last time out, and as mentioned earlier on, despite that poor start, he did convert that into a solid 12th place at the finish. But key moments coming up here for Rueda. For Arbolino, who's currently down in 6th place. You'd say for Canet too, down in 9th. That would be 23rd on the grid for Aaron Canet if he stays there. And we're talking about a rider in Canet who has been on pole here twice before in Moto2, although I'm sure he would quickly put his hand up and say, yeah, but that was on a Calyx.
I was looking at Aaron Canet's stats, I've got to say, coming into this. 57 points have been scored since Germany last year. That is less than the current top 5 in the current championship in 2026. Aaron Canet, you can blame it on the Boscoscuro adaptation and changing teams or whatever you like, but Aaron Canet's problem started a long way before 2026. He is in a little bit of a world of trouble, it's got to be said, with just less than 5 minutes to go as well. Down in 9th place, his worst qualified of this season has been 25th. I make that over in Guyana. His best was last time out when he was 6th, so that's why Aaron Canet is a little bit of a surprise down in 9th, and we're not even out of Q1.
Yeah, that's the only Q1 appearance for Canet, though, where he hasn't made it through. The 4 previous Q1 appearances, the 3 others, he did move through, and in a couple of those occasions went on to qualify on the front 4 rows of the grid. It is remarkable, though, isn't it, to say with Aaron Canet that 6th place in Barcelona was his first top 10 qualifying of the season. Unfortunately, though, for Canet, he very quickly engaged reverse gear in the race. He said he expected a drop mid-race, but he was struggling from the very start with some major rear spin on that Boscoscuro, so he just cannot quite string the ideal weekend together at the moment. Alberto Fernandez back on board his Blue Crew Prat Boscoscuro, so we can deduce from that those front brake problems have been fixed.
Indeed we can. Well, we'll find out when he gets out towards turn 1, I suppose, and so will he. Let's hope so. Cross fingers and everything. The little freight train we've got going on here, they work their way through Beyond Detti. Jose Antonio Rueda now takes up the lead as he continues charging on through.
Baltus now going to tow Arbolino after getting the treatment from Tony on the previous lap. Is this once again going to be some strategy employed down at Fantic?
Doesn't look like he wants to, though, does it, Barry Baltus? I've got to say, over at Puccini.
What goes around comes around, Tony.
Well, let's wait and see about it, whether or not Baltus does tow around Tony Arbolino. Now, Daniel Gardo gets it nailed down in towards turn 1 on his next flying up, on his first flying up really since he went back out. I think on the last time we saw him, he made a complete Horlicks of turn 1, not so much this time round. Baltus has got his head down. Ha! Arbolino's been dropped by the lot of them. He can't even stick in with the top 3 there, so Tony Arbolino has been caught napping, I think, here. Gardo through that first sector is a 1/10 of a second, and a 1/10 and a half of a second off of what he's been able to do. He's the fastest time so far, 49.383, the target time for everyone else.
I get why Baltus wouldn't want to tow anyone down the main straight, because he's the rider at risk at the moment in 4th place on that 49.5. Luca Lanetta has put up a good first sector at the moment. He's no doubt picked up a bit of slipstream down the main straight. Arbolino, who ended up with 3 bikes ahead of him instead of 1, he might have been dropped an inch at that final corner, but might not be in too bad a spot.
Let's see what he's got coming through the rest of this lap. The thing is, the gap between 4th and 5th is so big, so Luca Lanetta, that's what is so impressive about him. We're seeing him on your screens right now. He's just coming out Pelagio, now working his way over towards Commento. Luca Lanetta was a star, as you said, Lewis, over in Catalunya Q1, and obviously went on to qualify pretty respectably as well as finish inside the top 10. So Luca Lanetta has got a bit of pace, it seems, in Moto2 as he continues to work out. That special gold crash helmet comes through. Ooh, just a little, he's still in touch, but he's just a little bit outside what he needs to be doing. So let's take Luca Lanetta through Buccini and then out towards the start and finish line. He's a little bit too far back to be getting any meaningful slipstream from Adrian Huertas, but the 32, currently 8th, goes 5th. That's where we predicted he would go, and the difference is less than 3/10 of a second now, and only a 10th shy of that top 4.
Rueda, without a slipstream, ends up going 6th, so he's done a 49.7. That is still his best lap of the weekend, but not enough for the Moto3 champion. It's Onchu who's making a dart to potentially take top spot away here from Dani Holgado. The Turk heads for the line on the Boscoscuro, and he falls short, but it is his best lap. Arbolino does punt his teammate, crucially, out of the top 4. Baltus, little does he know it, has just been usurped by his teammates of all people.
Who he refused to give a toe to, and Tony went, well, I'll do it on my own then. And he has done it on his own. So Tony Arbolino digs deep and finds something. Now, Barry Baltus, over to you, son. And off you go to try and usurp Zonta van den Gorberg, who is hanging on by his fingernails at the moment. 10 seconds left on the clock, just a little under. And got to say, Baltus quick through that first sector, but it's not a personal best. So I just wonder if Baltus here is going to find himself down in 19th place on the grid at best. Oh, he blew that apex. He was wide at Casanova. Barry Baltus is riding hard. Mugello is not a track that normally gels well with a bit of overriding. So Baltus, lost a 10th or so in that sector. And let's see what Tony Arbolino's got up his sleeve. Arbolino, was he doing anything? He's quick in that second sector, Arbolino. 300ths of a second under. So let's see if Barry Baltus in the end is going to trip up his teammate here. Checker flag is out.
Overriding was the word on the tip of my tongue as well when I was watching Barry Baltus there through the first half of that lap, and it looks a handful through the change of direction. There's a lot of it, a lot of left right around this circuit here at Mugello, and unfortunately it's not coming together for Barry Baltus. Rueda's not out of it either. Here he comes into the final corner. He's going to need a strong final sector, and he's not going to have anyone assisting him out of the final corner. Millimetres away from the green on the outside of the corner then for Jose Antonio Rueda. Might just get himself ahead of Baltus and Lanetta though with this. Across the line he goes, he doesn't. It's another 49.7. He stays 7th.
He stays 7th. Lanetta has taken the flag, stays 6th. Baltus, this isn't going to be doing enough, neither for Arbolino. Time for Osato, but he can propel himself up if he holds that to the line. Stays 8th. So time for Osato is going to stay in 8th place. I think, Lewis, I've got to say that is all that she wrote, because Aaron Canet is out there on a lap, but it's not a very good one. Dani Holgado is going to lead Dennis Onchu, Tony Arbolino and Zonta van den Gorberg through your front 4, moving through into Q2 to join the already seeded 14 places. Barry Baltus, that is a massive name who's not moving through. I've got to say, Baltus will probably be kicking himself over that one.
Yeah, ultimately it was his teammate that knocked him out in those latter stages. It was close, 63,000th of a second between van den Gorberg and Baltus, but it is van den Gorberg who takes that final place in Q2.
Danny Holgado almost serenely away from all of the action elsewhere, particularly involving the Fantic riders. He has got the job comfortably done. I guess Aspar haven't had the most enjoyable of Saturday afternoon so far, but some good news for them now, courtesy of Holgado.
And he'll join his teammate as well, so a little bit of teamwork is going to be able to be had in Moto2 Q2. Just talking about Barry Baltas again, he was 21st last time out, so 19th on the grid. I think he'll be looking to try and get some redemption in Hungary, because at the moment it's just not working for Barry Baltas over one lap. It's not worked so badly for Tony Arbolino. Let's see what he's got in Q2, but he's definitely got the job done for the Fantic lot.
He certainly has. Strong session for Arbolino after a miserable weekend, it has to be said, in Barcelona. Ended his 100% point scoring streak in 2026. But Arbolino at his home Grand Prix, where he has been on pole in Moto3 before, he does at least keep his Moto2 pole hopes alive today.
And whatever's going on with his teammate, I've got to say, Baltas was 8th on the grid here last year, so it's not a track-related problem. I think it's a form-related problem. It's a strategy perhaps for Baltas not getting a lap in on Friday afternoon, and a bit of bad luck, I suppose, as Bobby Locatelli was saying. But good job from this rider on your screen, number 84 of Zonta van den Goorberg. Very, very strong indeed. He was unlucky to miss out last time out in Catalonia. He was 19th there. So far this year, his best qualifying has been from 18th place. That was over at Le Mans. The only time he managed to sneak through into Q2, but he done that. He done the job that day on a hard day on Friday. He managed to get in the top 14. So Zonta's got another opportunity and try and go for a personal best in 2026.
He's guaranteed to equal it with that 18th on the grid in Le Mans. An opportunity now for Van den Goorberg. Of course, he joined his teammate Ayumu Sasaki in qualifying too as well. So some options now for the RW squad to potentially help each other out in Q2. Danny Holgado through then. Ryu sits 7th in the World Championship through to Q2, along with Denis Sonchu, Tony Arbolino and Zonta van den Goorberg. Barry Baltas 5th, having been eliminated by his own teammate. Lanetta 6th ahead of Rueda. Forasato, much more like it from Forasato, only half a second off the fastest lap time in that Q1 session. Kinet, miserable session for him, down in 9th ahead of Fernandez, who we heard had some issues with his front brake in the first half of that session. Zuratuza, who's in for the injured Jorge Navarro, 11th. Huertas 12th, his poor qualifying run goes on. And Unai Radre, who's in for the injured Anca Piqueras. He will complete our grid tomorrow. We'll soon find out who starts at the very front of it, and it could still be Danny Holgado. He tops Q1, and the Moto2 battle for pole is coming up next.
We are just now under an hour away from MotoGP Tissot Sprint action, and that is going to be an absolute blockbuster. If you haven't already seen qualifying, we'll not spoil it for you, but it's going to be fantastic. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby next to me up here in commentary. Elliot York is down in pit lane here. Moto2 qualifying is well underway. Q2 is coming up next here in the serenity of Tuscany. We are here, of course, at Mugello for round 7 of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship, coming from Mugello, the Italian Grand Prix. It's so passionate, it's so euphoric, it's so dramatic, and that is just the landscape. We're going to be having a quick look at who your contenders are. Right on cue, the graphic appears. Celestino Vietti, Ethan Guevara, Manu Gonzales, Philip Salac and Alonso Lopez were your fastest 5 from yesterday. They're being joined by Alex Escrich, Ayumu Sasaki, David Alonso, Ivan Ortola, Senna Agius, Colin Vire, Danny Munoz, Sergio Garcia and Joe Roberts. They were your fastest 14. Holgado, Onchu, Arbolino and Van der Goorberg, they've just come through from qualifying 1, so they are your 18 stars of the Moto2 Q2 show. And the battle for pole is not far away from commencing. 15 minutes to try and sort it out, and whether or not a bit of track experience from Q1 is going to be advantageous, we'll have to wait and see. Let's nip down to pit lane before I cross over to Lewis Sudbury. Let's hear what El's got. El, who have you got for us here?
I'm down here with Jürgen Ling, obviously team boss of the Liquid Moly Dynamo Intact GP team. Jürgen, let's just touch on the Catalan Grand Prix for a moment. An emotional win, it has to be said, for Manu. From a team's perspective, why was it such a good win? Manu described it as the best of his career, and why was he so emotional afterwards?
Yeah, because it was a really difficult race. We know with the tire they have to manage, and we know also that our main competitor has a bit an advantage from the chassis, and so it was quite challenging, and we saw all the weekend that they had a bit more, and so we made a strategy, and the emotion comes because he followed one by one the strategy. He followed clearly the plan, and that's why it was so emotional. And also he had some concerns in the beginning of the race because we thought they will go around 42.2, but they went 41 high, so he had some concerns, and he said, I was so focused to have not one spinning, not one slide, and at the end then he saw it will pay off, and so that was why he was so happy. And of course he knows inside there are not many opportunities for him for next year, and so he just wanted to show his potential. And I understand very well that it was very emotional, even for me, because it was really incredible job he did. It was really copy-paste as he did the plan one by one.
I was going to ask about the future as well, which is why it was emotional for Manu. He feels hard done by, I think, the team, and everyone can see that as well. If rumours are to be believed, he might not move to GP next year. There's obviously rumours about Senna as well. How's he dealing with that? Obviously, the on-track results have been fantastic this year. You must be proud of that. But how's Manu this year with all the rumours surrounding him maybe not moving to GP when he was a title contender last year and again leading the championship this year?
Yeah, he tried to leave it as it is. We are not talking so much about that, and he's just focusing on session by session, and that is how he managed this situation. But of course, deep inside there is something.
On the other side of the box, Senna as well has rumours circulating about him maybe moving to MotoGP. How's he dealing with that noise? It's been a quite couple of races for Senna after his fantastic double victory, but he's still there, he's still chipping away and consistent and looked strong again this weekend. So what's the situation with Senna?
Yeah, of course. I think for him it's a bit easier because, as you said, there are some options so far. I know. The same for me. I just told him, if you know something clearly, let me know. But I think, not many more information as you have. But he managed very well, and same for him. He focused on racing and session by session. And I have to say also, the last two races were better as it looks from the result. So I'm really looking forward for here with both riders. I hope he can do something nice.
We hope so too. So it sounds like Senna is more likely to move up to GP than Manu. Rumours are sort of feeling that's what you guys in the box are feeling as well.
Yeah, that's what we are feeling, but I really don't know anything. I think you guys know more than me.
Thank you, Jürgen. Good luck for the session of the course of the race as well. Thank you for speaking to us.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jürgen. So eloquent all the time, and a little touch of humour as well. Thank you very much. Well, let's cover off those couple of topics then, shall we? Manu Gonzales has been a little bit of a bugbear over the last couple of years. Why is he not moving up to MotoGP? He's obviously got the talent. He had that test at Aragon for Trackhouse Aprilia last year and was respectably fast. So, Manu Gonzales, if you were a team manager, Lewis, are you taking him up to MotoGP?
He's certainly good enough, there's no question about that. Talent is clearly not the problem. I think we'd have to ask the team managers that are looking elsewhere to understand why. I think we can all make an assumption as to why Gonzales isn't proving all that attractive to MotoGP riders, potentially something passport related, but be that as it may, there's no question that he's come on as a rider, even from last year when, of course, at this point, he won the Italian Grand Prix, was leading the Moto2 World Championship. Of course, we didn't know at that point that he wasn't going to win another Moto2 race for the rest of that season, which potentially might also have worked against him. But I think we're seeing a more rounded, more complete rider this year in Manu Gonzales, because I don't think he's really, at any Grand Prix this season, been genuinely the outright fastest rider. Just if you look at his qualifying record, hasn't been on pole position so far this season. In fact, Barcelona was just his second front row of the season. But he's by talent, by racecraft, and by strategy, and just sheer consistency has been able to earn himself a couple of wins and a World Championship lead. There is no question he is good enough for MotoGP.
Gonzales hasn't finished outside the top 5 all season on a Sunday. Winning Buriram, 3rd in Brazil. 5th is the 5th I'm talking about in Kota, 2nd then in Jerez, 2nd in Le Mans, winner last time out. What a way to do it. He's had front rows, he's done everything right, really. I mean, he's in the top, he's the leader of the championship. He's been topping sessions, top 3 in sessions. Manu Gonzales is yet to be outside the top 3 this weekend at all. Oh, bit of a moment there for Celestino Vietti, who gets Holgado'd on the outside as well as Arbolino on the inside for Luco. But Manu Gonzales, there's not a lot more he can do, and unfortunately it looks like if he's not going to move up in MotoGP, maybe World Superbikes awaits. And of course Manu Gonzales came from there as the 2019 World Supersport 300 champion and multiple podium finishes in World Supersport, but a Superbike ride perhaps is an option.
Well, there are 3 riders who I think are standouts and pole position challengers in this session. Gonzales is one of them. Ethan Guevara is another, who was the fastest in free practice 2 earlier on today, fastest rider of the weekend, a 1:48.717. The other is one of the home favourites. It's Celestino Vietti for the Speed RS team, although I can say with certainty Vietti will not be setting a pole lap on this first lap because he was punted almost into the gravel track by a rather keen Denis Onchu, who's busy with his first time lap, and it didn't look as if Vietti was too happy about it either.
Yellow flags in sector 1, that's going to hamper these opening laps from Ethan Guevara, turns 2 and 3, and that is Sergio Garcia on the exit of turn 3. So that is Poggio Secco out down there, and then in the gravel for Sergio Garcia. Oh, he made an absolute Horlicks of turn 14. Biondetti 2 for Denis Onchu. Well, dearie me, he was very, very lucky to get away with that. He had a massive slide coming through the middle of that turn 14. Denis Onchu at least keeps it wheels up as we cut from one crash to someone who looked like they were on the scene to one.
Yeah, it was Ortola, wasn't it, on the MSI. Calixto had a face full of Boscascuro on that lap. So first lap's completed then. We're into the low 49s already from Alex Escreech, 149.081. That is a cracking lap. Escreech this morning did a 49.7 in free practice 2. Of course, we have already seen Alex Escreech on the front row of a Moto2 grid this season. Yet to see him on pole though.
49.0, that is going like the clappers. What an opening gambit that is from Alex Escreech. Brilliant stuff from him. I tell you what, 49.081, that is cracking on big time. Even Ortola 2nd, Ayumi Sasaki there in 3rd. Let's see what Manu Gonzales and Philip Salac have got. Salac's got a massive slipstream here coming in. Salac by the line, he's going to surely breeze into 48.723. Philip Salac has just annihilated Alex Escreech, and Manu Gonzales has briefly moved up into P1, but Philip Salac has definitely checked into it.
He knew that was a big lap. You could see with the nod of there, that is the 2nd fastest lap of the weekend. Just a few thousandths down on what Ethan Guevara did this morning. Guevara yet to register a lap time to his name. This time it's Vietti getting aggressive. It was Onchu who dealt out the punishment to him on the first lap. Paul David Alonso caught in the middle of that particular feud.
That is I'm not really sure what we're looking at now. I think we just had a small error there. This is Denis Onchu over the curbs, and then the front end just, whoa, digging in, watch his knee, watch his legs, and then watch his anger. Oh, he nearly sets the airbag off. He was that angry. Oh dear, they're so quick through there as well. It's the fastest chicane on the calendar. Biondetti 1 and 2. Denis Onchu has just about got away with it. Meanwhile, back in the road, we don't really know where to look here in Moto2 Q2. There's plenty going on. Celestino Vietti biffing this rider, David Alonso. That was over at Scarperia. I think David Alonso was already trying to come through as well, but had already taken up the space, and Vietti had already committed. Vietti 10th, yet to have a very, very clean lap, it's got to be said. So just keep an eye on Celestino, maybe more on this lap or the 2nd stint.
Yeah, so the top 3 of the championship, who've been generally the 3 fastest riders this weekend, albeit Sena Agius did get in amongst them this morning in FP2. Gonzales is the big winner at the moment. He's up in second on the grid behind Salac. You then got Vietti, who's just gone 10th with the lap we just saw completed, and this man, Ethan Guevara, who's yet to register a lap time, although the first that he's about to register might well be a pole position challenger.
Let's see what he's got as we come through common tie now. Biondetti 1 and 2, and Guevara. The third sector's been a bit tricky here at Mugello this weekend for a few riders, and that's proving my point pretty well. I've got to say, Guevara 4 tenths off now, coming down into what is a very bumpy approach into Puccini. You could see there the front end just chattering away. So Ethan Guevara is going to bail out of this into pit lane as we approach the halfway point in this session. Let's see what I think Danny Munoz was just behind him. Now comes Goslow, goes 10th, and Zonta van den Gurberg goes 11th. So decent opening laps there from Munoz and van den Gurberg.
Pressure on Guevara now with this second run coming out. I can only assume he caught the yellows for Garcia's crash on the first run, and even now he exceeded track limits. One of the two, upshot of it all, whatever it was, is that Guevara is 17th at the moment without a lap time to his name. Sergio Garcia, of course, without a lap time to his name, and that is not going to change.
No, that is a real problem, and he's right on the wrong side of the track as well. So that bike, even if it was not that badly damaged, is in a really inconvenient place to get back. Ethan Guevara having a chat with the team. Gino Borsoi there, of course, getting ready to head to the grid with his riders up in MotoGP as well. The Prima Pramac team down there in Moto2 now a little bit stressed, I can imagine, with Ethan Guevara down where he is without a lap time set. Salac at the moment, brilliant job by Philip Salac there to set that 48.723, as you say, Lewis, the second fastest lap time of the weekend. Manu Gonzales second, third for Alex Screech. I'm mega excited to see what Alex Screech can do with this second run. So the Screech on that forward machine, very, very fast so far, and on that provisional front row. He's been into all Q2s in 2026 with the exception of Le Mans, as Alex Screech. Was very unfortunate last time out in Catalonia, had a couple of lap times deleted and yellow flags and couldn't really get a clear run in, and the GP didn't go much better. But at the moment, giving himself and the team in their home GP a fine P3 with 6.5 minutes or so left on this clock.
So Salac then, 148.723. That will take some serious beating in this session. As mentioned, only one rider has beaten it so far this weekend, and I'm not at all surprised to see Ethan Guevara taking no time and no risks, getting straight out there onto the racetrack, because at the moment he's staring at a 6th row start, and we're talking about a rider in Guevara who's demonstrated clearly this weekend that he's got the speed to challenge for pole and victory here.
He does indeed. Manu Gonzales has not gone back out. Let's have a look what happened. This is Arabiata 2. There's a lot of chatter there. Does he just run it out wide on it? Oh, yes, he does, and lights it up. He just runs out onto the curbs. The serrations of the curbs are far more extreme on the outside than they are the close inside. Obviously, that's the part near the track. But the further up the curb you get, the bigger the serrations are. That's Eduardo Ravelli, that's the personal manager of this rider on your screen, who's probably got a lot of work on himself away from the track at the moment to try and get this guy secured somewhere big in the future. At the moment, Manu Gonzales looking at another front row. That would be P2 as it stands, and in terms of front rows, it would be a third in 4 GPs. So Manu Gonzales fast on a Saturday this year.
Yeah, he's converted his previous front rows into a win and a second. So generally when he starts up at the front, he stays there on Sunday afternoon. They're having a good look at their watches at Aspar. I could make many references to what we've already seen in Moto3 qualifying, but I'll let that one slide for now.
So I won't make a change compared to what we saw in Moto3. There we go. You're away scot-free. I'm the loud one. Dennis Onchu working his way through Materazzi and Borgo San Lorenzo on the power down towards Casanova Cervelli. Dennis Onchu at the moment 16th, but really not a representative lap time, but he's out there on his own. Let's see what the Turkish rider can do. The number 53 working his way around as all of this lot work their way out, and Manu Gonzales and Danny Holgado are in this group. So I tell you what, if they make their way to the front, you can be sure that they'll be tagged onto for company.
16th would equal Onchu's best qualifying of the season so far. That guess that tells you how poor it has been for him so far. Sasaki then out wide onto the racetrack, and make sure he stays well out of the way of Ethan Guevara, who's leading Ivan Ortola, and I think that's Alonso up behind as well as they start their final runs of the session.
Tell you what, Alonso Lopez as well is in this group. He's been pretty quick and swift in Moto2 qualifying, and if I'm hearing correct, his teammate has gone back out on track. So Sergio Garcia, brilliant.
Oh,
what a front end save. Oh, dearie me, Ethan Guevara. Well, this is why you can't leave it to the last thing, because he did so well. He saw 17th or 18th on the grid then, did Ethan Guevara. He dug in so well to save that front end at a place where we have seen a lot of crashes over the course of this weekend. Brilliant job by the number 28. I'll just finish what I was saying. Sergio Garcia getting out there to set a lap time is very, very impressive to get that bike back. Not as impressive as that front end save was. Brilliant from Guevara. Look how far that went.
The front end of that Boscastoro really is chattering away for Ethan Guevara. Whether it's just the extra grip from this SCX brand new super soft rear tyre that's just pushing the front for Guevara, but he's having a bit of a messy session here, and he's only got 3 minutes, and you would, I guess with that, 2 more laps to try and turn this all around. Otherwise he's starting way out of position.
And the thing is, now he's got to push in the next 2 laps because he's not got that lap time to fall back on. He's not had that banker lap yet so far set. So, oh, Ethan Guevara, this could be pretty box office. I'm saying all this, he was a 4th row qualifier over in Catalonia. He still made it through to the podium, so his pace isn't too bad. And I was actually chatting to Manu Gonzalez about this yesterday. It doesn't matter if you're not on the front row, you can get away with the front 2 rows here in Mugello.
He's currently on the 5th row. He's 14th is Guevara, and he is a fast starter. Via at the back of this quartet of riders has gone to 4th place. Alonso also improved. He's at the front of row 3 now. And Alex Escridge, who lost provisional pole to Philip Salac, he's now up behind Celestino Vietti. And given that Vietti was fastest yesterday, that might be a very good place to be.
He's not going to be fastest today because he's down and out at Scarperia. Oh, dearie me. Celestino Vietti, pole hero in Catalonia, 0 in Mugello. Disaster. Look at Escridge. He won't have had those yellow flags, of course. He was too close to take note.
And who's going to come across those yellow flags but Ethan Guevara, who of course doesn't have a representative that time, down in 14th place. He's on the same row at the moment as Celestino Vietti. 13th would be an absolute disaster. Well, it's as good as it's going to get for Vietti. He's out of position 2 on the grid.
13th is his number, 13th is his grid position. Dennis on 2, 17th as they come across the line. I said I was excited about Alex Escridge. This is why. He's a 10th up, he's got no slipstream. But what is this forward machine got across the line? Alex Escridge, goes 2nd, just over a 10th behind Philip Salac. And I think Escridge knows that is a brilliant lap, but he just missed out a little bit there. Oh, he's disappointed as he gets to San Donato.
Those yellow flags have now cleared. Did they clear in time? Because we've got Sasaki and the 2 intact riders, Gonzales and Agius, both on potential pole laps. That's Gonzales just leaving the section where Vietti crashed, so we can assume this lap would be legal.
And his teammates on a brilliant lap as well. Sena, I just think he's just up the road ahead of Gonzales. Yes, he is, the 81 flicking through Biondetti now. This is your championship leader who is looking for that first pole position of 2026. He's almost out the seat as well. And that is really, really impressive. Aegis bails out, made a Horlicks of that 3rd sector, but Manu Gonzalez, well, this would be spectacular if he can get this to the line. He's not going to have a slipstream, but Manu Gonzalez is looking for his first pole in 2026. Does he take it? Oh, with style and a new lap record to boot. Manu Gonzalez is provisionally our 7th different pole sitter in 2026. And what about it without a little bit of slipstream as well? Brilliant for Manu.
He knows that was a special lap. That was a World Championship leader's lap from Manu Gonzalez. 1/4 of a second quicker from a Salac lap that we thought was going to be hard to beat. Another new all-time lap record, and cranks the pressure up big time on Ethan Guevara, who's currently in 8th place.
It's not all doom and gloom for Guevara after all. Oh, he's lost it there. There it is now. That's it. 8th at best for Ethan Guevara. A bit of a moment into Ramadhipa 1. I tell you what, he saved the team a fair amount of damage in this section. He might be wanting to put his fist through the screen at this rate, but if that's the only damage after the moments he's had, then it's not all bad. Got to say, Colin Vire moved up to 4th. He's provisionally middle of that 2nd row. Good lap time for Colin Vire. Who else is on a lap at the moment? Alonso Lopez is on a lap. Yes, he is. Tony Arbolino is 3/10 off halfway round. So we pick up Alonso Lopez now coming through. Corintaio and now Ortola, but these guys aren't on a lap. Ortola really has already rolled out of this. This is not going to be more than 10th place, I don't think, at this rate, as he comes through. He's 3.2 off, so let's try and cut back, if we can, to the number 21, who again has lost time in that third sector. It's a tricky third sector here at Mugello.
Arbolino, though, is a rider who could get ahead of Guevara, though, who's of course now 8th, so 7 places at the moment between the top two of the championship. No, Arbolino's had a dreadful third sector, so he's going to struggle to improve much on that 16th place. Checker flag is now out. No one is threatening Manu Gonzales, and yeah, after the best win of his career, he said, in Barcelona, maybe the best pole of his career. It is certainly the first pole of this season for Manu Gonzales, his first pole since Bezzecchi last year.
It is indeed. That's been a long time coming. It's our seventh different pole sitter of the year in 2026, as I said earlier on. So great job for Manu Gonzales. Another front row as well. He's a bit of a qualifying hound this year, and as you said, Lewis, when he's qualified, well, he's generally stayed there on a Sunday. Just want to touch on Filip Salac if I can. Second front row in 3 GPs for the young Czech, so keep an eye on him tomorrow. And Alex Skridge, wow, what about it? 3 front rows for the year already. We're only 7 rounds in. Great job by the 11.
So on a day when his 2 immediate title rivals fluffed their lines, Guevara, you have to say, did that, even though he did rescue 8th place. And Celestino Vietti with that crash down through Scarperia, 16th on the grid. He's surely got next to no chance of winning the Italian Grand Prix from there. So Gonzales with Agius, his teammate, who's 4th in the championship, down in 7th. What an opportunity for him. What a qualifying though for Filip Salac. It's a 2nd front row in the last 3 for him. His team manager, Ethan Buchbold, is with up.
Yeah, he certainly is, Ethan. What a lap time again in qualifying for Filip. He looks like he's turned a corner in the last 3 Grand Prix, and he's getting some rewards for it now. How do you see that as the team?
Yeah, I think he found his place. All this, some of the bad luck from the beginning. You know, he's happy with the team. We're happy with him. He found, you know, the right. You know, he switched from Boscosco to the Alex, and I think he joined. You know, he's a great guy, doing a great job. We're super happy.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ethan. Thank you very much, El. Great job, as I said, from Filip Salac. That is another front row. He's 2nd in 3 GPs. But Alex Skridge, for me, besides Manu Gonzales' stunning lap record, Alex Skridge is one of the riders of the day. Fantastic stuff. The other Clint Forward factory team machine. I know Jorge Navarro is out injured, but he's nowhere near the pace of Alex Skridge. This is the replay of Celestino Vietti. He's all out of shape. He's all trying to push for a fast lap. And when you're pushing and when you're on the limit, on a greasy track surface, Lewis, that is so often a result.
Yeah, the Boscoscoros didn't really get it together, did they, in that qualifying session in the end? Don't know whether there's maybe something in that. Guevara, the leading Boscoscoro on the grid, in 8th place. But yeah, you're right to mention Skridge and draw attention to him. Another outstanding effort on board the Forward. He has got as many front row starts this season as Manu Gonzales has.
Fantastic. It's brilliant. I'd love, look at what it means to the team as well. They've struggled so much over the last few years, really, developing their own way, their own machine, their own chassis. And Alex Skridge, when he goes and does something like that, it's just such a mood booster. You can see Giovanni Cazzari there on the right-hand side, the chap with the long grey hair. He's very, very happy about this one, and may well be, because he thoroughly deserves it. Alex Skridge, he's won the race to Park Ferme, at least. He's the first one down there. Here comes Manu Gonzales. A couple of, I don't know if they're sweat droplets or tears in the helmet of Manu Gonzales, but that is a stonking bowler.
We've seen plenty of both recently, haven't we, for Manu Gonzales? But surely he'll be feeling much more cool and calm about life tomorrow as he gets set to start from pole position. One here, of course, 1 year ago. I think he is in awe of himself there. I think he recognises that he's produced a special lap today.
Fantastic job by Manu Gonzales. Like we said, it's his first pole in what is more than half a year in terms of the calendar year. So Manu Gonzales, brilliant stuff, and a quarter of a second ahead of Filip Salac, as we said, just off that front row. Danny Holgado, great job there in 4th place. Colin Vire coming good again, back-to-back top 5s for him in 5th. 6th for Alonso Lopez. Sena just a bit of work to do perhaps there, and ahead of that 3rd row in 7th. Ethan Campara there in 8th, ahead of David Alonso, who is in the top 10 again, as well as Ivan Ortola. I'm looking down the field to see if there's anyone who, besides the obvious Celestino Vietti, to keep an eye on for tomorrow. Barry Baltus, who we haven't seen, obviously, in Q2 because he failed to come through Q1. And Luca Lunetta probably as well will surge forward. Both of them could probably do with working together and trying to get in towards that top 10 placings.
Yeah, decent qualifying for Aspar in that session. The end, Holgado via Q1 got himself up to 4th on the grid. Bit of a
Bezzecchi. What a venue, what a location, what a Grand Prix circuit. It is Mugello, it is the fastest circuit on the calendar. This morning in FP2, Jorge Martin set a new all-time top speed record, followed up quickly by his factory Aprilia teammate Marco Bezzecchi, roaring to a home pole position. Aprilia looking at the front row of the grid for the very first time. Sector 3 was where Marco Bezzecchi was really pummeling the opposition this morning as you sweep through Andriata 1 and 2, Biondetti 1 and 2 as well. Demanding braking points, plenty of them, particularly in a turn 1 where you're decelerating at almost 300 kilometres an hour. Turn 15, you'll be careful with the tyre managing through there, and overtaking hot spots aplenty, including this run down to the first corner. This was Marc and Alex Marquez versus Pecco Bagnaia last year. Well, 13 days ago at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, after a couple of serious incidents involving Alex Marquez and Joan Zarco, it was Raul Fernandez trying to hunt down early leader Pedro Acosta when he had this controversial collision with Jorge Martin. Frustration from the former MotoGP world champion. Coming through though from the second row, fighting his way through to the front eventually, was the fast Fabio Di Gianantonio. This was his late move on Pedro Acosta. More controversy coming the way of Trackhouse Aprilia, and Pedro Acosta was dumped off the podium contention at the last corner by Iagura. But for the first time since Qatar 2023, Fabio Di Gianantonio victorious, and we thought he might be on pole position once again here in front of his home crowd. The pole starter in Mugello of 2022, he was fastest in all 3 practice sessions, with Digia with work to do, 7th on the grid for the home crowd favourite. Good afternoon and welcome one and all to the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. What a sprint Saturday we have already had here in the Tuscany Mountains. For so many years, the 50th anniversary of Grand Prix motorcycle racing here at the spectacular Mugello circuit. This place, this track has delivered something extra special, and once again that was the case this morning. What a day it's been so far for Aprilia. Jorge Martin blasting through the speed traps this morning at 368.6 kilometers an hour, 230.1 miles an hour to obliterate the old all-time speed record. And then to cap off what was a stunning Saturday morning for the Nawali factory, Marco Bezzecchi said, well, okay, if Jorge's got the FP2 headlines, I'll hold them in Q2 as the World Championship leader produced the lap of his life, the best lap we've ever seen here in Mugello, a 1:43.921. We've finally broken the 1:44 barrier, and the result of all of that is that Marco Bezzecchi starts on pole position for the 11th time in his MotoGP career. And if it couldn't get any better for Aprilia after the top speed record and Bez's pole position, for the first time in their history, Aprilia have locked out the entire front row of the grid here in Mugello. First time no Ducati is going to feature on the front row here in their home Grand Prix since 2011, when we had a front row of Casey Stoner, Ben Spies and the late great Marco Simoncelli. Can Aprilia though continue their sparkling form in sprints and Grand Prix? Top 2 in the World Championship are Bezzecchi and Martin. Raul Fernandez is one of those 3 Aprilias on the front row of the grid. Perfect conditions, a gorgeous late May Saturday here in the Tuscany Mountains ahead of an 11-lap Tissot sprint. But surely it's going to see 3 Aprilias fighting for the latest 12 points on offer. In the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box, a sun-drenched Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Looking forward to this one, so much excitement, so much anticipation ahead of this 11-lap sprint. And Lewis, Saturdays do not get any better than this one today as far as Aprilia, Marco Bezzecchi, Raul Fernandez and Jorge Martin are concerned.
Certainly not so far. A perfect qualifying session for them, locking out the front row of the grid. A first for the factory Aprilia team.
really turning the tables on Ducati, who looked like they had the legs as far as the Italian manufacturers were concerned yesterday in practice, when Ducati's locked out 5 of the top 6 places, and the first Aprilia was Bezzecchi in 7th. Whatever they found overnight, it clearly worked, because not only did they break that all-time top speed record with Jorge Martin, but they locked out the front row of the grid. And this is all fascinating in light of the fact that the rules and engagement amongst the Aprilia quartet of riders have been reinforced since Barcelona last time out.
Race hard, but race with respect. That is the clear message. This was Paolo Bonora, Aprilia Racing Team Manager, speaking to Jack yesterday. We had a meeting which you can see being convened right now in the factory of Aprilia Hospitality. All team management and all 4 riders summoned to meet the headmaster. We had a meeting with our 4 riders and the message was clear. Respect. Total respect. We'll find out if that message is going to be heeded over the course of the 34 racing laps here. What a moment though it is for Massimo Rivola. He's had that smile on his face since FP1 yesterday. It's all smiles at the moment, isn't it, as far as Aprilia are concerned. But this was Marco Bezzecchi ploughing his way through Sector 3, where he was completely on a different level this morning. A 1:43.921. A heck of a lap by Marco Bezzecchi. Brilliant, brilliant lap. Aprilia's first Mugello pole position since Tetsuya Harada in the 500cc 2 straight days back in 1999. And credit to Ralph Fernandez, he picked his track position perfectly. He was about 150 metres back of Bez to secure just his 5th front row start in his 85th MotoGP appearance. A dream day so far. Fairy tale stuff this so far for Aprilia. But the most important business is still to come over the sprint and the Grand Prix tomorrow.
And we're talking about a rider in Marco Bezzecchi who has yet to win a sprint in 2026. And of course has made several key errors in sprints so far this season, as he dons the Alex Zanardi replica tribute crash helmet. Of course, Zanardi, a legend of Italian motorsport and just a genuinely Italian sport, of course. A former Formula 1 driver, lost his legs in a horrible crash in Germany back in his Indy career, and then managed to reinvent himself and become a Olympic gold medalist. He is held in such high esteem, of course, passed away earlier this year, so Marco Bezzecchi paying tribute to him, and what a tribute he paid by taking pole position earlier today.
Panning for the thoughts right now of Ducati Tech Supremo Gigi Dall'Igna, as mentioned, for the first time in 15 years. Ducati in their own Grand Prix don't have any representation on the front row of the grid. Aprilia are locking out the front row. Ducati do though lock out the second row of the grid. In fact, the next 4 places on the grid all are Ducatis. Row 2 led by the brilliant Marc Marquez. What a return it has been to Marc. We haven't seen him in competitive action since the Le Mans sprint. Fermin Aldeguerra's season best 5th for the Mandalika winner last year, and completing that second row of the grid is Pecco Bagnaia, a 3-time winner here in Mugello. Just a little bit of a footnote as well. Bagnaia's victories here in 2022 and in 2024, they did come from the second row of the grid.
Yeah, he's usually so dynamic, isn't he, on the first lap here at Mugello. I think the riders ahead of him, surely they'll be prepared for the Bagnaia lunge into turn 2, which is what we often see on the first lap. He went from 5th to the lead, didn't he, a couple of years ago, and ended up winning the Grand Prix with great comfort. So Bagnaia will certainly have his eyes forward from that second row.
First front row start, another box ticked as far as Jorge Martin is concerned. 28-year-old Spaniard, first front row for Aprilia. His first front row in 16 Grand Prix since the Sepang battle over in Malaysia in 2024. What a race that turned out to be between him and Pecco Bagnaia on that occasion. Some other riders well worthy of mentioning, we will do moving forward into our coverage, but Diogo Moreira caught the eye. Well, he's caught the eye throughout the weekend. First time we've seen a Brazilian go into Q2 this season, and he made it pay. The Pro Honda LCR Honda rider will start from the middle of the 3rd row in 8th place. He's squeezed in between the 2 VR46 Ducatis of Fabio Di Antonio and Frankie Morbidelli.
Becoming a bit of an expert tactician, isn't he, in practice and qualifying sessions right now, is Diogo Moreira, with his relatively little experience, but he still certainly knows where he needs to be when he gets that crucial qualifying lap in. On board with Marc Marquez as he gets set to head to the grid. 4th top non-Aprilia on the grid, which, given the strength of the Nawali bikes earlier on today, I guess is about as good as it could have got for Marc Marquez
in qualifying. But I'm fascinated to see how he tackles this Tiso sprint. Does he demonstrate his usual Marquez aggression, or is he more going to be focused on staying out of trouble and just making sure he gets to the checker flag in one piece with some points?
First time in 4 years, Marc Marquez off the front row of the grid here in Mugello. Back in 2022, the last time Marc wasn't occupying a slot in the top 3 on the grid. 85 points he is behind Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship. We've got an awful lot of racing still to run in 2026, and trust us, no rider in MotoGP right now is writing Marc Marquez off as a championship contender. Riders leaving the pit. Now let's go down on to the grid though. A couple of former Premier League football stars enjoying the Mugello sunshine. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank and David Bentley with Jack.
Yeah, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, David Bentley, Carlo Cudicini, some Premier League greats down here. Jimmy, I'll start with you. I imagine this your first opportunity to experience MotoGP in the flesh. What an experience it is, I imagine.
How do you know it's my first time?
Well, potentially it's not.
Do you look? See?
I can see the shock on your face.
Yeah, you're right. It's my first time, and I'm shocked. It's a brilliant experience to see. It's yeah, really nice, and I can't believe that I haven't done it before.
Yeah, well, come back again, David. We saw the new top speed record go this morning, nearly 230 miles an hour. Do you fancy jumping on one of these?
I would love to, but how scary is that? 230. I can't believe the energy. It just pulsates through your body. It's unbelievable what they do and what the guys, the speed that they go at and the risk to their life to go that speed. It's unbelievable to watch. Love every minute of it. Unbelievable.
Try and grab a quick word, thank you David, with Carlo Cudicini just before I go. Carlo, very quickly, I know you're taking a video quickly. The atmosphere here, how does it compare to something like Stamford Bridge? What is the atmosphere like?
I know, I guess every sport's got different, and different atmosphere. The crowd, anyway, I know from Formula One is, motor racing is just unbelievable, and it's my first experience here, so. Being in Italia, obviously, I'm proud that we have such a great event here in Italy.
Great to see you here. I'll let you get back to your videos. Don't miss it.
Thank you.
There we go. Great to chat with 3 Premier League greats, guys.
Yeah, awesome work, Jack. Brilliant stuff down there on the grid. It sounds like, as far as Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank and David Bentley concerned, this won't be their last visit to the MotoGP World Championship. What a race they picked to come to. What a day they picked to experience MotoGP for the first time, witnessing trackside the top speed record broken here today. Great to welcome some of our Premier League greats onto the grid. Marquez then, 4th, 144.294 from the Spaniard. That's the fastest lap Mark's ever set around Mugello, but still not good enough to topple the trio of Aprilias ahead of him. But you can't discount Marco. You just can't discount him out of contention. 17 sprint wins to his name so far in his career.
Fernandez makes his way to the front row of the grid. Love to know what's going through his mind right now as he gets set for this sprint in between the 2 factory Aprilia riders, who he must be mindful of staying out of the way of in this sprint. But of course Fernandez himself will be targeting his first ever gold medal today.
Bit of work to do from that 3rd row of the grid for Fabio Di Giannantonio and Frankie Morbidelli. Digis had the pace, no question. He was superb throughout practice, but tough coming from 7th place on the grid. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto with Jack.
Yeah, I imagine Fabio probably the most disappointed of anybody from qualifying this morning. Just to reflect on qualifying, Pablo, we saw that he had to go out on his number 2 machine. Often the feeling between 1 and 2 can be a bit different. How much of an impact did that play on what we saw from Fabio?
Yeah, always you have your favorite bike. But anyway, I think we are making a very good weekend. We know that it's very, very important, the start and the qualifying. And unfortunately, we are in 3rd row, no? But anyway, I think we are working very, very good. We have the piste rhythm. This track is one of the tracks that maybe you can make some overtakes and then try to make some rigs in the first part of the race.
Fastest in all 3 practice sessions was Fabio. Going into qualifying, he was, I'm sure, hoping of fighting for the victory. Is that still possible from row 3?
It's going to be difficult, very difficult, but you never know. Maybe one of the tracks that maybe you can make something like that, it's this one. So I'm still believe, so it's very important. The rider, it's important that he still believes that maybe he can do it.
very, very hard, but we will do our best.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to Pablo Nieto. I'll let Lewis run through the grid. Interesting tyre choice from the starting run in second, Lewis.
Yes, Ralph Fernandez, the information was that he's gone for the medium rear tyre there. Let's see if that changes over the course of the next 15 minutes. It's an all Aprilia front row, as you mentioned, all Ducati second row, Di Gianantonio, Moreira and Morbidelli together on row 3. Then we have Acosta and Bastianini on the first of the KTMs, and Alex Rins on the first of the Yamahas. Ayagura missed out in Q1, he's 13th ahead of Brad Binder and Juan Mir. Marini 16th ahead of Jack Miller and Fabio Quartararo. Not a good weekend for the Frenchman on board the Yamaha. Maverick Vinales, Toprak Razgatlioglu and Michele Pirro on row 7, and completing the grid, the second sprint experience after Motegi 2023 for Cal Crutchlow.
Yeah, you just mentioned what a chastening weekend it's been so far for Yamaha, in particular Fabio Quartararo's lowest qualifying in 32 Grand Prix since he was deep on the grid at Phillip Island back in 2024. Not helped yesterday by a crash at Turn 4, and certainly not helped by the fact that his new V4 powered M1 is grossly underpowered for the second longest straight on the Grand Prix calendar. Trying to keep himself cool. It is pretty hot down on this grid here in the Tuscany Mountains, and you can see off in the distance clear blue skies, but it's pole position number 11 for Marco Bezzecchi. His teammate, he'll be aware, Jorge Martin is the undisputed sprint king in MotoGP. Great to see Marco Melandri, 2002 250cc world champion, down on the grid. But let's go and get some thoughts from Klaus Noles, Diogo Moreira's crew chief. What a performance so far by the Brazilian. What can he do in the sprint of the Grand Prix tomorrow?
Yeah, what a weekend it's been. Into Q2 for the very first time. Now third row of the grid for the rookie Klaus. What are the hopes and expectations here? I imagine whatever he can come back with will be a great reward.
Yes, first of all, yes, we just want to take this experience. It's the first time that he's going to start, let's say, more in the middle, try to follow, let's say, more the front group. Yeah, the key is just to take the maximum out of this experience, keep learning, and yes, try to enjoy the race, because until now we always have to fight very hard from the first lap. Now we hope to have a decent rhythm, and yeah, we just keep the thing step by step. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, no question, he has got decent rhythm. He's been fast all weekend so far, has Diogo Moreira. Just seeking a bit of sanctuary from the blazing sunshine. Our close friends, Marc Marquez, fourth on the grid. Well, they're close to each other on the deck chairs, aren't they, at the moment? They're close to each other on the grid as well, fourth and fifth respectively. Best qualifying in 9 since his Mandalika success for the 21-year-old Spaniard Fermin Aldeguer. What at the moment is going through the mind of Cal Crutchlow. He would not have imagined being back in this high-pressure, nervy situation. I mean, he's been here so often, the 40-year-old Brit now, ahead of what is going to be his 180th Grand Prix start. He has done one sprint previously. He was on the sprint grid in Japan back in 2023, but yeah, by his rival standards, Cal's a bit of a sprint novice, isn't he? But he's done a pretty impressive job replacing the injured Johan Zarco. He was a second quicker this morning in qualifying than he managed yesterday. Zero expectations on the shoulders of Cal, enjoying himself, bringing the bike home, and yeah, help LCR celebrate their 30th anniversary weekend here in Magellan.
You might have noticed with the leathers there, you'll see further when we get a look at the bike, a special livery to mark that occasion for Cal Crutchlow. So this was after the session had finished, after the checkered flag came out in qualifying 1 earlier on today. Toprak Razgatlioglu almost looked like he was performing a bit of a stoppie there, didn't it, on the way into the final corner into pit lane, and made a complete mess of his M1 Yamaha.
He'd just done a practice start. He'd done a practice start which he was perfectly entitled to do on the Exib Beyond Eddy 2. And maybe that's just saw a whole bunch of temperature drop out of the tyres, maybe the brakes as well, as limbering up, just going through, I'm sure, his pre-prepped exercises under doctor's instructions with that recovering right shoulder is Marc Marquez. Off camera now. Let's go and get some thoughts out from the boss. The two factory Ducatis on the second row, 4th and 6th respectively. Davide Tarlossi with Jack.
Yeah, and as you guys said, no Ducati on the front row of the grid here at Mugello for the first time in 15 years, Davide. I mean, that must hurt around here of all places.
Yeah, it's a shame for us, but in the end, who's in front row, he deserved it because he was very, very fast. We'll see what it could be the race. I think that if Aprilia's lead on the first lap, it will be very difficult for us to overtake them, but we'll see. You know, in racing anything is possible.
We saw you pleading with Marc before qualifying to be calm, to ride within himself, and he ended up as the fastest Ducati. I guess him fighting his instincts is normally a lot harder than he imagines.
I think that Mark has the fastest lap possibility, but very difficult for him to be fast all the race. So we took this race and probably next one as a train, and then I'm confident that from Renault he will be 100%.
And just finally on Pecco, he has the pace. That first lap, I guess, is going to be so important.
I think, as I said, that if Pecco is closer to the top guys from the beginning, he could have a good race. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. I mean, no Ducati has lapped Mugello faster than what Marquez produced this morning. That 1:44.294, the best ever lap by Ducati around Mugello. But on current Aprilia form, it's just simply not good enough. Not fast enough as we look once again at Ralph Fernandez. Fourth he was in the sprint in Catalonia a couple of weeks ago. That was only the 8th time in 65 sprints he's been inside the top 6. Going to be keeping a close eye, aren't we, on Fernandez and that rear tyre choice. There's Laura Bezzecchi then. That's a brilliant shot. Keeping her brother cool under the umbrella. Now then, there's going to be big hopes of a Trackhouse medal at the end of the sprint with Ralph Fernandez on the front row. Agius got good race pace as well, but he's 30. Let's get the thoughts of their boss, Davide Brivio with Jack.
Davide, brilliant job by Raul this morning to get himself onto the front row. How much will Barcelona be in the back of his mind here, knowing that he's got Jorge to his left and Marco to his right?
I don't think it's anything different. I mean, there's been a lot of talking about this meeting, but we just say to the rider, just respect each other. What happened in Barcelona is that at the end of the day, Raul and Jorge both lost a lot of points and lost a missed opportunity. So something, I mean, it's not smart that happened, so we have to try to avoid that, at least between us. Then, of course, we know with the other competitor, the competition is hard, but at least between us, let's try to make it smooth. But then, honestly speaking, then they ride in a bike, they are on a bike, and I cannot guarantee that everything will be under control, but at least, I mean, you try to control and to, let's say, give an invitation to respect. That's all.
When the visor goes down, we know that it's a different game out there. Good luck, Davide.
Thank you, we need.
Precisely, Jack, precisely. Yeah, you can have as many meetings, you can have as many discussions as you want behind the scenes to try and hammer home and drill into your riders. You can race hard, guys, but we expect it to be done with full and total respect. But it is a completely different ball game. Once that visor closes, once it revs up and the heart's pumping down the start finish right here in Mugello over 360 kilometres an hour, well, anything can happen in MotoGP, and it so often does.
Yeah, I think it just underlines what an opportunity Aprilia realised they've got this year, that they're so desperate to try and stage manage this as best they can and maximise the points. But ultimately, when there's so much on the line for Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin fighting for World Championship, and who knows, Ralph Fernandez potentially fighting for his MotoGP future, they've got to be empowered to ride their own races. Of course, you don't want to see two of your own riders take each other off, but surely they've got to go for it.
What was the famous out in centre line? If you're
no longer go for a gap, you're not a racer.
Exactly, and that's what Ralph Fernandez would have been telling everybody in that instant at Turn 5 in Barcelona. Well, this is all part of the getting himself back to what he hopes will be peak 100% physical best. He'd have talked about this with the doctors, with his medics and with his physio team to get himself limbered up, stretch the ligaments, stretch the tendons, keep the muscles warm, and just get yourself as limbered up as you possibly can for the 11-lap sprint. It'll be a tough Italian Grand Prix tomorrow for Marc Marquez. 23 laps, and it's excruciating heat, and it's one of the most physical tracks on the Grand Prix calendar. Well, what a Saturday it's been so far for Aprilia. Although we're certainly hoping it's going to get better and better with the lockout at the front row of the grid. Let's get the thoughts of their boss, Paolo Bonora, with Jack.
Yeah, what a view this is, Paolo, as we stand alongside Jorge Martin. Aprilia's third, second and first across this front row of the grid. Here in Mugello as well, quite some sight.
Unbelievable result, Jack. For sure, it was, as I told you, fully unexpected, to be honest, because here we didn't score many podiums or did something very special in the past. But to be honest, the bike is quite different compared to the last one. But for sure, during the qualifying, the time attack, most of the job was done by them. So congrats to our riders.
In terms of the dream that it is right now, it could be a nightmare if the words that you uttered to us yesterday are to come into effect. Total respect is what you asked for. Have you had to have a final word with the guys?
No. It was enough, as you say, correctly said. On Thursday we say only respect, total respect. Respect on the brand, for sure, it is the main goal. And everybody agrees in a very clear way. So it was enough. No words more than this. Good luck. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to a pretty boss at Paolo Bonora. Probably pinching himself right now, isn't he? Fresh, recently off their historic first ever lockout of the podium in the French Grand Prix at Le Mans. Fast forward a couple of Grand Prix, and now they're in uncharted territory once again, having locked out the top 3 on the grid. Well, Jorge Martin has already set a new top speed record. Well, this is interesting because our latest information was that Ralph Fernandez had indeed decided to be the only rider to be on the medium rear tyre. As we can see from that graphic, Lewis, there has been a late change and a significant one at that.
Jorge Martin, and it worked out nicely for him in the sprint in Austin, didn't it, when he chased down Pecco Bagnaia on the final lap to win the sprint. Makes it even more interesting to find out if Marco Bezzecchi is also going to make that change, or whether he is going to stick to his guns, and he'll need to make a good start if he is going with the soft rear tyre. That will give him the benefit in the early stages of the sprint, but could potentially see him fall into the clutches of Fernandez and Martin in the latter stages. It's going to be fascinating.
The track temperature has rocketed to 44 degrees. Hottest condition of the weekend so far by a mile, and surely that has influenced the choice of both Fernandez and Martin on that front row. Well, we've already known for quite some time that Brazil has a new motorsport superstar in the making, and confirming that has been Diogo Moreira here this weekend. 10th yesterday to get himself into Q2 for the first time. He went a couple of places better this morning in that decisive second qualifying session. What a performance that was, a 144.634 from Moreira. He's in the middle of that third row of the grid. You feel for Fabio Di Giannantonio this morning, because at the end of FP2 he had one of his GP26s on a mechanical failure. It put him under the cosh in qualifying. He went into Q2 with just the one bike and then hit a bit of traffic as well late on. So you don't feel like we've really seen the best of Fabio Di Giannantonio on this second day here in Mugello. So for the first time then in MotoGP history, we're talking about 3 Aprilias on the front row of the grid. We're talking about Jorge Martin, top speed record holder now in MotoGP. Ralph Fernandez on the front row of the grid for the 5th time in his MotoGP career, but on pole position. What a weekend it has been so far for the home crowd hero. Can Marco Bezzecchi now sprint to success for Aprilia in Mugello from pole position? Has already been a sensational sprint Saturday here in Mugello. It has already been a record-breaking sprint Saturday here in Mugello, and for the very first time in their history, what a place to do it as well in front of their home crowd on Italian soil. Aprilia of 3 bikes firing away from the front row of the grid. World Champion leader Marco Bezzecchi, whatever happens in this upcoming 11-lap Tixo sprint here in Mugello, Bez will go into tomorrow's Brembo Grand Prix of Italy as the World Championship leader. He's desperate though to boost and bolster his 15-point advantage over teammate Jorge Martin. Martin chasing a record 19th sprint success, going from the front row of the grid for the first time in his Aprilia career. Do not discount Ralph Fernandez on the Trackhouse Aprilia. He completes that all Noale lockout of the front row. And it's all eyes on row 2. Marcmarquez trying to win his 17th, or his 18th sprint rather, of his Grand Prix career. Pecco Bagnaia so far this season. Well, he's knocked on the door of sprint success. Second in Austin, second in Jerez, second in Le Mans. Are we going to see Bagnaia continue Ducati's brilliant form in sprints here in Mugello? They are undefeated, the Borgo Panigale brand. Their headquarters about an hour's drive away as you roll through the Tuscany mountains onto the outskirts of nearby Bologna. But the tale of Sprint Saturday so far has been owned by Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi then is the outlier on that front row of the grid. We knew Ralph Fernandez, he came to the grid with the medium rear tyre. There was a late change for 2024 world champion Jorge Martin. First time in 15 years, no Ducati is on the front row of the grid. So far this season, Sprint Saturdays have delivered some stunning action. 3 of our closest top 10 finishes in sprint history have already come so far this season in Buriram, in Goiânia, and of course last time out in Catalonia in what was our 67th edition of the Tissot sprint format. We had our closest ever finish, just under 500ths of a second dividing Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta at the checker flag. Only the second sprint ever to be decided by less than a 10th of a second. We'd love more of the same here this afternoon. The Italian fans would love more of the same, and they'd be loving it as well if Marco Bezzecchi was to hold off the Spanish Armada behind him on that front row. Ralph Fernandez, Jorge Martin, Marc Marquez and Ferdinand. But now it's time for racing. Visors down, revs up, lights out, and we're racing in the sprint here then in the Grand Prix of Italy in Mugello. It's a brilliant start by Marc Marquez on the factory Ducati. He's already going to threaten to split the Aprilias on the run down to the first corner. Going a long way. Look at Marquez. How late is he braking on the factory Ducati? He's going to lead. He's passed all the Aprilias. A great start, super late on the brakes, and Marquez leads from 4th.
And Marco Bezzecchi was just way too cautious. Look at Moreira up in 4th place on the LCR Honda. Ralph Fernandez carves up the inside of Marc Marquez. Martin also through. The Aprilia's fighting back.
Yeah, pushing and shoving already. Moreira fancying an attack now on Marquez into turn 4 and 5, and he's made it through. This is lovely by Moreira up into P3. He's gained 5 places already as he dropped now down through Casanova and Sully for the first time. Magic from Moreira in Mugello.
Gian Antonio's gained ground. Bagnaia had a shocker. He's down to 9th place, so that's Di Gian Antonio up the inside of Marco Bezzecchi. The pole starter's back to P6 now.
That's an early nightmare for Bez from that dream pole position. And look at Ralph Fernandez. Top 2, the only 2 in this grid. On this grid, they have the medium rear tyre fitted. And Ralph Fernandez already trying to break away. Down we go into Scarperia for the first time. He was almost 3.5 tenths clear of Martin through split 2.
Yeah, I'd like to get a look at that first corner again, because Bez had the inside line as they were going 3 wide into turn 1. Just braked, I think, too early and got absolutely swamped. Now Marc Marquez loses another one. Clearly, understandably cautious on this first lap after initially taking the lead. Now Di Gian Antonio has passed it.
Bagnaia down in 11th place. He's done an absolute horror show at the start of this sprint. It's Moreira who's made the big forward move, and going the wrong way, the opposite way, has been Bagnaia. Trying to show his front wheel to Marquez into the final corner goes Bezzecchi. Now he's going to rely on some slipstream and some of that famed poke from the factory. Probably the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history. Well, Bez needs all of that 300 horsepower right now, doesn't he? Lap 1 in the box then. Ralph Fernandez that leads.
Aldeguer's taken Bastianini behind that from 8th, because Marc Marquez has actually got on the attack down the main straight. He's coming back past Di Gian Antonio, so Marc Marquez sideways into turn 1. He's going to struggle to get that one. Stops, and Digia retakes it.
Yeah, you're decelerating speed there. One of the KTMs has gone wide into the first corner as well. You're scrubbing off almost 300 kilometres an hour in about 250 metres or so on that run down to San Donato. Pecco Bagnaia was briefly back inside the top 10. He did briefly get ahead of Agius, but once again he's been pushed back down into P11, so he lost 5 places on that first lap. So too did Marco Bezzecchi. Frankie Morbidelli was a big loser on that lap as well. He lost 7 spots. Moreira, as mentioned, was the big winner.
Costa was the KTM that went wide into San Donato. He's now back to 9th place, lost the place to Bastianini, but, well, it's a mouthwatering prospect, isn't it? The two riders on the medium rear tyre, the two riders who ran into each other on more than one occasion in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago, the two riders who came together and triggered that meeting in Aprilia on Thursday. It's Ralph Fernandez versus Jorge Martin.
Scrapping, fighting for his MotoGP future right now is Fernandez. He's on the big threat. Lots of talk about Nicolo Buliga potentially swooping in and taking his seat in Trackhouse Aprilia next year. A first sprint victory will be awesome as far as Fernandez is concerned. Not a given, because we know that Jorge Martin is the undisputed sprint king in MotoGP, as now Moreira starts to drop back into the clutches of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Digi might actually be close enough to attack Moreira on the brakes into 15. Bezzecchi certainly is, though, on the inside of Marcmarquez. It's going to be close. They're going to lean on each other, aren't they? Marquez is going right out of the marbles on the outside of 15. Bezzecchi eases on through, so Bez then in recovery mode, back up in a P5.
He's got to try and keep Marquez behind him, though, now on the main straight. Mark from so wide will get a massive run on him down the main straight. Crucial moments this for Marco Bezzecchi. Look, you can see them top of the screen, side by side, but Bezzecchi is clear of the reigning world champion, so crucially up into 5th place. Problem for Bez, though, is he's over 2.3 seconds off the sprint lead.
What a job Moreira's doing in 3rd, keeping Fabio Di Gianantonio at bay. Let's not forget that Di Gianantonio was quickest in both practice sessions yesterday. He set the pace in FP2 this morning, missed out clearly in a pretty eventful qualifying for the number 49, but he can't find a way through as yet on Moreira. Rookie, what rookie? This is awesome from the Brazilian.
Costa still ahead of Bagnaia, so Bagnaia is now ahead of Agura and clearly into the top 10. He's just at the back of the picture. He's trying to close in on this trio that we're riding on board with. This is Acosta looking ahead of Bastianini, and ahead of him is Aldeguer as Di Gianantonio now into Arrabbiata 1. Does get the move done on Diogo Moreira.
That's a bold move. That is a bold move down the hill into Arrabbiata 1. You've got to be precise, millimetre precise to make that move. Digia was on that second lap. Only Fernandez and Martin with that medium rear tyre, the only two in the 44s. And you've got to think that as this sprint wears on, they're going to have the better durability, the better endurance on that medium rear. I mean, those two have checked out. You have to say at the moment, Martin's not threatening to lay a glove on Fernandez at the front of this sprint. In fact, the gap between the two of them now is crept up to over half a second.
Yeah, Ralph Fernandez, it's going to be a test of his nerve here, I think, at this stage. He has led sprints before, but the first time he led a sprint, famously, he crashed out of the lead of it. So much on the line here for Ralph Fernandez. Not fighting for the World Championship, but you could argue he's fighting for something even more significant.
On board then with Pedro Acosta through the second gear, turn 15. We're looking towards Andrea Bastianini. He's going to get a right massive slingshot here, isn't he? Acosta as they power through the gearbox up into 6 now and creeping towards 350, 360 kilometres an hour we go. Acosta's not close enough to attack the beast on the brakes. Now trying to set up a move on Aldeguer. That's a battle for 7th, just ahead of Pedro at the moment.
Yeah, just up ahead of this, Bezzecchi and Marquez have also joined that Di Gianantonio Moreira battle. Bezzecchi did his personal best on a 45.4 on the last lap. Not as fast as the two Aprilias right at the very front, but it's now brought him right into play with this battle for the final position on the sprint podium.
Whatever happens, it's been a fantastic weekend so far for Diogo Moreira. Easily on course to match his best ever qualifying with his best sprint result to date so far. He's going to have his hands full to keep Marco Bezzecchi at bay. We're only on lap 4 of 11, so ample time for Bez to claw his way back through on the Brazilian. The gap at the front between Ralph Fernandez is really strong in the second split, really good in that second sector. But once again, he's taken 2.5 tenths out of Martin through split 2. The gap now 6.5 tenths.
And a day that started in qualifying 1 for Ralph Fernandez. Boy, is it turning around in a hurry for him as this KTM battle continues. They are starting to fall back into the clutches of Pecco Bagnaia, who is in that 10th place. He also did a personal best last time around, but he's trying to get himself back into the sprint points here when we were thinking of Bagnaia potentially going forwards from the second row.
Yeah, a disastrous start, disastrous first sector for Bagnaia. 23 versus 37, a bit of an inter-KTM squabble. Further down the order, it's still Andrea Bastianini is through into the final corner on the inside of Moreira. Goes Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi's favoured that move, hasn't he? He got Marcmarquez there a couple of laps ago. This time around, it's Moreira who he picks off, trying to pick up some draft. Well, that dirty, turbulent air there behind Moreira, unsettling that Honda as he squeezed that handful of gas out of the final corner. Ralph Fernandez and his 7/10 clear of Jorge Martin. That is the biggest lead he's been able to establish so far in this sprint as Acosta just parks his KTM in the middle of San Donato. That's not going to work out. Just tried the block pass there on the Beast, but Andrea just cutting back to the inside line. So thank you very much. I think I'll take that 8th place back.
He's getting fed up, isn't he? Riding around in 9th place, Pedro Costa, just trying to do something to break the status quo. Moreira's already been given a track limits warning, as you can now see top right of your screens, and he's now got Marquez, mentor in some respects for Moreira, now right behind him in that battle for 5th and 6th. Worth keeping an eye on Gian Antonio in this sprint yet, though. He was faster than the 2 Aprilias ahead of him, not by much, but Gian Antonio was the fastest rider on track last time around.
He's gaining gold knowledge here, Diogo Moreira, but at the moment he is a lot slower, we have to say a lot slower than all of those around him. 45.4 from Ralph Fernandez, your sprint lead. I mean, Moreira on that last lap was in the 46s. He was 3 tenths slower than Marquez directly behind him, 4 tenths slower than Bezzecchi. Oh, that's Andrea. Bastianini's gone down heavily. That's a hard get off there for Andrea. Down the hill, was that in the Scarperia, wasn't he, at turn 10? Multiple barrel rolls there for Andrea. That's going to really have shaken him up, rattled his cage.
Dropping downhill, he was on the curve, whether he got it unsettled from that wider line that he was trying to take into Scarperia. It unsettled that KTM and ended up getting a washing machine job through the gravel trap. Fortunately up on his feet, Frankie Morbidelli, while you're watching this, has also crashed out. He was running down in 15th place, so 2 Italians out on this 5th lap.
Yeah, you fear for Moreira here, in particular for this 5th place. I don't think that's going to be in his hands for too much longer as Marquez goes up to top gear and hits top power on the factory Ducati. Great time to ride on board then with the reigning world champion. He's just going to cut to the inside line here, but how good is Moreira on the brakes? That is some confidence and a half to make sure that you're not going to get attacked by Marquez in a shootout, a game of down the brakes in the San Donato. You are some talent. We know he's got a skill set which is off the scale. Diogo Moreira, Marquez still there in 6th.
In the end, it was Mark who went in hot into San Donato, and Moreira just got it stopped nicely on board that Honda. And when you look at where the other Hondas are in this sprint at the moment, we've got Marini in 13th, Mir in 17th. Of course, Cal Crutchlow as a replacement, we shouldn't really judge him being down in 20th place. That underlines just how good a job Diogo Moreira is currently doing.
Shows how important qualifying is as well, because from that 3rd row of the grid he got a great start, was super aggressive in the 1st sector, and that was the platform that set himself up for this potential top 6. You have to say at the moment, Ralph Fernandez has got this one pretty comfortably covered off. Roy Martin has just not been able to get anywhere near. You can't even look at the screens. I'm sorry, Davide, we've still got about 5.5 laps to go here in this Italian sprint. What a ride this will be. I mean, talk about perfect timing. Right at the stage of the season where there's so much speculation about you being ejected from Trackhouse Aprilia next season to make way for other riders. I mean, this would be a statement win. Shop window time. Get rid of me if you dare is the message from Ralph Fernandez.
I don't think they dare get rid of him at this stage if he continues to put this kind of performance in. Of course, with the Grand Prix to come tomorrow, a reminder of the talent that Ralph Fernandez has had. I don't think anyone's ever doubted it, but we haven't really seen much of it in the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix. No question of the talent on display here between Moreira and Marquez. Moreira's going to force Mark to go to the outside line, but is Mark going to be able to break ahead of Moreira? Surely Diogo's not going to barrel up the inside of the reigning world champion from there. They both going on, but it's Marquez who finally gets the move done.
These two know each other very, very well. They're training partners back at home in Spain. Marquez has finally snatched away that 5th place. The gap between Fernandez and Martin over the line was just under 9/10 of a second. Look at this, what a launch it was. It wasn't a bad launch away by Marco Bezzecchi at all, but it was a stunning start by Marquez. Look at Moreira there in the middle of the picture. He's already gained some ground from the 3rd row.
Yes, Bez is in a good position at this point. Martin and Marquez just completely outbreak him. Then Moreira comes, sending it up the inside of the World Championship leader, and before he knows it, he's down in 5th. And Marquez, it didn't last long, of course. He was passed a few corners later, but an extraordinary launch from 4th to the lead.
Look at that. What a shot. What a shot that is. 4 abreast going into that San Donato corner. That was absolutely awesome camera work from our production crew. It got worse, didn't it, for Bezzecchi? He was 5th as we saw on that replay through San Donato on lap 1. He did eventually get pushed back to 6 at the conclusion of that opening lap, but at the moment, I'm not being disrespectful for Ralph Fernandez here, but I think when we saw that all Aprilia front row and you were sort of picking a potential sprint winner, you were immediately drawn to Roy Martin and Marco Bezzecchi.
Yeah, but he's the outsider.
Ralph Fernandez, well, he's silencing a few people once again here. Yeah, he was the outsider, no question about it. Fabio Di Antonio at the moment in a very lonely 3rd place. It looks like it's going to be another sprint medal around the neck of Didier, because he's 1 point. Let's have a check where the gap between Didier and Bez is. Yeah, 1.7 seconds almost. So Didier should be able to cover that one off. Marcmarquez has put clearly down between himself and that battle now raging between Moreira, Aldeguer, Acosta and Pecco Bagnaia might get themselves into that particular scrap very soon as well.
Well, it's fair to say that Marco Bezzecchi hasn't nailed the sprint so far this year. He's still yet to win one. I think it's a bit of a surprise that even once he's got into clear air, got himself into 4th place, he's not got the pace of Fernandez, Martin and Gigel Antonio Pedro. He's doing 46.1s. We've got Martin and Bez in the 45s, and Ralph Fernandez did a 46.008. So it's been clear whether he's been in traffic or whether he hasn't, Bezzecchi has not had the speed of the other Aprilias ahead of it.
Mear's pitted, Dran Meer has pitted. Unfortunately, it's been a wretched weekend as far as the factory part of the team are concerned. It's a good job that Diogo Moreira has been holding HRC on them, because otherwise they'd be absolutely nowhere so far this weekend. So Meer pits as we pick up the helicopter shot of Ralph Fernandez, just looking absolutely awesome. He has not put a single foot wrong, has he? At the moment, this has been nothing but faultless Fernandez in this sprint. Yeah, here he sensed this was coming. Firmin Aldeguer now has jumped all over the rear tyre of Diogo Moreira's Honda LCR machine. Moreira goes defensive down the hill into turn 12. This is through Correntallo. I'm not too sure how much longer Moreira's going to be able to resist this incessant pressure.
Moreira, in many respects, has made his point already, though, in this sprint, just demonstrating the incredible talent he clearly has. Reigning Moto2 champion, of course, a rider who thought he would have been a champion of Moto2 himself. Aldeguer is now taking away that 6th place.
Gaps come down quite dramatically between Martin and Fernandez through sector 3. At the end of sector 2, Jorge Martin was almost a second behind Ralph Fernandez, your sprint leader, and out of absolutely nowhere the gap came down to 6 tenths through sector 3, and over the line it was down to under half a second. Jorge Martin has switched into a full attack mode here, hasn't he? It's Fernandez just running out of a little bit of a grip, but now what was looking like a pretty comfortable Saturday afternoon in the Mugello sunshine for Ralph Fernandez might start to get very uncomfortable.
And just because you're on the medium rear tyre doesn't mean you can't run out of grip later on. Of course, you could also run out of front grip, given how hard you're pushing, because of course they're going to be absolutely flat out qualifying mode in this sprint. And penny for the thoughts of Massimo Rivola watching these two potentially lock horns again.
Well, Martin's recovered half a second in half a lap. He's motoring, he's charging towards Ralph Fernandez. Fernandez will be getting the message on his pit board. He'll be made aware of the situation. But yeah, that was a big lap. Was that the most important and decisive lap of this sprint so far? We're on lap 9 of 11.
Crucial moments here. Has Fernandez just been given a bit of a hurry up that he's now going to heed and speed up himself, or is he still on the limit and not all be able to really respond to this pace? It was Martin speeding up rather than Ralph Fernandez slowing down. Fernandez did another low 46, but it was Martin dropping down to a 1:45.8, which has now cranked up the pressure on Fernandez.
Yeah. Martin and Gigel Antonio, the only riders on that last circuit that were keeping themselves in those 1:45s. Firmin Aldeguer, the pace is slacking off further back because there's a big melee raging as well. This lot are in the 47s, and it's some scrap, isn't it? What's happening further back? Aldeguer's already got through on Moreira, and coming from a long way back in the Scarperia goes Pedro Acosta. He had the inside line, nothing that Moreira could do about that. So Moreira is fading late on here. What about the back at the front? Just over half a second, the gap between Fernandez and Martin.
Yeah, I was going to say Raul responded, but he's just keeping that consistent pace in the low 46s. Martin was back in the 46s himself on that last lap. Bagnaia has passed Moreira, as you can see now, so Moreira's down to 9. He might not score a point now in this sprint, because Ogura could relegate him. In fact, is now relegating him to 10th place. Moreira just couldn't get it stopped, couldn't get it turned in to San Donato.
Fair play to him. He just went, you know what, I'm all in here. Let's go gung-ho. Let's go a bit banzai at the start of the sprint and see how long we can hang in there. He'd have been getting loads of experience, though. Not so often so far this year. He's been mixing it with the very best at the front of Sprints-All Grand Prix, so he'll take a lot of experience into the full Grand Prix here tomorrow. But unfortunately, Diogo Moreira has finally been bumped out of the points scoring places in P10. Once again, Fernandez is just so good in that second sector. He's taken a gain. There's been previous laps where he's been a quarter of a second faster than Martin in that second split. Crucially, late on here in this sprint, he's taken another 2 tenths out of the 89 on this current lap.
Yeah, surely he's thinking, if I can just keep this pace I'm doing at the moment, 46.0, 46.1, that will be enough to win this sprint. Has Jorge Martin gone answer? Because Martin surely from here isn't going to be close enough to attack him down to San Donato on the final lap, and from there the opportunities get quite limited for Jorge Martin.
Yeah, and Jorge Martin, it's very, very early to be thinking about and factoring in points of play in terms of the championship, but part of him must be thinking, well, it's not worth throwing away 9 very important World Championship
this
points.
This wanted a bit more than me.
Yes, I mean, you know, I'll take it. It's been a very good day. My first Aprilia front row. I've got the top speed record and 9 superbly important points for the championship. Last lap then underway. What have you got, Jorge Martin, in terms of attacking Ralph Fernandez? The gap between the two has crept back up to almost 9/10 of a second. Surely, Ralph Fernandez has this in his hands.
Bagnaia looks like he's got 7th place now in his hands, but he couldn't outbrake Acosta as Acosta outbraked himself. No, Bagnaia is the one who goes in hot as he caught a bit of the draft behind the KTM, so Acosta hangs on to that 7th place. Aldeguer is also catching Marquez on this final lap as Bagnaia does now lunge up the inside. His favourite turn 2 move here at Mugello.
Yeah, you've got to feel that 93, the reigning world champion, might just be suffering a bit of late fatigue here. He's a bit ring rusty. We haven't seen him since the Le Mans sprint. He's had 2 separate surgeries on the right foot. He damaged in that sprint high side in Le Mans, and also yet more surgery. I mean, how many times have the surgeons opened up Marc Marquez's right shoulder down the years? This is still an excellent performance on the inside of Acosta, down through Casanova and Savelli. That was textbook. That was beautiful. Of course, these two have got very, very recent history. This time around, after their last corner skirmish in Barcelona, Agura made sure that that was very squeaky clean.
Yes, much cleaner last lap move this time for Agura, as his teammate is now moving into the final sequence of corners. Corantayo is now ticked off. He has, of course, got a Grand Prix under his name. This, though, is a corner away as he exits Biondetti from being a first sprint win for Ralph Fernandez.
Trackhouse Aprilia this weekend. I've got the special golf livery, and there's been a golfing clash this afternoon between Ralph Fernandez and the chasing pack, because as he powers out of the final corner from the historic first Aprilia lockout of the front row, it has quite simply been a faultless and flawless Fernandez who wins the Tissot sprint here in Mugello. What a moment for Ralph Fernandez. What a place to do it as well in front of their home. Rise, I'd say that the second best ride behind his Philip Island win in MotoGP, because Lewis, he was absolutely immaculate.
Took the lead, what, half a lap into the sprint and never looked back. Martin threw some punches at him. That 1:45.8 which closed the gap. Ralph Fernandez had a response. And of course, so much of the talk coming into this weekend was about the rules of engagement of the 4 Aprilia riders after they came together in Barcelona. All the talk of respect between the 4. The message from Ralph Fernandez, simple today: respect that.
Yeah, that was incredible. That was absolutely awesome. Jorge Martin there, very important. 9 points to championship. He does claw back 3 on Marco Bezzecchi. What we have found so often of late in his factory Aprilia career for Marco Bezzecchi, when he hasn't really performed and when he hasn't really shone on sprint Saturdays, he has rebounded and delivered in spectacular fashion on Sundays. Well, the Wolf went hunting, and the reward was a bronze medal in the sprint for Fabio Di Gianantonio. That's back-to-back sprint podiums for Digia, his 3rd sprint podium of the season. But what a ride by Ralph Fernandez. Absolutely sensational. He's the winner of the sprint here in Mugello. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Brivio.
Davide, what a performance that is by Raul. We have to say, we've been saying on commentary, we're looking across the front row of the grid before the race, and Raul was the outsider up against the factory guys. You were convinced to go with the medium. It looked like an inspired choice in the end, but to go out and deliver like that, you must be delighted.
Yeah, we decided the medium.
we were aware, because also Martin, I think, decided last minute, we were aware we could be the only one, but for us it was a good choice. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy also because sometimes he changed the mind, maybe if he's alone or whatever. This time we were convinced. So I mean, I think he showed a great maturity in a way that he managed to stay in front of Martin all the race, making a pace. It's not easy, and so congratulations, really congratulations to Raul.
Congrats, well done.
Not really much else you can add to that for those words and sentiments from Davide Brivio. I mean, it was just absolutely sensational as far as Raul Fernandez is concerned. I think that makes him our 10th different sprint winner, does it, in MotoGP history? Double figures now for sprint winners. Raul Fernandez is certainly our latest and newest MotoGP sprint winner. What a Saturday it's been for Aprilia all round and for Raul Fernandez. From P1 in Q1 to P1 in the Tissot Sprint, his first gold medal after a golden performance by the Trackhouse Aprilia rider.
It's the 11th different sprint winner that Raul Fernandez notches up. It's already this season we've had our first share of sprint winners. That's the 5th different sprint winner already this season in the first 7 weekends. Of course, we've added Pedro Acosta in 2026 as a brand new sprint winner. Today we also add Raul Fernandez.
Super Saturday for Martin. Top speed record this morning when he was blitzing through the speed traps at 230 miles an hour. Just blows your mind, doesn't it, just saying it? Imagine what it's like experiencing on board that factory Aprilia. Once again, I was just about to mention, Fabio Di Giannantonio has stepped up and offered up the only kind of real resistance to the Aprilias in 2026 as a frustrated Marco Bezzecchi jumps off his number 72 RSGP. He's getting a round of applause, as he should do, for a hard-earned 4th place. But after destroying the lap record this morning and producing some Mugello magic with the first ever 1:43 lap we've ever seen around this great circuit, there's going to be a tinge of frustration surely there as far as the World Championship leader is concerned. 4th in the sprint and 3 points lost to Martin in terms of the championship chase.
It's clearly the first lap did a lot of damage to Marco Bezzecchi, pole back to 6th on the opening lap, but as I mentioned during the sprint itself, it was clear that once he got himself out of traffic, he did not add the pace of any of the 3 ahead of him. Will he put it down to the soft rear tyre? Did he make a mistake not going for the medium? In the end, the only 2 riders that went for the medium rear tyre finished that sprint in 1st and 2nd, so they will feel fully vindicated.
He's going to enjoy this special moment, isn't he? Raul Fernandez, his first victory in what is his 66th sprint appearance. He's had 68, he's missed a couple injured. It's taken him a long time to get a gold medal around his neck. That is going to be happening very shortly in our special medal ceremony right on the start-finish straight here in Mugello. Job well done that for Jorge Martin. Sometimes you just have to yield to the better rider on the day. Somebody just that little bit faster, just that little bit stronger. He, some stage late on, surely there locked himself into championship mode. Gets the congratulations of an Italian sporting icon, certainly on 2 wheels, Max Biaggi, 3-time 250cc world champion, MotoGP legend, MotoGP race winner, world superbike champion. Fair to say Max was pretty good himself, wasn't he, on a motorcycle. Was from several riders that had their careers launched by Aprilia. Fabio Di Giannantonio then is the sole Italian then on the podium. The home fans showing their appreciation for another real gutsy and gritty ride from the VR46 racing team rider. He's now 25 points. He's picked up a point over Marco Bezzecchi in terms of the championship, so he's within striking distance, isn't he, of the top 2 Aprilias?
Yeah, we'll never know how he might have gone had he qualified somewhere near where we expected him to at the start of the day. Fastest in both sessions yesterday, but only 7th on the grid. Did make that early progress, passing Bezzecchi on the first lap and lifting himself up into the podium positions, but ultimately today he did not quite have the pace to chase down the 2 Aprilias ahead.
I love that expression there when Davide Brivio and Raul Fernandez sort of clapped eyes on each other. Davide's expression was, where'd that come from? Yeah. Awesome job, brilliant. Another great job by Fabio Di Antonio. Once again, we keep saying it, he's the top Ducati, and he's third in that sprint. And let's listen to his thoughts for Jack.
Fabio, coming through from the third row of the grid, you knew that it wasn't going to be easy today, but you got your elbows out. You were uber aggressive in those opening laps. How much does this podium mean after what you went through this morning?
I'm super happy, much more happy than the results. It's like the third place is amazing, but I'm happy because we did an incredible first lap, super aggressive, super clean, precise, and we've been again on the podium. It is super important to me to be on the podium in front of my own crowd, so grazie ragazzi, l'ho fatto per tutti insieme, italiani, cazzo, andiamole a prendere, andiamo!
He's getting those Italian fans fired up and revved up for tomorrow's main Grand Prix. That'll be over 23 laps at 2 PM local time tomorrow. Can he topple the Aprilias? That will not be an easy task, given the fact that Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin were so strong. A great Saturday here for Jorge Martin. A really important second place and 9 World Championship points. Let's get the Martinez thoughts with Jack.
Jorge, another brilliant ride. Yesterday, as I said in Parc Ferme earlier on today, you said it was the most difficult day of the season yesterday. Well, not a bad Saturday. Front row, podium in the sprint. What a turnaround.
Yeah, for sure, my team did an amazing job. Our target is always to improve ourselves. Yesterday was tough, but we knew that our potential is always the podium. You know, we always try to fight for the podium, and this was my target. Today, you know, I felt great. When I was closing the gap to Raul, was becoming a bit more difficult, but finally I thought the points were more important than a crash. So yeah, I did my best. Raul was impressive. I have to congrats the Trackhouse for the work, and Aprilia is improving a lot, so we have to be really grateful.
Great job, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is it. That was the Jorge Martin of 2024, wasn't it? Just keep building and the points and racking up those podiums. If you can't win, make sure you're on the box, and that's exactly what he has done again. Great ride. Warrior spirit once again by Marc Marquez. He led that sprint, didn't he? Right at the very start of it after a dynamic start. But Ralph Fernandez, what a superstar performance here in Mugello. His first sprint win on a great day for Aprilia and for Trackhouse. Let's get Ralph's thoughts for Jack.
Raul, what a performance, what a time to do it as well. From lights to flag victory in the sprint. How vital a victory does that feel?
Yeah, I feel super happy, and I don't really have the words, but anyway, thanks to the team. I think since Jerez we are making a good job, and yeah, today and yesterday we were well. I felt the pace. I felt comfortable with the bike also, and I try. Anyway, thanks to the team. It is also really nice to see all the good people here, because it's the first time that they are using this livery in Europe with MotoGP. So thanks to them, and tomorrow we will try again.
Congratulations.
If he carries on like that, Gulf might be backing a few more European races for a track at Aprilia. That was brilliant. Pretty fast sprint now as well, 3 seconds quicker than Marc Marquez's sprint winning time here last year. A tap on the screen, and congratulations. What else to say? An awesome job by Ralph Fernandez. First time in his 66th attempt he went to Tissot sprint, and his timing could not be better, could it? He's giving a pretty man, he's having a bit of a headache right now, isn't he?
Better kind of headache than he gave them a couple of weeks ago, it's fair to say, when he and Jorge Martin, whichever side of the fence you fall on, they came together on lap 1 of the Grand Prix. Pretty top brass must have had a touch of nerves when they saw the possibility of them locking horns in the latter stages of a sprint today. In the end, Ralph Fernandez took care of that. He was far too strong. Simon Le Bon, the lead singer of Duran Duran, is going to hand over the bronze medal to Fabio Di Antonio. That is a good recent sprint record. Back-to-back bronze medals for him and a 3rd sprint podium of the season. Silver goes to Jorge Martin. A few riders have, no one's got the sprint record he's got over the course of the entire sprint era. And he does take some valuable points back on Marco Bezzecchi today. But
proving more than just a point today as Raul Fernandez. Questions about his long-term MotoGP future and a performance to remind everyone just how good he is today.
What a sprint Saturday we have had here in Mugello. Let's hope there's more of the same to come tomorrow. Congratulations to Trackhouse, Aprilia, and to Raul Fernandez. Simon Levon, Duran Singer, of course, big hit. Well, hungry like the wolf. Well, he got to hand over a bronze medal to the wolf, Fabio Di Gianantonio there. Great to see so many celebrities enjoying the MotoGP action here. What a day. A top speed record, an all-time lap record, and a first-time sprint winner. All of those accolades going to Aprilia riders as Jorge Martin. So another sprint podium for Martin. He keeps racking them up, doesn't he? That is sprint podium 34 for the 28-year-old Spaniard. He's going to need an extension of his house for all those medals, isn't he? Very, very quickly. But to the victor go the spoils, and today your victor is Raul Fernandez in dominant fashion. 1.2 seconds he was clear of Martin at the checkered flag.
Point well proven from Raul Fernandez today. And it really does whet the appetite for tomorrow, doesn't it? It's not going to be the Marco Bezzecchi cakewalk that many might have expected after qualifying this morning when he smashed the lap record to take pole position. Well, it's really shuffled back in those early stages, wasn't he? And ultimately having to make do with fourth place.
So as our drone peels away then from the grid, and we are set for another fantastic day of Grand Prix action tomorrow. Join us for live coverage, 10:45 AM tomorrow, build up to Moto3. 23 laps will be the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy here at 2 PM local time this afternoon, where can Raul Fernandez pull off what would be a big shock win double? You can't discount him, can you, after his victory here this afternoon? The Italian fans, well, only had their party gate crash somewhat with Marco Bezzecchi from pole to fourth, but Raul Fernandez, your sprint winner in Mugello.
Our fifth different sprint winner of the season. Raul Fernandez holding off Jorge Martin with relative comfort in the end. Fabio Di Gianantonio, back-to-back bronzes for him in third. Marco Bezzecchi from pole back to fourth, having dropped as low as sixth on that one. Marcmarquez fifth, hold off Fermin Aldeguer on the final lap. Bagnaia recovered from a dreadful start to seventh, Agura eighth, and Acosta ninth. They both passed the fast-fading Diogo Moreira, who was third on that one, ended up falling out of the points in 10th place. Three retirements. Both Frankie Morbidelli and Enea Bastianini crashed out on the same lap before Joan Mir's Honda broke down. Marco Bezzecchi then was always going to keep the World Championship lead, but it has been cut down to 12 points now over Jorge Martin. And Fabio Di Gianantonio closes in by a point. He's now 25 off the lead. Acosta stays fourth, and a switch of places between the Trackhouse teammates. Raul Fernandez leapfrogs Ayagura into fifth. So Aprilia extend their lead in the Constructors' Championship with the first Ducati home in third. The gap is now 21 points. Aprilia Racing's team standings advantage is 125, with Trackhouse back up out of VR46 into second. are some highlights then. With an Aprilia lockout of the front row and 2 of them going for the medium rear tyre. Plenty of ingredients at the start for a belting sprint here at Mugello. Aprilia is so often fast starting, we wonder whether anyone could challenge them off the line. We hadn't bargained for a stunning launch from Marcmarquez as the world champion from 4th to the lead into turn 1. Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia both plummeting back down the order in those early stages. Ralph Fernandez wouldn't sit in second for long. In fact, he passed Martin and Marquez in consecutive corners to go from 3rd to the lead. Joge Moreira also getting stuck in. The rookie up into the podium positions on lap 1. For 93, the world champion was finally going tough after that initial extraordinary start. 4 riders were passing before the end of that first lap before Gian Antonio turned his attention to Moreira up ahead. Bezzecchi, after his dreadful start, was finally starting to make some forward momentum as he passed the world champion for 5th. Further back, we had a battle between the KTMs of Bastianini and Acosta. That was ended with a crash for Bastianini on lap 6. Master versus apprentice in the battle for P6. Marquez and Joge Moreira going head to head. Ralph Fernandez, truly untouchable at the front, proving a real point to himself, to Aprilia, and who knows to who else in the MotoGP pit lane as he seeks a job for next season. Performances like that will certainly do him no harm at all. It's Ralph Fernandez who wins your Saturday sprint at Mugello. We'll see you for race day action tomorrow here in Italy.
Racing gets. Listen to the crowd, they are on their feet. Sweat and tears, all the surgeries, all the sacrifices. The fans are in different breed.
What can Alex Marquez do? Have we got problems here? Is that Brad Binder? Is this the number 33 who's rolled off the line? It's lights out, and we're racing in MotoGP here in Catalonia. It's a great start from pole position once again by Pedro Acosta. And here's Martin, another dynamic start from Martin.
And Martin, he's now attacking Alex Marquez. Oh, it's good contact between the two Spaniards.
Well, Zarco, if he'd lost it there, he'd cleaned Jorge out.
Now contact between Zarco and Frankie Morbidelli. Zarco's on the inside and he sends Alex Marquez out to the car park.
There's a Costa that leads. What a time to ride on board with Alex in.
Martin's busy attacking rather than defending. He takes Zarco then for that third place. Martin.
Acosta in the slipstream. Acosta.
Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup is gearing up for race 2 here in picturesque Mugello. We've already had a corking race 1. If you missed it, I strongly suggest that you go and check it out. The closest finish of the season. Race 2 is coming up, another 8 laps of action, another load of battles to be had. Round 2 of 6, race 4 of 12 for the year. The championship's top 3 are covered by just 8 points. It's going to be a corker. Taking you through it all is myself, Kiko Giles. Neil Morrison is next to me up here in commentary. Elliot York will be down there, ready and waiting in Parc Ferme. A brilliant opening race, Neil, where we had 4 riders fight it out for victory. No reason why we shouldn't have more of the same.
Yeah, completely agree with that, Kiko. We were treated to some thrills and spills early on in race 1. As you say, this Mugello circuit really lends itself to some spectacular, wonderful, fast racing. With the first 4 riders in the earlier race today, first 4 places on the grid, you do expect that we might see more or less the same, but maybe with the order changed somewhat. But certainly, Eric Granado, Archie McDonald, Andrea Ianone, and eventual race 1 winner Oscar Gutierrez put on a real show for us. As we go on board here with Archie McDonald on the siding lap. This young Australian really has taken us all by surprise in 2026. He was stunning once again in race 1.
Yeah, I mean, Archie McDonald has been, for me, one of the surprises of the season, because I don't think anyone really had any expectation from him, and no one really thought he could be able to perhaps take on the likes of Eric Granado, the likes of Oscar Gutierrez, who had had plenty of time kind of in the MotoGP paddock at the end of it, Neil. They were in Moto3, winning races there, fighting for titles there, so what Archie McDonald has been able to do has been absolutely fantastic. Big question mark though is in this afternoon's race, when he's been leading, he's generally been caught. Eric Granado's had a bit of pace at the end. Can Oscar Gutierrez snap straight back and try and resist Granado and Gutierrez for as long as possible? And let's not discount Andrea Ianone either.
That's absolutely right, Kiko. And you mentioned that the championship standings have closed right up. Just 1 point separating Gutierrez and Archie McDonald now at the top of the championship standings. Eric Granado just 8 points off the summit. So as it stands, we have a real proper three-way fight for the championship.
8 points cover the top 3, as you say, Neil. Eric Granado, though, starts on pole for the 2nd consecutive round here in the Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup. So great to see that number 51 is going to be right there at the front once again. He was so close to victory earlier on. He really was just a couple of tenths of a second. He couldn't quite latch on to Oscar Gutierrez enough for a bit of a slipstream battle to the line, but Granado is there in the races.
He most certainly is. He looked, well, the most dangerous throughout race 1, only for Gutierrez to put them to the post on the final lap. But after he secured pole position yesterday by over 3/10 of a second, you have every reason to feel Eric Granado will be right in the thick of the victory fight once again. His decent record here from his days in the Moto E World Championship, 3 podiums including 1 victory as well. And you just saw there that he was being shielded from the sun by his crew chief with the umbrella, because it is seriously hot out there, more than 30 degrees of ambient temperature. Little wonder Andrea Ianone is opting for a spot in the shade.
Yeah, spot in the shade, and with the shades as well. Andrea Ianone, very, very strong opening race, it's got to be said. 4th, maybe not the podium that he would have wanted, but a couple of long laps in there as well. One that wasn't necessarily necessary.
Exactly. Ianone. Someone mentioned to me over lunch break, perhaps he didn't actually know where the long lap penalty lane was, because he was coming through turn 10. You could see looking to his left on his outside, thinking, oh, it must be there. Anyway, yeah, he got a long lap penalty for overtaking under yellow flags, and then he made a bit of a mess of the first attempt through the long lap lane, ran over the white line, and had to do it all over again. But still, despite that, managed to come home in 4th.
Comes home with 4th, starts 3rd. If anyone's going to come up with the excuse of I didn't know where it was, Andrea Ianone is probably the one rider I would believe. Oscar Gutierrez, 1 race, 1 from 4th on the grid. He's going to have to do the same again, though. This race incoming goes from that 4th place, head of row 2, and the new championship leader. Took over from this rider on your screen, Archie McDonald. Archie McDonald came in here to Italy as your championship leader, but it's Oscar Gutierrez with those 2 race wins that 1 point covers both of them. So Gutierrez 1 point clear of McDonald.
Yeah, it was a brilliant performance from Oscar Gutierrez. Brilliant performance as well from this young man here, Archie McDonald. Still, 19 years of age, looking youthful, and just making sure that he is fully hydrated as a lot of personnel are asked to leave the grid. All right, McDonald, despite not knowing this circuit before he came here this week, really only had 2 free practice sessions, qualifying yesterday, and he was right there in the victory fight throughout. Tremendous effort from him in race 1.
I think he's going to be right in the mix here. I think Archie McDonald could arguably be coming into this one as one of your favourites. Filippo Ravelli with a brilliant opening lap, didn't he, in race 1? Was right there, and in the end came away with a solid result. 5th place, keeps 5th in the championship, starts 5th on the grid. Good to see that Zonta van den Gerberg is just over there on the left-hand side. Obviously, he's looked after by Eduardo Ravelli as well. Eduardo is the brother of Filippo, so great to see that Zonta van den Gerberg's found a bit of time after his Moto2 qualifying earlier on in the day, and he's joining Filippo down there in the middle of that second row. Just to complete that second row, Dimas Eki Pratama is there in 6th place. Didn't have much luck in race 1 though, did he?
Did not. He crashed out on the very first lap, did the Indonesian, which was a disappointing way for his race 1 to end. But Dimas will be looking just to have a bit of a smoother ride early on, and hopefully bring home a decent result and get some points on the board. I mean, that was the second time that he has DNF'd so far this year in 3 races.
He had that strange one in the last corner in Austin. I mean, he's going to be right there in the opening laps. Let's see if he's able to make that difference that we know he can at a circuit that he's been to before. This is Andrea Ianone. We've already spoke about him there, lining up in that front row place. Nice. I do like how the shades are only going forwards. They don't come all the way around to the sides. A bit like Zero with those sunglasses.
Exactly. Ianone, incidentally, only finished 6 seconds off the victory in race 1, and it's roughly around 3 seconds to tip that long lap penalty. So without those 2 penalties, he could have been, you imagine, in that right in the thick of that victory fight. So let's see what he can do this time around. It was a decent performance earlier on from Jake Lewis. Jake the Snake, 6th position, ensuring that all 3 races so far this season, Jake has finished inside the top 6, and he was just ahead of actually a really entertaining All-American fight just a bit further back between Cody Wyman, Travis Wyman and Corey West. The 3 of them were locked together throughout the race. Obviously our attention was on what was going on up at the front, but a bit further back I think the fans were also treated to some hair-raising action.
Yeah, and Jake Lewis obviously coming out on top of that and top American in the opening race, and holds on to that 4th place overall in the championship. Just catching a glimpse of Cody Wyman there in the middle of that 3rd row. Brother Travis will complete it as well, so Travis Wyman is just 1 point ahead of his brother at the moment in the championship, so there's a bit of personal family pride at stake down there as well.
Yeah, here is Travis Wyman. I love the colours of the Saddlemen racing team. Stars and stripes on the side of the bike and on the leathers. A bit of an Easy Rider theme there for that American team as he climbs aboard. It is kind of like you're climbing up aboard a sofa.
It's like a horse. Let's see who comes out on top. It is Granada going from stable 1. Race 2 in the FIM Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup. It's just a few moments from kicking off here in Mugello, the 4th race of the season. It's going to be rather interesting, I've got to say. A 4-rider fight is what I'm predicting up at the front. We didn't get all the way through the grid. We had to stop at Travis Wyman. It's Corey West who rounds out the order there in 10th place, as you can see on the Saddlemen Racing machine. You're in the company of myself, Kiko Giles. Neil Morrison is next to me, and down on the pit lane patrol, let's say, is Elliot York. He'll be waiting in Park Fermé very soon indeed to bring you ahead the first thoughts from the top 3 of the podium as we get on down towards San Donato. This is the warm-up lap. It's a long old lap here, 5.5 kilometres, Neil. It's a decent stint, but today earlier on. They kept it all clean. We didn't see the slipstream come into effect too much, even though these bikes are absolutely enormous, punching a big hole in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. We have plenty of high-speed changes of direction here around Mugello through turns 2 and 3, 4 and 5, 6 and 7, 10 and 11 and 13 and 14. And you're throwing 280 kilos of Harley-Davidson metal through those high-speed changes of direction. So it is a physical old race, even if we only have 8 laps of racing. And it's going to be very interesting. I'm interested to see what Ianone can do off the start, because at first it looked as though he got a massive wheelie off the jump in race 1, but still managed to come down into turn 1 in the lead. From 3rd on the grid. Will the Italian be able to do something similar this time around?
We've got one race of experience under our belts, Neil. Just talk us through this Mugello circuit, and if you can, the hotspots for the Bagger World Cup, because they're not exactly the same as they are for the more traditional motorcycle racing that we've got going on in MotoGP, are they?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of overtaking hotspots, you've got to look down towards turn 1 at San Donato. That is obviously a very keen overtaking spot after you've enjoyed some slipstream down the front straight. Down into Scarperia at turn 10 has also been a popular spot too, and we saw a couple of moves into turn 12 at Corinthians. So hotspots aplenty for overtaking here, and hopefully things will be nice and bounced up, much like they were in race 1. I guess it's probably around that time, Kiko, where I need to ask you who you're tipping for race 2.
Well, I went Granado race 1. I see no reason to change. I think Eric Granado is going to be right there again in race 2, and I think he is going to be our 3rd different winner in the first 4 races. What about you? You're not getting away with that one, mate.
I like the way Archie McDonald initially went a little backwards midway through race 1, but then rallied and set his personal best lap on the final lap of race 1 to get right within, I think, 0.3 of a second of victory. So I'm going to go for Mad Dog in this second race.
I think that's quite a smart move. That means that Andrea Ianone or Oscar Gutierrez will take victory then. Andrea Ianone, of course, looking for that first podium. Oscar Gutierrez looking for 3 on the spin and a double here in Mugello, but we'll have to wait and see how it all plans out. We've got 8 laps ahead of us here in the Tuscan Hills, and just about over 40 kilometres. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be an action-packed one. Can't wait to get on with it. Andrea Ianone just revs that engine now on the 3rd place on that front row. The red light's going to come on, and when they go green, the Bagger World Cup's race to Mugello fires into life, and it's a good start from both Eric Granado, a really good start as well from 4th on the grid from Oscar Gutierrez. But watch for Andrea Ianone doing what he did earlier in race 1, trying to grab the whole shot. He's beaten to Filippo Ravelli. He's sliding up the inside. He gets 4th. Granado goes wide and he's pushed out as Andrea Ianone likewise comes through. So it is Andrea Ianone, Eric Granado and Filippo Ravelli not just come up into the top 5, he's come up into the provisional podium. 3rd for the 27. 4th, I think it is indeed, Oscar Gutierrez and Archie McDonald from the middle of that front row. 5th as they go down towards turn 4.
Yeah, but it is Andrea Ianone that leads coming through turns 4 and turn 5. It wasn't a great getaway for Archie McDonald. It looked as though he didn't have the ideal line through turn number 1, but look at this, the top 5 right together as they come into Casanova Savelli.
Casanova Savelli has been an overtaking hotspot in MotoGP already today, but not so much in the Bagger World Cup. Filippo Ravelli up the inside at Arrabbiata 1 picks up Eric Granado. This is by far the best we have seen of Filippo Ravelli in 2026 in the opening 4 races of the season. I'll tell you what, he might not be done yet. He's already alongside Ianone. Filippo Ravelli is going to lead in Mugello. Filippo Ravelli, well, I tell you what, he qualified last in Cota. He's leading this thing here in Mugello. Filippo Ravelli has woken up and he's leading.
Yeah, he's had a couple of espressos over the lunch break, and look at him leaving a dark line as he breaks down in towards Corinthians. He is full commitment as you see the rear end coming round. Ravelli is something else to watch in this first lap. Where does this performance come from, Tico?
Fantastic start, 5th to 1st, and we're not even finished here. We're coming through sector 3 now, across that white timing beam line that we have. Filippo Ravelli is going to lead them into Puccini, and then he's going to lead them out and down this massive 1.1 kilometre front straight we've got here in Mugello. It's the longest front straight on the calendar, and Ravelli is punching a big hole in the air. So let's see what Andrea Ianone's got. Eric Granado buried under the bodywork of that bagger across the line to start the second lap. They fan out 4 or 5 abreast. coming up over the hill and into the braking zone. Watch Oscar Gutierrez fall to first. Oh yes, gets it done, doesn't get it stopped, and back through.
It's done.
Oh, Gutierrez had to lose the front nil. He was in so deep there, and when he started running out wide, Oscar Gutierrez, your championship leader, is in the gravel trap, and he's going to score zilch unless he can get back on.
Goodness me, Oscar Gutierrez looked so calm and composed, plotted his race one plan to perfection, but has dumped it out at the start of lap 2. And you have to say, that is a careless old crash when he knows that the consistency is so important in these short championships. It's got to be a massive ordeal to try and get that bike back on track with all the gravel that seems to be involved here. You can see here, coming back all the way from 4th, he's in there very, very hot, trying to get it stopped mid-turn, and the front, well, it cries enough. It looks as if the front was actually, well, looked a bit strange there.
It looked like it was going for a long time, Neil, into that corner, and I've got to say, Oscar Gutierrez, that is a graphic example of his inconsistency so far this year. 8th in the opening race of the season. He was only a winner a few hours ago, only in race Surigota. And now he's in the gravel again. Looks like he's got back up, so he will score some kind of points. But what a disaster for Oscar Gutierrez. This is all getting a bit tight. This is on board with Archie McDonald. We look at the back of Filippo Rivelli, who has definitely been a fly in the ointment in the opening lap or two of this one. Andrea Ianone leads with Biondetti. But what a way this would be to cap off Sprint Saturday in Mugello, with Andrea Ianone leading the way all the way through this one. Granado's looking up the inside, can't do it. Archie McDonald can. That's up into 3rd for Mad Dog, the Australian. Now demoting Filippo Rivelli back to 4th and off the rostrum.
Yeah, great chance here for Mad Dog McDonald and Eric Granado to make some real inroads on Oscar Gutierrez in the championship, with the Spaniard unlikely to score big points here. The fastest laps come in at 58.3 for Archie McDonald, the fastest rider on track last time around, but there's really nothing to split the top 4.
Tell you what, you know, very good on the brakes down in towards turn 1. He's definitely been able to get that stopped. He was very good there early in race 1, and he's strong again there in race 2. Mad Dog McDonald there, fastest up of the race, in 3rd place, 58.3 last time around. He was just over a 10.5 quicker than Eric Granado.
Yeah, we have to give a bit of a shout out to the rider in 5th position, the 85
brilliant.
of Jake Lewis, who is a lot more competitive in this showing than he was earlier today. Really strong stuff from Jake Lewis, who's just over 1 second off the race lead.
Your 2021 Moto America Superstock 1000 champion is right in the mix of this. Tell you what, the front 4 start battling now. This could be quite easily a 10-wheeler as we cast all the way back to what looks like a despondent Oscar Gutierrez as he makes his way around. He's got to keep going to score those 6 championship points, but really that is a massive opportunity that has just ended in San Donato's gravel trap for the number 99.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself. It was just unnecessary, I guess, to make that move, but when you maybe get sucked in a little bit, as Granado makes a nice move on Ianone down into Scarparia.
Does he hold on?
Looks as though he does.
Ianone was looking on the way back for the cutback. Let's see if Ianone's got anything down towards Corantayo, but that looked like a pretty slick move from my perspective for Eric Granado, who now assumes the lead of race 2.
Yeah, the lap times that they did last time around were around the second off the fastest lap of race 1, so you feel Granado is maybe getting to the front here and thinking, you know what, I can lower the pace somewhat and try and break this group apart, maybe drop the like of Filippo Rivelli in 4th position and make it just a 2 or 3 rider shootout between the likes of Ianone and McDonald. Let's see if Granado will be able to hold that advantage down the front straight. Always the big challenge here when you're racing at Mugello.
Granado, if you put the flag out now, Eric Granado would be leading this championship. Unbelievable. Eric Granado sitting in the pound seat at the moment, 57.8, and that is a bit more like, I've got to say. He's the only rider in the 57s last time around. So Eric Granado, very, very fast last time around on lap 3. Gets it down into San Donato, gets it stopped. Ooh, I heard a little bit of scraping, I think, somewhere in the background. It might have just been a knee slider, but it sounded like someone had had a bit too much of an ambitious attempt at one corner.
Yeah, we're just seeing on our timing screens, Ianone has been given a track limits warning, and that's not a surprise when you saw him right out over the green, exiting Buccini the final turn. So Ianone now needs to be a little careful exiting some of these corners here, especially on the green there, coming down towards Casanova, because, well, he was on the wrong side of the law in race 1.
Yeah, you could just guarantee that Andrea Ianone was going to come back to racing and keep the stewards busy, didn't you? You just knew he was going to be a bit of a bad boy. It's why changed the habit of a lifetime, I suppose. But Ianone's sitting there at the moment in 2nd, just out of this rider here, Archie McDonald, who a little bit of a gap to make up there. It's 2 or 3 tenths. I tell you what, you know, he's good through the faster sweeping corners, it seems. So, you know, through the chicanes might not have it, and that's where Granato's excelling, but through the fast sweeping stuff, Arrabbiata 1 and 2, and Casanova Savelli, and also through Pacini. I've got to say, Iannone looks handy. He's sitting there in second at the moment. Absolutely no means is he out this.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. He's just managing to hang on, but yeah, no prizes for guessing what Granato's strategy is. He is trying to pull this group apart, and you can see that Ravelli is really struggling to keep a hold off this top 3. We now have a 3-rider fight for victory rather than 5 that were 2 laps ago. See Iannone and Archie McDonald, who's also been given the track limits warning. Both of them are just catching their breath here in the Brazilian slipstream.
Yeah, Brazilian slipstream, and I'll tell you what, it's pretty warm like it is over in Brazil at the moment. Granado, 57.0. Where's he found that? That's an unbelievable lap time. That was a... I'll tell you what, not just him being unbelievable, they were all very fast last time around. The top 3 were all 57.0s. They have absolutely dropped the pace, haven't they now?
Yeah, they really have. That would have been a lap good enough for second on the grid from Eric Granado with that time, and that's already with, what, 3 laps and a bit of racing under those Dunlop tyres. Granado has got his head down and really found this group. And you have to say, impressive from both Iannone and McDonald to be able to hang on.
Very impressive for both, for different reasons as well. Granado's your pace setter in this championship. Andrea Iannone's in his first race weekend in this championship, and Archie McDonald's in his first race weekend at this track. So the fact that both have been able to match Eric Granado last time around is a very good indicator that we've got a pretty level playing field out there at the front of this Bagger World Cup race, I've got to say. Coming through Arrabbiata 1 now. Let's see where Iannone. There seems to gain in the middle of those 2 Arrabbiatas. He's right there now. Climbing the Alp, this is up over the top into Scarperia. This is where Granado got into the lead. I think Andrea Iannone had a little think about it. I'll tell you what, if that's the last lap, Andrea Iannone's coming through.
Without question. We saw this a little bit in race 1, didn't we? When Granado hit the front, we thought, okay, this is going to be it. He's going to maybe clear off, but it wasn't the case, and the riders behind were able to react. And yeah, Iannone through Arrabbiata 2 there was really quite something. He felt that he could have made the move in Scarperia if he wanted to, but I think at the moment he's quite happy to sit in second and suss out the Brazilian rider just ahead of him.
Yeah, nice bit of movement as well coming through Biondetti as we get back through the gearbox. This is for Pacini, the final corner. Just a little bit wide. You can do that. Whoa, that gets a bit tight though, doesn't it? But you can do that. We've seen that a couple of times now for the riders across the couple of days we've been watching the baggers here. They sometimes really V off the corner, really in deep, and then squirt it back across the late apex. 3 to go, Neil. This one's bubbling away nicely under the surface. You can see again just how good Andrea Iannone seems to be under braking at San Donato. He's gobbled up at Eric Granado there. Archie McDonald good bit corner speed, unable to make it count though for a position change.
Yeah, McDonald the fastest rider on track last time around, so the Australian most certainly has responded to the lowering of the pace up ahead of him, and is just sitting pretty there. Remember, McDonald was so strong at the end of race 1, set his personal best lap the last time around. Can we see something similar as this race 2 edges toward its conclusion? Granado is really giving it some there, isn't he, through turns 4 and 5, just trying to eke out a couple of tenths here and there over Iannone just behind, but still he cannot get that lead above 0.3 of a second.
Iannone, I'll tell you what, he gives himself a little bit of building room as well, doesn't he, coming through these corners, so he's been able to run his own lines, and that means that he can put himself in that position to attack down into the next corner here, turn 10. Maybe not this time around, but expect the next time, the penultimate lap, or maybe even the last lap, Andrea Iannone to be barrelling on through. Further down the order, 3 seconds now, split Archie McDonald and Filippo Ravelli, then it's 5.2 back to Jake Lewis in 5th, and then it's Dimas Pratama who's 6th just as he started, ahead of Corey West who's come from 10th on the grid, Cody Wyman and Travis Wyman 8th and 9th, and as we know Oscar Gutierrez circulating at the back of the field. Last lap around was a 1:59.2, so he is quicker than the 3 riders ahead of him, but that is about it. So fast stuff at the back for Oscar Gutierrez, but I'm not sure he's going to really get much further up the road than his current 10th place. We're coming out the final corner, and Eric Granado leads, Andrea Iannone leads Archie McDonald as we come on to start the penultimate lap here of Bagger World Cup action here at the Italian GP, and again fast lap times, tight lap times with Ianone and Granado very close indeed, and now on track, very close, up at turn 1, that's very tight. Andrea Ianone parks at the apex and drives it up the hill towards Luca and Poggio Secco. Great move from the number 29, the Maniac is back.
Well, certainly is. Back at the front of racing in the MotoGP paddock, which is fantastic to see. And just as Eric Granado had lowered the pace down to low 57s once again, Ianone was able to match that and has decided to go for the jugular into turn 1. And let's see what the Maniac can do now that he's hit the front.
And I just wonder if he's gone a bit too soon, Neil, because now he's giving Eric Granado a chance to see exactly where he's strong. Let's see if Ianone also wants to drop the pace even further and really try and stretch Eric Granado. Of course, Andrea Ianone was not here in Kota. He's not at the minute a title contender. If he doesn't get it to the line today, it doesn't really make too many differences. Let's see where Andrea Ianone ends up, of course, at the end of this season. But a win today and forcing Eric Granado into a bit of a mistake now, that would be a surprise, and that would elevate the number 29 up the order. A little bit wide that time out to Martin McDonald. I'm going to say that the number 69 is going to settle for 16 World Championship points here. He looks a little bit distant in Peak 3. I think it's a head-to-head between Ianone and Granado here.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kiko. Donald, of course, had a box office seat for Oscar Gutierrez's crash on lap 1, so he'll surely be thinking of the championship, and it could still be a really good day for the Australian in that regard. In fact, he might come away with the championship lead, depending on how this last lap plays out. You can see Granado closing right up as they enter in Bacini for the penultimate time. I love the way he seems to be skating the rear tyre around there as he uses it to turn, the throttle to turn, to come out and get a good exit from Bacini, and he's right in the Maniac slipstream as they cross the finish line for the penultimate time.
Let's see if Eric Granado has got anything at San Donato. Last lap time then here in the Bagger World Cup at Mugello. He's going up the inside, is he? Eric Granado's having a big old sniff, but Andrea Ianone just a little bit too wily down there for any kind of shenanigans like that. So one opportunity gone. Where's next, Neil?
Oh, it's a tough one to ask, Kiko. We did see a move done at Casanova Savelli, maybe into turn 4 if Granado can nail his acceleration coming out of here.
A bit too far away from my liking, yeah. I think the next opportunity, really, the next big one is gonna be
Scarperia.
It's gonna be Scarperia. I'll be very surprised if we can see the Bagger machine side by side to Casanova Savelli. I have been wrong once, I'm always available to be wrong again. And Eric Granado is building all the while through here.
It just depends. Does Granado want to risk everything? Because it's not going to be an easy overtake, or does he want to settle for 20 championship points and think of the long run? Because at this present moment, Ianone isn't necessarily a championship threat.
Andrea Ianone's good through here as well. You can see he's instantly gapped the number 51. I tell you what, Andrea Ianone, this is a heck of a second sector incoming for the Italian. Let's see if he scrubs off all the speed. I thought he was just dropping it a little bit wide there, but no, the Maniac pulls it down. Crazy Joe, he used to be called. He's smoking Joe today at the minute. This is a brilliant ride from the 29. This is turn 12. This is where he had to take that long lap penalty in race 1. No such dramas this time around. Just Biondetti and Bacini to go.
Yeah, he's nailed that line out of Corantaio coming through the Biondetti chicane. It looks as though Ianone has got well enough in arrears to hold on for a first victory in this class, in his first round, his first appearance on a Harley Davidson. He's now got half a second in lead.
Andrea Ianone comes through Bacini. I'm fairly sure that is that, barring acts of God and misdemeanors. Andrea Ianone has come to town. Andrea Ianone has taken victory at Mugello. A fantastic ride and the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Classy as well. A 56.8 for Andrea Ianone and 25 World Cup points. Eric Granado finishes second ahead of Archie McDonald. It's a fine fourth for Filippo Rivelli. Dimas Pratama comes through to snatch it from Jake Lewis in 6th, and this thing goes down to the line as well. Corey West ahead of Cody Wyman and Travis Wyman as well. Oscar Gutierrez is still out on track. We just have to wait and see when the Spaniard is going to come through. He's all dusted up, but when the dust settles, it's still 6 points for the number 99, who once again relinquishes that championship lead. He won't be leading it to the next round at all, but it is 6 points and home for Oscar Gutierrez in Mugello race 2. What a race, what a load of stories we've got. Andrea Ianone, a winner in the MotoGP paddock again. I didn't have that on my bingo card at the start of the year.
Yeah, I didn't either, but Ianone shows that, well, There's no replacement for talent.
No.
He may as well stand and take in the adulation of the crowd. Italian winner will be so popular here, and Ianone has such a storied history around this Mugello circuit. He won his first ever Moto2 race here back in 2010, and what was just his 4th appearance in that category. It really propelled him into the big time and the minds and the attentions of MotoGP teams and factories at that particular moment. And here he is, 16 years on, doing the same on Harley-Davidson machinery. That was a sensational ride from Ianone. 0.3 of a second faster he was than Granado on that final lap, and when he was coming around Scarperia, I did think he looks like he is absolutely on the limit. We saw the front bouncing and the rear skidding, and
oh dear,
managed to keep it down.
Tell you what, he likes going in the gym, doesn't he? Because Andrian Fernandez is pretty pumped, and he's got to be getting the front end of that Harley Davidson up. 280 kilos, not a problem for the number 29. Oh, is it a problem? He can't get off it to stop it. Andrian Fernandez, he almost made his beast there, shaking the head as well. He tried. I think he tried to take the plaudits of the fans and run over, but he couldn't quite get off these Harley Davidson machines. As you say, they are like a bit of a horse on there. You have to really get on top of them big time. They're quite high up. And Granado's going to try and give us a wheelie as well. Does so successfully. Fantastic stuff. Another second place for him, but consistency so key, as you say, Neil, in these short championships.
Yeah, and Eric knows that from his time racing in Moto E. Just 1 or 2 crashes can really have such a massive impact. And when you look at the last couple of years of Moto E, there have been occasions when the rider that's been super consistent has come away with the crown in the end. And the rider that's been most consistent of all has been this rider here, Archie McDonald. He has been on the podium in every single baggers race that we've had so far this year. 4 podiums and 4 outings. How about that for the 19-year-old?
And he takes back control of the championship as well by 3 points ahead of Eric Granado. It is now 9 points cover the top 3. Oscar Gutierrez is down to 3rd on 64. Andrea Ione's win is going to put him on 38. So 38 place 73. It's not all done yet, is it? With 8 races and 4 rounds still to go.
Just trying to do the arithmetic there, Kiko. It's what, 36 points, I believe? 35
it'll
points.
Be 35, yeah 35 points. It's 8 rounds to go. If Andrea Iannone wins them all, he's got the title in the bag.
Yeah,
like that's going to happen.
4 rounds to go, I believe, but...
yes, 8 races.
8 races, yes. But yeah, Iannone will be looking at that. It certainly is not an insurmountable deficit in the championship, and yeah, great to see Iannone. Many friends in the paddock. Oh, he's giving a lift to one of his mates up into Park Ferme. Well, probably fit 2 or 3 more on there if they wanted.
Only one of me, though. You meant to go, of course not. Don't be so harsh on yourself. Andrea Iannone back in Park Ferme in Mugello. You can see a few fans have stayed behind to enjoy that one. Andrea Iannone, he lives life to the full. Fantastic stuff from the number 29er. Looking forward to seeing that Andrea Iannone's celebration here. He plays it cool in the end. Andrea Iannone, your race to winner. 2nd place goes to Eric Granado, and 3rd is your new championship leader by 3 points, Archie McDonald. Eric Granado there in 2nd, but fantastic job from Archie McDonald once again, Neil, as we say, championship leader right there, right the way through this battle as well. He's got to be happy with coming here for the first time, a track that's very, very difficult to learn, to master, to really get hold of. He's done a cracking job.
Yeah, he really has. After Kota, I have to say, my one question mark over Archie McDonald was what will his lack of track experience be like? How will that play out when we get back to the European tracks where Granado, Gutierrez, now Iannone have a bag load of experience? And while he's proved this weekend, Mugello, one of the more difficult, daunting technical tracks on the calendar to learn, he's come away with a double podium and been in the victory fight pretty much throughout both races. So yeah, that question mark has been extinguished.
The only thing that really, I suppose, Archie McDonald needs to not necessarily work on, it's going to come with experience, is those last couple of laps in the race, strategy, positioning yourself, understanding how these bikes work, of course, which is what also Eric Granado and Andrea Iannone have got to do. So yeah, very, very interesting stuff right the way through the field. I've got to say, Jake Lewis coming away with 6th place. Unlucky not to come away with the top 5 in the end, but still hangs on to 4th place overall. He's on 53 points now.
Jake Lewis, well, a bit like Archie McDonald, model of consistency in the top 6 in all 4 races that we've had so far this year. Another impressive performance from the Snake, who is up there on the cusp of the victory fight for the first 2 laps before dropping away. But good to see Jake looking so strong early doors, but really great to see Archie McDonald back in Parc Fermé again for a 4th time in succession. It hasn't been an easy time for the young Australian of late, but what a performance it's been here in Mugello this weekend.
A properly decent performance from Archie McDonald. 3rd again, but brilliant championship leader.
Archie, a double podium here in Mugello. A great job yesterday and again today to be on the box twice. You must be very proud of your performance this weekend, and you are the championship leader.
Yeah, no, for sure. I had to do a lot of thinking at the start of that race. When I saw Oscar go down, I was like, look, I'm going to have to push to keep up with Eric and Andrea. But once I started having moments myself, I was like, nah, it's not a race to lose the championship over. So I'm going to take this weekend, as I've had it struggle coming up to the weekend, and now I'm over this weekend, so I'm going to put it all behind me. And 3rd's not where I want to be, obviously. No one wants to be 3rd, but I'm going to work towards the next one. We're in Assen, Netherlands, next round. And big thanks to the team. They've worked their ass off this weekend. I shouldn't say that, but they've worked their bum off this weekend, and I'm super grateful. And I'm going to, celebrate with the Italian fans tonight in the paddock, go up there and set my tent up and enjoy it while I'm here.
Great job, well done.
Thank you everyone in Australia.
How can you not love him? Archie McDonald, brilliant lad down there. Going to set his tent up and get on it with the fans, I think. We will apologise for his language. I don't think it was too harsh. I'm sure no one's going to complain about that. Archie McDonald, championship leader, great job in 3rd.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from the young Aussie. You wouldn't know that he is, 19 years of age from his comments there, speaking like a seasoned pro.
Very, very eloquent. Another rider who's very, very eloquent, Eric Bernardo, is 2nd today, and he's right in this championship hunt.
Eric, I know it's not quite the win you wanted, but still 2 very, very strong 2nd places here at Mugello. Talk us through that race and the battle with Andrea.
Yes, it was a great race. I could put a little bit more rhythm this race. I was feeling a little bit better than this morning. I know that I did my best, and to me it's an honor to fight with Andrea Ianone, ex-MotoGP rider, so I'm very happy. It's good to battle with a guy like him with a lot of experience. So yeah, it was a great race. I think the people at home enjoyed a lot, everyone pushing the maximum. And yeah, it's a great result for the championship. We are there in the fight, so this is the main target for us. So 2P2, I sign every weekend, no problem. The important is the end of the season. And yes, let's work for the next one to keep like this. And as always in Portuguese, foi uma corrida incrível. Eu dei o meu máximo do começo ao fim, consegui me sentir um pouco melhor do que a corrida da manhã, consegui virar mais rápido e próximo ao ritmo do classificatório de ontem. E o Andrea fez uma baita prova, é uma honra para mim poder disputar com um cara como ele, ex-piloto da MotoGP, com muita experiência. Então, correr aqui na casa dele e poder disputar até o final é uma honra. Então, feliz com a 2ª colocação, muito importante para o campeonato. Agora, bora trabalhar para na próxima continuar nessa linha de resultados. É isso aí.
Congratulations.
Valeu.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, Eric. And brilliant job. Solid again, Neil, 2nd place. And 3 points off Archie at the top.
Yeah, and also speaking in a mature way, he would sign for 2nd places every single weekend. The thing is, might have to start to win to keep someone like Andrea Ianone at bay, because the maniac in his first round has come in and won it. And we'll have to hear from him right now.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Andrea Ianone, a winner in Italy. Brilliant.
Andrea, your first weekend in the Bagger World Cup, and now your first winner of all places at Mugello as well. That must feel pretty special.
So it's really special because I don't feel this feeling from many years ago. My last victory is in 2012 in Moto2. Yes, I achieved podium MotoGP, but when you win in MotoGP in Mugello is always special. It's not important the category, but the feeling is unbelievable. I'm really happy. I want to say thanks to Harley Davidson for Bagger World Cup, for take me and want me in this championship. I'm really happy about this. The bike is really fun, and we have 4 races in front of us. We try to do the best.
Enjoy the podium.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant stuff from Andrea Ianone. He was a podium finisher in Italy in World Superbikes. He was a podium finisher here in MotoGP. He was a Grand Prix winner on 2 occasions in Moto2 here in Mugello. and 16 years after the first one, he's still got the talent now.
Yeah, that's something you don't lose. When Ianone was fighting with the likes of Marcmarquez, Valentino Rossi, Danny Pedrosa, some of his contemporaries back then, I remember Cal Crutchlow saying some of the things he can do on a bike are absolutely out of this world. His natural talent is through the roof. And well, we've just witnessed that again. He's jumped on a new motorcycle, and after a test at Misano earlier this week, he's come to Mugello, qualified in the front row, and won the second race. What an arrival to this Baggers World Cup, and what an addition he is to the series.
It's got to be said that the song in the background, Go Your Own Way, over the images of Andrea Ianone winning once again, are pretty special. Fantastic stuff from the number 29, who takes victory and is our third different winner this year, Neil. I'm really enjoying this Harley Davidson Bagger World Cup stuff. Eric Gennaro second, Archie McDonald third, three different nationalities up there inside the podium places. Filippo Ravelli makes it 2 Italians in the top 4, a best of the year for Dimas Eki Pratama and Indonesia. Jake Lewis, Corey West, Cody Wyman, Travis Wyman and Oscar Gutierrez. A blunder sees him down in 10th. And in the championship, Australia's Archie McDonald is 3 points clear of Brazilian Eric Granado. Gutierrez drops 2 places from 1st to 3rd. Jake Lewis, Filippo Ravelli and Corey West stay 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. Andrea Ianone there in 7th, that win vaulting him up the order. Travis Wyman in 8th ahead of brother Cody. Dimas Eki Pratama's season best results. He still sees him last, but on 20 points in 10th. And now it is time for the podium ceremony. I think we're going to get quite the cheer when Andrea Ianone comes out of this one, Neil. But a brilliant, brilliant round once again for this all-new championship, this all-new World Cup. Very, very excited to get to Assen, where we often have a few changeable conditions. It's a very, very different track. It's still as fast and flowing as Mugello, but in a totally different way.
Absolutely, they have picked some fantastic circuits and venues for this Harley Davidson Bagger World Cup in 2026. Ianone, well, takes in the adulation of the fans that were here. The party was going well beyond half 8 when we left the circuit last night, and I'm sure it'll be the same tonight as Archie McDonald lifts his 3rd place trophy into the air.
That was just a Paddock Pass podcast party, wasn't it? Eric Gennaro second, and you can guarantee there's going to be a few big cheers here incoming for Andrea Ianone. Alberto Ferrari from Brembo gives out the trophy. Andrea Ianone is a winner in Mugello once again. We're going to get the Italian national anthem, and it's a bit of a dream for Andrea Ianone, this one, at Mugello. Andrea Ianone, a winner once again. Brilliant stuff. Eric Granado second, championship leader. Archie McDonald third. Assen next, Neil. What can we expect as we approach the halfway point in this championship?
I think it's going to be more of the same, Kiko. 4 riders up at the front, capable of winning races, capable of winning the championship as well.
Andrea Ianone is just absolutely great. I think that's Angie Kuhn, the team owner there of Nitty Racing, has got absolutely soaked and now gets a sweaty Andrea Ianone to hug her. She'll be hoping for less of that, I'm sure, but of course I'm joking, she's back to winning ways. Don't go anywhere, we're going to be back in Assen in a month. We've got Sunday to come in MotoGP just yet. We've got Red Bull Rookies on Saturday in just a few minutes coming up, so stay tuned for all of that. But for myself, Kiko Giles, Neil Morrison next 3 and Elliot York down in Parc Ferme, we'll leave you with the highlights. There were plenty. Goodbye for now.
generation changes. We are already at round 3 of the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup, and if the 4 races taught us anything, is that this championship is more unpredictable than ever. I've seen 3 different winners in just 4 races. Now, as we are at the legendary Mugello circuit, and the big question is, will we see yet another first-time winner? Or can the current frontrunners be at the top of the standings? One thing is certain, the racing has been spectacular. This year is very special as we celebrate the 20th season of the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup. And to mark this occasion, we caught up with Gustav Allinger and Peter Clifford to look back at the incredible journey of the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup and explore what the future holds for the next generation talent.
Because back in the beginning, you know, the top Spanish riders like Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, and that they didn't come into the cup because there was another route within Spain. These guys were picked up as soon as they did any success in Spanish Championship or something, and they were given good rides. But that has changed completely now. I mean, hardly anybody thinks of not coming into the Rookies Cup. Everybody wants to come to the Rookies Cup.
For me, I'm very proud of being here, being in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, you know, racing in this level of competition, being in this legendary and historic part of motor racing, I'd say, and see all of the people I look up to, being in MotoGP, and I know that they passed through here. That's very important for me, because I know that if I do everything well, there is a chance of me being like them in the future. The fact that I'm here, I think it gives me a lot of opportunities, and I'm doing my best every day to use these opportunities to be there one day.
And now we're very happy to supply with the very best equipment, the best technical support, the best safety gear, and they get you and Danny, you know, helping them to be better racers. It's incredible, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you think about the first idea about this, to look for some talents, some riders, some highly talented riders. Like it is now, it's fantastic. We have such a fantastic group of young riders.
What do you think the future holds for the Rookies Cup?
The spirit
this
we
is what
shall
matters.
never forget.
No.
Take care, everybody of these rookies shall come back home in well conditions and take good care about them. So this spirit, we have to keep us in, and then the decisions are not far away.
How amazing to hear from Gustav, Peter and our riders why the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup is so important.
Please.
And yeah, have a
action. So let's see our rookies twisting that throttle on our KTM RC 250R. Let me hand you over to our incredible commentary.
Blue sky here, very different to Le Mans a couple of weeks. And I'm sure we're in for an absolute storm.
aren't we?
Yeah, we certainly are. It's an absolute scorcher out there. We love a bit of that, Peter, eh? Ramadhipa, one of the riders with a penalty. Pratama also has a penalty. Pugliese as well. But before we get into all that, we got Dominica and Brian Uriarte down on the grid.
Brian Uriarte, you are the 2025 Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup champion, and you also hold the all-time lap record at the Mugello circuit. So what's your advice to our current rookies?
Well, for sure this is a racetrack that I know pretty good, so yeah, I have the all lap time record, and with a huge slipstream, which is really important here, so a good advice for the rookies will be that be
really dominating, except here in Mugello, where he actually finished 5th and 6th, just because, you know, it's a place where if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, the result can turn into an absolute lottery coming to the line. That is so often the case here, and talking to the guys this morning or at lunch, they all think that it's the same thing, that it's going to be a huge bunch, and goodness knows who's going to win it.
Well, as we did see on in the pre-show, when we were just looking at him there, David Gonzales will be starting and leading the way from pole. He was, of course, our winner last time out in Le Mans, the last race winner that we had after a pretty torrid couple of races before that, Peter. What do we think is going to be happening? Well, I can tell you what's going to be happening in a minute, actually. We're going to be hearing from him down on the grid, because our pole sitter is there with Dominica.
David Gonzales, you had an up and down season. However, you're looking really strong. Pole position for you today. So, what are your thoughts about both races at the Mugello circuit?
I'm happy to do the pole position. I'm going to try to push hard the first lap to broken the group. Nothing more. I think fighting the last lap. I'm going to win.
All the best of luck. Looking forward to see you at the park from there.
And talking to Andrian Fernandez at lunch, he said it's impossible to break away here. He doesn't believe David or anybody else can do that.
Game on, mate. Game on. Well, there is your second place rider on the grid. We go to Ogiwara then, who also got a podium last time out in Le Mans. A real something about here, Japanese riders, Rookies Cup in their first year, doing rather well. Taifu Rosati, you might remember a few years ago, doing substantially excellent as we look at Guillaume Plonk, an informed rider.
So let's see what happens. Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup action at Mugello, and who gets a good start? Guillaume Plonk comes across, but it is the number 11. No, it's in fact, of course, the Japanese ace who takes the advantage. Guillaume Plonk actually moves into second place. Is David even going to be in second or third place going into the first corner at the end of the front straight here?
Absolutely brilliant start by Ogiwara, as we see Tibor Varga moving up the inside into slotting into 5th place, I think, coming down of San Donato. Ogiwara completely stood up, not tucked in behind the fairing at all at the start. Such a big push with his right leg, and what a whole shot that was. A man on a mission here is the 97.
And he's never been here, of course, before at all. Completely new, but he's got to grips with this place really quickly.
Well, all safely through turns 1, 2, 3 and 4 pretty much. Plenty of riders out onto the green for that first lap as they were jostling, shuffling for positions, but it's Gonzales who takes back first position then. Into third, that's Mike Yu. Kiatasak Singapong, the 85, takes it from Guillaume Plonk.
And one of the good things from practice was the whole day there, the 3 sessions, only Yaroslav Karposhi was a faller. So that was completely different to the unfortunate incidents we had in Le Mans, for example.
Just looking in the back of shot, Travis Borg, the number 23, up there battling for the leaders already. 5th place for him. He had a great weekend as well in the Junior GP Series. That's Mike Yu onto the gravel there in the background. Goodness me, a bit of motocross is not what you want at this time in the morning. A shout out though also to 6th position, up from where on the grid? Christian Daniel Jr., the American. Where on earth was he on the grid? Fair way down, 14th and up to 6th. That's a heck of a start, slotting in behind Travis Bolt, the number 23.
Right, so now to see whether David Gonzales from the front now can get away from these guys. Of course, this is where he's all so likely to be swamped out of the slipstream.
Right, let's see how these units of riders who are leading the way. Quite tall, Travis Borg, Christian Daniel slotting in behind the other riders. Nobody pushing each other onto the grass at this point, thankfully. Over the Tricolore they come, fanning out. Guillaume Blanc goes for the lead. Will we see the Frenchman leading the Rookies Cup race? Not quite, maybe. Last of the late breakers. It's Mike Hugh into the lead.
A superb suck from Kia Singapong, the Thai rider.
Oh no, it's Guillaume Blanc who does take it in the end. Brilliant. Inside line through turn 1, and he takes it. Go on, Guillaume!
He said he wanted to be on pole. He could have been on pole. He said, but don't worry, I know, I'm feeling confident. I've really got this, he said. Is that Guillaume Blanc? But inside comes...